Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic. I forgot to change my background again. Oh my freaking god! Welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 72. And Zelensky threatens the West with retreat, which is a really weird way of threatening. And I thought that he should threaten by say that if don't give me give us weapons and money, we will join the Russian Federation. I think that would be a bigger threat. But they threat with retreat, which like everyone knows you're going to retreat if you're going to not win. So very weird. So anyway, can you guys hear me? If you cannot hear me, let me know in the comments. Should be able to hear. So I'm going to drop the link for you guys to join. And I didn't expect to do the open mic today because History Legend is in town, is in Singapore, and then I was spending the most of the days force feeding him local food. So but then so end up I don't have to send him off because his flight is super early. So anyway, so he's too nice. He don't want me to send him off. So anyway, so I'm gonna drop the link for you guys to join, and here we go. So far I see nobody complain about cannot hear me, so I think my audio should be all right. So I'm gonna drop the link to join. Oops, copy, paste, and piak. Okay, the link to join has been pinned onto the DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube, as well as posted on Rumble. So for those watching on Twitch and Twitter, you may want to come over to YouTube because that's where the most happening live chat is. And so if you do not know where's the link, just go to youtube.com/@DPA Open Mic. And for those watching on Telegram as well, I also prefer you come to YouTube because I think YouTube is where the main action is. So but I dropped the link for those that want to join can join. If not, I would just go on the monologue. So improving the audio of the last video, I believe you so this one Fireback is talking about the China video. So the speakers, the people in the behind the scene, I think they have come up with something better in terms of the edited audio or something. So I'm not sure what they do. So they sent me the video. I haven't downloaded it yet, so I will be uploading it, re-upload, and I will see how it goes. And hi Dunya, hi Koping.
Hey, how are you?
Cool. I gotta put on my earpiece first.
I'm in
Africa.
No, I'm actually back in Norway, but I don't. How is the audio? I'm speaking on the phone.
Sounds a bit loud. Now give me a second because I need to connect my audio because I cannot hear you accurately through my speaker. Okay, can you speak again?
Sure. How does it sound now?
Wait, my Bluetooth is not connected. Let me try again. Yeah. Okay, can you talk again?
Sure. Do I sound normal? Loud?
You sound super loud. Wait.
Maybe I'll try to whisper in a very sexy voice.
Okay, I adjusted. Should be okay. Nunya, how is?
Yeah, he sounds the same.
Okay, cool.
Wow, really starting the open mic with a bang.
So for those in the chat, if you think the audio have some issues between the individual speakers, let us know who should be louder and softer. But the only thing I can do is louder and softer. I can do some things about changing the background noise and echo cancellation, but no, it's limited and it's very random. So yeah, horrible audio. Yep. So there's Zelensky threatened NATO. That's super random. I was kind of surprised. It's like what narrative are they wanting to push? I'm so confused. Sometimes they say they are good, sometimes they say they are bad, sometimes they say Russia is strong, sometimes they say they are weak, sometimes they say they're going to invade Europe, sometimes they say they don't. Then suddenly now they threaten to fall back. I'm so confused.
Well, isn't this I kind of take it as Zelensky kind of, he's running out of cards, right? What cards that he has left, the West need to be supporting because they've already put so much in it. And he can probably read it that, the media is already pulling back. They're kind of starting to, acknowledge the situation for what it really is. And he's desperately trying to oh, no. You guys were saying that we were winning and all that. Now you are the guys who are going to, he's going to try to put the blame on NATO for Ukraine losing, which, it wouldn't be completely wrong.
I don't know. Anything coming out of Kiev these days, it's just, to me, it's just a symptom of a regime that's collapsing, and the government's collapsing right now. I mean, everything that you read and hear, they don't have any money. People aren't getting paid. People are angry. Everything is just imploding. So, Zelensky is just grasping at straws. He doesn't know what to say, so he'll just say stuff. I wouldn't put too much thought into anything that he says, because it's dire there, from what I understand. From what I understand, even from what we follow this, and we know it's bad, but from what I hear, it's even worse than that. So, I get the sense that a lot of things are collapsing there, and you see it in the videos, right? You see, the citizens there are really angry. They are angry, and they're not angry with the Russians. I'm sure they're angry with the Russians, don't get me wrong, but they are angry with their government right now. And I said that months ago, guys, not to toot my own horn, but as soon as people stop getting paid, all bets are off. And that's what's happening in Ukraine right now. You've got if you've got a bunch of people who aren't getting pensions, aren't getting their regular paychecks, all of a sudden everything becomes less of a priority, because you just want to survive and eat and, stuff like that. So that's what I think is going on with Zelensky. He's just flailing about.
Wyatt, I think you're muted.
I forgot. Sorry. Tinsin said that Zelensky just fired a bunch of his advisors. I saw rumors on this on Twitter.
Yeah, one of his trusted advisors, one one of his top aides since 2019, he fired. So this guy predates the war. So my guess is he's probably. Oh.
Melkor, you need to put on speaker. Put on earphone. We can hear our echo. Or you turn off your speaker.
Yeah, my guess he's probably one of Zelensky's, really trusted aides, if he's been with him for that long. So the fact that he's lasted this long tells me that he's somebody that Zelensky probably had a lot of trust in. And the fact that he's being fired, I'm not really sure what to make of that. On the one hand, it could be, he told Zelensky what needs to happen, and Zelensky just wouldn't hear it, given whatever frame of mind he's in right now. Or it could just be very well Zelensky said, listen, we gotta get you out of here before the shit really hits the fan. And he's trying to protect him in some way. We don't know. I guess we'll know when we find out where the guy ends up, right?
So Dimitri in the live chat says that he fired everybody, including the business partner from the time in the entertainment industry.
Yeah, I think that was the guy I'm referring to.
Yeah, that sounds scary. That means something bad must be happening right now.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, I just have one question that I kind of haven't. I feel like I should have had a better understanding of it by this time, and that is because all this money going to the public servants and so forth in Ukraine. Do you guys know a little bit more exactly how someone is benefiting from that? I know the movement of money, someone is benefiting, but do you guys know a little bit more exactly who and so why this would stop? Because these who are benefiting would necessarily want the aid to Ukraine to continue, right? So if that is stopping, why are they losing influence, those who are gaining?
Sorry, I totally missed that question. Can you repeat that?
Sure. But what I was trying to ask was, because someone is benefiting from all these billions of dollars going to Ukraine, right, to fund the public servants.
Sure.
And so that's why it has been going on for so long. And we know that, but I haven't actually asked or tried to figure out who really benefits exactly, because that would explain why it would stop in the first place, right? So if we're seeing the support to the public servants, that money flow going back, it would be, I would kind of assume there are some people who no longer can benefit from that. And how can we read into it? For example, would there be announcements in how the economy is otherwise that would, these people are not going to have any more influence? Or,
well, I keep in mind, like, funding the government, you've got your frontline people, your nurses, your janitors, whoever are getting paid by the government. Like, they just want their paycheck, right? They're not getting paid. But then you've got levels of corruption all the way up to Zelensky. Like, so every managerial level, they're all getting a cut of something. And that's what Ukraine has basically evolved to, is just a really corrupt state where everybody's on the take. So now that no money's funding, the frontline people aren't getting paid. So they're starving to death. And the people who were on the take, well, if they don't have any benefit of being on the take anymore, it's just as well for them to, start to oppose it as well. Because, why wouldn't they? That's kind of how I see it, the whole system there.
So can I kind of reformulate that as a Ukrainian, the constituent assembly of the Ukrainian democracy is based on this trail of corruption, and once you don't have it, it basically means that the final facet of Ukrainian democracy no longer exists.
Correct.
Interesting.
So there was never democracy. It was just a bunch of corrupt people.
No, obviously not, right? But it's sort of like, why is this going? You have enough people involved in it to keep it moving, right? But then this is already sourced somewhere, right? The money is, of course, most of it printed in the United States, but there's still someone there who is benefiting enough and also gaining enough power to keep it going. To maintain this money flow in that direction. And the arms industry, they will have more direct capital that can be more explained in the military front. They could, of course, also have indirect profit, because they basically take all the expenses to the public servants. That's a negative externality for them, so they get the profit. But it's a massive negative externality, right? Because you're funding an entire country's public servant. But I'm thinking they cannot actually keep that going on that air alone. They will actually have enough schemes going on where you have real estate companies. I suspect BlackRock might be having some finger into it. But even there, if you look at most other countries where they go on these kind of IMF schemes like they did with Ukraine, they don't go on the kind of ramping up and keeping the whole. They keep parts of the public sector going, is what they usually do. But the rest of the population gets deprived, and then so they become indebted. And we haven't seen them doing. They seem to have, instead of going in the, they seem to have been going on the side. We're just going to throw more money on you. So like you are going to be in that situation one way or the other. It's just not going to happen in the same way as usual, right? But then who gains from it, right? Because usually you would have this iterative process through, let's say, IMF procedures and World Bank, where private lenders and so forth, who would be providing the so-called loans and aid, they would have like, oh, we want wages suppressed and we want decent as industry, say, open for business and so forth. And we saw much of that in Ukraine, right? But then why do we keep seeing the public servants being funded like to this point? You get what I mean? Like it seems like everything that was to be cashed out from doing that should have already been coming to fruition. And so the only reason they have done so, which seems insane for being Westerners, right? They have done so. They sent the money to Ukraine for political reasons, which the West doesn't do anymore, right? Well, so that's why I'm thinking like they must be seeing a financial incentive for having sent the money and so forth, and still
keep in mind
it's nothing to do with financial incentive.
Yeah, right. We're in the middle of a war,
to do with financial.
So it's keeping the population happy, right? Because if they get angry, they'll overthrow this government really quick. So all they're doing is throwing money at the problem, because they just need to keep getting paid. Because as soon as they don't get paid,
who's going to overthrow? Who's going to overthrow the government there? Like the men are mostly all fighting, or they've fled.
I'd be shocked if Zelensky wasn't planning something right now as we speak.
He's been paid off. Look at the portfolio of like real estate he has now, and his daughter has.
Yeah,
They've been
right.
well paid off.
Well, somebody will overthrow him, right? Like eventually, you're just going to start to see massive protests in Kiev if we're not seeing them already.
I don't think so. I
believe so.
It'll be suppressed. Like anybody that tries to, like we've seen what's happened to people that are dissidents there. Like they just end up being shot and killed, right? So, people aren't going to stick their head up unless they're actually like affected. And the other thing too is like the massive like budget deficit that Ukraine has. What is it, like 40 billion or something this year? It's going to be 40 billion of a deficit.
Yeah.
Like where is their tax base? Like where's the tax base now to fund this war? Like if we in the West, if we stop funding the war, it's over.
Well, yeah, and that's what we're seeing now.
Canadians don't want to. We don't want to fund it anymore in Canada, Nunya. Like we don't want to send any more money there.
Never did.
And the Americans don't want to send any more money there. And the IMF is going to lend the money, which supposedly they'll have to pay back. But like we all know that it's just the U.S. printing money and getting it to them in a different way. Like anything that comes from the IMF is basically coming from the U.S.
Right.
So unless they can pass the 61 billion or whatever it is that they want to get for Ukraine, like Zelensky's right. Like they're just going to have to keep falling back.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to be able to pay their soldiers. The soldiers won't want to fight if they're not getting paid. They're not going to be able to pay mercenaries to come in there and pick up the slack. They're not going to be able to buy ammunition. They're not going to be able to buy weapons to replace the systems that they've lost. So I don't see this going on a whole lot longer. I think.
Oh, I 100% agree.
Whenever Russia launches this Kharkiv offensive, like they're hammering Kharkiv right now. Like you can see them using fabs, and now they're saying there's fabs that'll fly. They can launch them from like their MLRS launchers, and they have their own. They have a small jet engine in them, and the range is 200+ kilometers. And the Russians have robots now that they're using for storming. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
No, I agree.
It's not looking good.
As soon as the money stopped flowing, and I said this back in December, as soon as that money stopped flowing, it would just take a matter of time, and that's where we're at now. Because, like I said, as soon as people stop getting paid, fighting a war is the least of the worries. And
the other thing too is
with the Ukrainians.
I think maybe it is already happening right now. So like because the funding now is dried up from the United States side, which is why maybe Zelensky can't pay all this top stuff, which is why he have to sack off all of them, because having them around, he have to pay a lot of money. Then just get rid of them, reduce the payroll.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Can I ask a question? Okay, we see all these fabs being thrown, and then now they are increasing the size of their missiles, and they're making the fabs bigger, right? But we also know the Russians have this other thing, the thermobaric missiles, and the main disadvantage of the thermobaric missile is that the truck has to go very near to throw the thermobaric missiles, and those seem like they have a much larger destructive power than a regular bomb. Like a regular bomb, it however big it is, it drops a place and then it blows up a big crater. But the thermobaric missiles have this shock wave that kind of goes out and kills everybody within like a few, I don't know how big is the kill zone. So why don't the Russians actually put the thermobaric missiles on a fab with the wing and drop it off a plane? Wouldn't that be a lot more effective? And why don't the Western powers have thermobaric missiles? Like
the Russians have the Russians have thermobaric bombs. Like they used them in Afghanistan.
Yeah, but why aren't they using it now? Like,
because they're awfully indiscriminate weapons. Like you have to, like they can only use a small thermobaric. They can only use a small thermobaric warhead.
So the TUS-1 is using thermobaric ammunition.
Yeah, but it's small. It's a small charge.
Yeah,
It's not a small charge.
It's fairly small. Like it's fairly limited in the distance that it's effective. Like it's designed for clearing trenches. It's designed for clearing bunkers.
Yeah.
Like that's what it's designed for. Like that's basically what it does. Like the bigger thermobaric weapons, it's like a small nuke. Like the FOAB that they tested weighs 7,000 kilograms, but it's got the explosive power of almost 50 kilograms or 50 tons. So it's a very, like that would be a weapon. That's a city center killer weapon. Like that's not a weapon to employ in a war like this.
The toss rockets, the small ones, the small thermobaric toss rockets on a fab, and then send, and then instead of fabbing them with regular fabs, fab them with the thermobaric.
Drew is bloodthirsty today. He just wants to see death all around.
I was curious. I was watching footage of the thermobaric missiles, and those look a lot more effective than the regular, And why don't the Western powers have? Why don't the Western powers send thermobaric missiles to the Ukrainians?
Because they're kind of like a gray area in legality.
Russia uses them all the time.
I know, but Russia doesn't really care about legality.
Well, but if can I ask it?
Well, they say they do. They say they do, right? They have an image to project. It's all about the West.
I mean, what exactly is the problem with the thermobaric? What's the problem with the thermobaric?
That's a political question.
Is it too big? It kills too good? I mean, the toss rockets are basically for like area denial and peppering tree lines and fortifications. The glide fabs are designed specifically to target troop concentrations and fortifications that are hardened. I mean, they use whatever tool they need for the job. What's the problem? We do the same fucking thing.
Well, if I may disagree, I know you had. It is not true. Putin is an illegalist. He actually normally doesn't like to do things without a rule, without a law. Even if he is a dictator, even if he can turn the things like it should be, he always tries to do things by the law. And before he normally change the law first in order to do it. For instance, you said they could the way they handle these criminals. Putin signed an order in order to allow that to happen. So it was not in the complete legal void. And it is something very important to say, because it's a lie. All this illusion that Putin does everything as they want. They don't care about the law. It's definitely not true. That was it.
It was illegal whenever he went into. It was illegal when he went into Ukraine. Like he doesn't care.
I mean, are we?
He cares about how it's perceived in the rest of the world. He doesn't care. Nobody should care about international law. No country should care about international law.
Sorry, Melkor. By international law,
at this point,
invoked the Article 52 to invade Ukraine. He didn't do anything without legal reason. Of course, most countries in the United Nations refused the right to invoke the Article 52, which is called a right to self-defense. But the right of self-defense is not like you have the right to defend yourself if you are attacked in the streets. It means it's a very nice way of saying legal way of starting a war. That's what Article 52 of the Charter.
International law only applies to the countries that decided it applies to them.
Right. Can I please throw a question here, maybe to narrow it down, so we don't get mired in the international law thing, because that's quickly a black hole. But the question was more like, why aren't the West using thermobaric weapons, but they are now coming to be okay with clusters, for example? I think that's kind of what Drew was asking. Like, why are thermobarics so bad compared to, let's say, cluster munitions, or for that matter, chemical weapons?
Why doesn't the US have thermobaric weapons? Why don't they send them to Ukraine?
Maybe they're just too expensive. I don't know.
Even any
I think a lot of times they go for the technology bang. Why spend money developing a thermobaric when you can drop a JDAM with 2,000 pounds of explosives on a doorknob. I mean, they might just be, they might be just going for the more technology stuff. Because I mean, think about it. You look at a fuel air bomb, it looks like some deformed egg-looking thing, and then they slap some wings on it, and now it flies 50 miles and blows shit up. I mean,
so I think
probably
Drew's
cost them like a
original
couple grand to make a kit, whereas the U.S., I mean, they would have to develop the bomb, then someone would have to develop the kit. I mean, I
like
just
like in regards to what Drew said about why the West doesn't use them, like there is a bit of a gray area in the Geneva Convention about the use of weapons that are designed to asphyxiate. So although a thermobaric fuel air bomb isn't primarily designed to asphyxiate, that is a result of part of the blast is also the vacuum that asphyxiates people in the area close to it. So that's why the West, for some reason,
well, I mean, they used it in Afghanistan.
Can I hop in on this thermobaric thing? The thing with the thermobarics is that the Russians invested a lot of money and time into their thermobaric weapons, especially something like the Solntsepyok, the TOS-1A. That's already like an evolution of the Buratino, which was a system from before that. And that's an evolution of, stuff that they've been doing before, with like stuff like Katyushas. So the Russians have been putting a lot of work into a thermobaric bomb, and there's a physical problem with developing thermobaric bombs, and that is you have to develop a significant portion of the actual physical missile itself to the fuel that you're going to use to spray around and then ignite. So when you look at like the range for a Solntsepyok, there's a reason it has a range of, I don't know, like 12 or 14 kilometers. When you look at the Grad, that has longer ranges. Why? Because they have like, 5 kilograms of explosives or something, versus something like the Solntsepyok has to have this massive, massive warhead. And that massive warhead, it was it's a sacrifice for range, and it was a lot of work developing that. So we don't have something like the Solntsepyok. We haven't developed that weapon. It's another one of those weapons that the Russians have invested time in that we just don't have an equivalent for. The best that we have is like HIMARS, precision, stuff like that. But I don't think we were planning on using thermobaric bombs to overcome trench warfare, and we haven't been not stockpiling such weapons, we haven't been developing them.
Okay, thanks. You answered my question.
I think it's because there is no need for such a weaponry as well. I think there is you can use the airstrike to do the same thing. You can use cluster bombs to do the same thing. And they have the JDAMs. They can actually go into the ground and explode. So even if you have in a bunker, there's bunker busters. So it's just a matter of no use. They don't have a need for it, for the kind of weaponry. They have an alternative.
Can somebody explain the Zelensky threatens NATO to retreat? Where's this news coming from? Can somebody give us a little bit of feedback on this so we can stay on? I really want to cover this because it's really important.
I guess, Joe,
can I ask something on the thermobaric weapons first before you move to that?
I mean, that's the title of the video. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask why, like the TOS-1A, why is it? Why can they have a longer range version? Because they have to be so close to the front. I think it's like what, 6 miles to the front lines. Why can't you have
basically the engine of the rocket is very small.
Yeah,
that's why you need in the rocket. You need a large part of the rocket to be used by the sub-ammunition that are thermobaric small bomb, basically.
Because
that's why since you have a small engine, you have a small one.
And it's not like you have like the U.S. From what I understand, our thermobaric bombs is something that we drop from an airplane. So you already solved the problem. You don't have a MLRS launched deployed thermobaric weapon, as far as I know. Not that I've really looked into that, but we've not seen them. So when we drop fuel air kind of stuff like that, we'll do it from an airplane, and Ukraine is not in a position to do that, to fly a big airplane over Russian trenches and drop bombs unimpeded. So the thermobaric weapons that we do have, they're not going to be. Ukraine's not in a position to even make use of them. There's been a time where they actually captured a TOS-1A and used it on the Russians. It made a huge deal about it. So you can be sure that we've captured them, we've studied them, and I'm sure that such weapons are in the making, or at least in some kind of development stage, because it's a fairly obviously effective weapon.
There's TOS-2 I saw that's being introduced. There's TOS-2. A newer version. Okay.
So then, Bobby, go.
Right, Dan.
I don't know the words to that. In the Barbie world, that's all I know. So the question that I had was, does anybody have actual news on the title? Because I think it's a very interesting topic about Zelensky talking about retreating.
So I saw it on the X. So basically he's saying that they cannot hold the front line anymore, and if they don't continue to give more, they cannot hold anymore. They have to retreat. Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, they've been talking a lot about really putting a lot of pressure on Zelensky's government approaching the 21st and his end of term. And then I kind of been thinking that maybe the reason that the French are so hot to get in there is because they all know how bad it really is. I mean, they have the intelligence. They see the reports. I mean, even if the Ukrainians lie to them, they still have all the satellite photos of the battlefields and the ISR. And I'm almost wondering if they fear that the Ukrainian army is on the verge of collapse in some areas, or maybe even a larger area like the Donbass. So they want to fall back, and maybe the French want to get in there and set up these zones under NATO control, under like humanitarian guys, you know, maybe feeding people or helping people that are injured. You know, nothing serious, no armor, nothing like that, just tents and soldiers, maybe some air defense to create this no-fly zone, you know, and then maybe that'll start causing problems. But I kind of think maybe there's something to that retreat thing, because maybe, you know, I mean, we all see how bad it is. We all have our opinions about it, and we all know it's, you know, regardless of our opinion, we all agree it's pretty bad. So maybe it is that bad that that's actually a serious consideration, and the French want to get in there and try to keep it from totally falling apart before they do it or something. Or maybe it's going to be coordinated. They fall back, the French occupy some places, or maybe NATO does, and then they sit there and say, we're going to keep this place safe. I don't know.
Prata?
I was going to...
you are first? Sorry. I don't know.
Okay. I was going to say, to me, I think this is part of the narrative shift. I think there's a narrative shift going on where it's coming out in British press as well, where people are starting to say, well, Ukraine can win, but they're going to need all this stuff, and the war is not popular in America, and there's all this funding that's being held up. So I think they were starting to build this whole narrative, and with like the small Baltic countries coming out and being really super aggressive, like we've done everything that we can to support Ukraine, kind of. I think everybody's trying to get on the side of it's not our fault that the war was lost. You know, in fact, it was still winnable even as late as that, you know, because they can already see where the political weight is starting to shift. And so they could blame it on that, you know, kind of have like a little bit of an alibi, get ahead of the story. And look, they're going to be like, even Zelensky, even back as far as, you know, March, they were saying the end of March, beginning of April, they were already saying that they're going to be doing nothing but retreating. And it's not because the Russians are doing so great. It's because, you know, the populations are just so sick of war. The soft populations and the soft politicians are so sick of war. And that's the reason why the Russians won the war. You know, that's what I think that is. I don't know who's next. Prata.
Pick one.
Prata. So we unfortunately live in a democracy which is not by electoral programs, but made by questionings in the streets, what people think about this and that, and the politicians try to decide their decisions making policy on that. So we have been seeing in Europe, of course, but probably also in the US, a looming of the support for Ukraine in almost all countries, and also the scaremongering of Macron and the Baltic countries have a very perverse effect on population. So this is helping. The other thing I should mention, which I think it was it become a trauma in the Kiev elites, is that because this is a war where all these elites feel very safe. The bombing of Kiev has never been really something very serious. Most of the destruction is actually made by the defense aerial systems falling down over the city and residential areas, but no real big destruction. And then we saw during the daylight the destruction in the middle of the city, of the headquarters of the SBU and another building where also some secret service were. And this, I think, was a kind of opening eyes for the Kievan elites. And I do believe Zelensky is not a hero, he's a chicken. And he was very, very scared for that, because it might be as Russia attacks and accuses Ukraine every day of terrorism, of being guilty for the Carcos terrorist attacks, that if the Russians will believe he's a terrorist, then he will be targeted. And that man wants to survive like a chicken. So Shadovi.
Yes, I just wanted to add something about what Von said. When you say the French want to do something, you're making a big mistake. Only Macron want to do it. And even that, I'm not sure. Most of the time, when he made a declaration, most of the time when Macron makes a declaration, it's just about internal politics. Basically, it's a way for him to make sure that no one speaks about internal French issues.
I mean, I agree with all that you said before. I was just saying that maybe they know it's so desperate that that's one of the crazy plans they have, is to try and create some safe zone in Ukraine that they can keep from Russia. But,
so I think it's a Nunia turn.
I mean, I think it's crazy to even think about it. And I mean, obviously, I agree with Macron always trying to distract, but I just think that maybe the situation truly is desperate.
Just to follow up on what Shadowy and Prata and particularly Bradley talked about just now with the narrative shift, I think what we're seeing now is absolutely, Bradley hit it 100% on the head. We're seeing a narrative shift, but the narrative shift that I think we're seeing is not so much for this war. Ukraine's done. They're finished. They will let the Ukrainians bleed out as many of their people as they possibly can, and then they're going to pull out. That's what happens with NATO. What I think they're doing, they've shifted the narrative now. You're seeing it all across Europe. You're seeing it in the UK. The narrative shift now is they still need to keep the money going, right? So the new plan now, the new narrative shift is we need to build up our forces, not for Ukraine, but for the next war. So we need to build up this new Cold War army to fight these evil Eastern people somewhere. That's the narrative shift you're seeing now. They still need to keep that money flowing. None of them want to fight, but they still need to keep the money flowing. And partially, they do need to build up their militaries. Let's face it, Europe doesn't have a military whatsoever. But that, to me, is what you're seeing now with the narrative shift. It's how do we back out of this clusterfuck that we've created for ourselves? But we still need to keep that American military industrial complex going, because we all get a piece of that too. Let's not kid ourselves. That's what we're seeing now. That's why when you hear Macron or that Russian UK admiral or whatever, or Kaya Kallas, any of these bunch of useful idiots, that's all they're doing. They're trying to shift the narrative to, we need to create this Cold War situation for no real apparent reason other than Russia bad. That's what we're seeing. Malcor.
Like, I understand what you're saying there, Nunya. Like, it's more complicated than that. Like, nobody wants to join the armed forces of their countries anymore, because their countries are unrecognizable compared to what they were 20 years ago. Like, I would never join the British military to fight for a country that has Sadiq Khan hating on white people in London, has Humza Yousaf is the Scottish whatever, and has like Sinn Féin in Northern Ireland saying that, oh, we must accept all these immigrants. And it's the same in France. It's the same in Portugal, although Prata doesn't want to say it is. The right, nationalist right, is rising everywhere through Europe.
Yep.
And those kids, those native kids that see the tax that they pay go to pay for people that just arrived.
But
they don't want it anymore.
I will say one thing: they're not right. They're just people who are sick of the bullshit. Like, I'm not a right-winger whatsoever, nor are you. But I'll bet you.
Well, I'm
we are
fairly
both
right-wing.
opposed to it. I was
socially and physically conservative. So
what happened, Drew? What were you saying, Drew?
Oh, I just came back because you guys were talking about narrative, and I noticed something very, very interesting the last week or so. After Russia, it's either after Russia sent that massive missile attack to take out a bunch of the SBU officers, or it's after they took out the Kharkiv power. I noticed on a lot of the social media sites, a lot of the pro-Ukrainian propaganda was gone. Like suddenly, like a pro-Ukrainian post, usually you'll get like thousands of upvotes, and then you'll go into people's feed because thousands of upvotes. Now they're gone. So they either hit the bot farm, like where they were controlling all the accounts to go upvote all these things, or the bot farm was in Kharkiv and lost power.
Money is over. No money.
Money's over.
So they had their propaganda operations in Ukraine somewhere, and they got hit. Is what I think, because suddenly it's gone.
You're saying.
Now you go to like X or like any of these social media platforms, you actually have to go look for the pro-Ukrainian posts because they're not being uploaded.
What you're saying, Drew. You're gonna get Leerud.
Huh? What?
You're gonna get Gonzo
Don't
Leerud
worry.
if you talk about troll bots, and those were real people, Drew. Those are real people. There are no bots.
We in Singapore very safe. Don't worry. No.
It's just something I noticed, and it's something that's significant to us because we are scrolling social media, Like,
well, I think Drew makes a good point, but I think I don't think the bot firm got blown up. I think that they just said, "Hey, we got to stop talking about this losing cause of ours." Right? We've all got this losing hand in a game of poker. We're not going to talk about it anymore. That's the narrative shift. It's just we're just.
I think the payment is late. The payment is late. Joe.
Yeah,
Joe,
the payment is late.
Joe.
Hey,
yeah,
Joey.
sorry. Yeah, I wanted to ask something about this withdrawal that Zelensky is talking about, and then this envisioned Russian advance, and whereby they take everything east of the Dnieper. I think that's what people normally say. But what I wanted to inquire is, are they also going to take the northeast of the Dnieper, the oblasts that are in the northeast of the Dnieper, Poltava, Chernihiv, and Sumy, which are mostly populated by either ethnic Ukrainians or Ukrainian speakers? Is that part of what Russia intends to conquer also? Because everybody says they'll roll up to the Dnieper, yeah. And I'm assuming that they'll face very stiff resistance in areas where there are ethnic Ukrainians and Ukrainian speakers in the northeast oblast. Those oblasts to the northeast.
I have an answer for that because that was what I wanted to say to Nunya. And the thing is that, oh, sorry, yes, of course you are. And the thing is, sorry, I don't know if I'm talking over you of your time. So the thing is that if the front lines fall, you will see a huge amount, an exodus of people fleeing all the areas where the Russians will come. And those people that are going to flee, Joe, are going to be the most Ukrainian engaged people, let's say like this, because the Russians haven't yet really occupied any areas of true Ukrainians historically, let's say like this. And they don't want, because we never really had claims trying to occupy Lviv, frankly, even Ivano-Frankov, or even the eastern part, most eastern part, or the Romanian parts. Those areas haven't been claimed yet. So most of all, we just hear about perhaps Dnipropetrovsk. We hear a lot about Kharkiv, and we hear about Odessa in a more smooth way. So, but coming back to Nunia, which I find it's very important, the war must go on. But the problem is that if we have this exodus of people coming from eastern Ukraine because the front lines fall, especially Kiev, if Kiev starts being bombarded, and you have 5 to 7 million people running to the frontier to come inside of Europe, Europe will be in a very dangerous situation because we already don't have place for anybody else. The countries will start to react in a very egoist way. They will start to close frontiers. They will start to make a blame game with each other, and this is extremely dangerous way. On the other side, the war must go on. The thing is that this war needs to move somewhere else in the world, and this is where we have a problem. They wasted so much weapons and haven't been able to replace them. Where are they going to make a war? Well, perhaps they can go to the Amazonas and try to do a war with the Amerindians, with the Indians there, and they will win, most probably. But yeah, it's how it is. I think they are
in the
scared.
jungle. I'm not even sure.
So damn, yes, exactly. I'm not even sure. That's a good one. Yeah, damn. Sorry.
I just listening to everything I've mentioned many times. This conflict seems like an episode of the Twilight Zone. It's just very strange to me that every time either Russia or Ukraine is going to do something big, they announce it. This is one thing that really weirds me out. They always announce something. Like even when that guy who was leading Wagner said, "Oh, we're leaving Bakhmut." Like every side has people saying, "We're gonna do this, we're gonna do that." So for me, the narrative, when people are talking about the narrative, there's not a narrative. Even if Zelensky said today, "Hey, by the way, we're all going to retreat," I guarantee you there's going to be thousands, tens of thousands of men in trenches that won't even know when the war is over, if they're retreating. So I've told you guys many times that no matter what comes from the top, there's people lonely in little foxholes, not getting information. So this war is just a weird thing of bad leaderships on both sides, because both sides have been guilty of this. The Russian side, I'm telling you, when that guy was saying, "Oh, we're gonna take a 2 week pause," I'm thinking, why would you announce this? This is the weirdest thing. This is not like real war. In many ways, this conflict has like transcended from a meat war to an information war to to see who can say the dumbest thing. In my opinion, there's a lot of dumb things being said on both sides. So the first question I had was Zelensky talking about retreating to NATO, which I think is the most brilliant thing he could actually do to save his soul, to save his people, is retreat. Do it already, because you're gonna save a lot of lives. And I don't think that Russia can occupy all of this land that many people talk about. For one, when I lived in Russia, not once did any Russian citizen say, "We're going to go to Odessa, we're going to go to this city, that city." Not even the president of Russia is talking about annexing things until they legitimately wanted to annex it. So when a lot of lunatics talk about Odessa, talk about random cities that are far from Russian reach, it makes my head hurt. Okay, for one, the only city right now that they could actually probably take is Kharkiv, only because how close it is to Russia and how all of these attacks have been happening. It's in their benefit to take it, because they took Avdiivka. Kharkiv is going to get Avdiivka. It's going to get enveloped and it's going to get swallowed by the Russian army. If the Russians are smart, they'll never try to land in Odessa. And I have to say it live over and over again, because you guys are like having wet dreams about this Odessa project. Russians don't want to spend any more lives like they did in the beginning of the war, and that's all I had to say. Thank you.
It is true. Well said.
Dan, you need to choose the next speaker. You didn't choose.
Okay, I choose Leo for coming in.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dan. But fancy about all of this idea of offensive, all of these plans of offensive in Ukraine. The big arrow offensive, as we know. The actually only way to get out of whatever we have right now with positional warfare is actually to go from the north all the way till the Dnipro. And eventually this is what maybe one day, maybe it will happen, because there is no any other way, because breaking through the Donbas, it will take such huge amounts of lives, it will take such huge amount of time. So breaking through the Donbas line, it doesn't make any sense, honestly. And in the north of Ukraine, it's pretty much there's no such fortified area. It's not really populated, and there's no heavy urbanized areas.
And that's the problem, Leo. That's the problem. There's nothing to kill. If you want to win a war, you have to fight where they're most at. Leo, the next big battle, like I've been saying from the beginning of the war, will be where the Ukrainians are most concentrated within a reasonable and tactical possibility. Odessa's retarded, but you want to kill Ukrainians east of the Dnieper. You want to kill as many as possible, and you want to attack where they're mostly in abundance. So if I was general, I would say, where's the most fucking Ukrainians? This city? Okay, in this city, let's go kill them there. And goodbye, guys.
Oh, well,
They,
before,
like if you go with like what Dan's saying, it is true. Yeah. I mean, there's like 30 brigades of Ukrainian troops up between Kupiansk and Kharkiv region, and they all have to sit there because of all the Russians. So they've already got their concentration. They've already started bombing them. I mean, they already hit them with FPV drones and random fabs. And I'm
I
sure
would
that
say, honestly, I
but I
would
mean,
say
the idea that the Donbass is some stronghold still is, yeah, there might still be strong points in it, but there's also areas where it's pretty much on the verge of collapse or opening up. And that's not to say the Russians are going to drive in there with these big offensives, but I mean, there's a lot of potential for this summer for the Russians to pick up a lot of territory as the Ukrainian army fades away. And every day they get hit. I mean, they got to move up and try to stop at these places, and you know they're not getting they're not even getting reinforcements or anything else. So yeah, Kharkiv can be a place, Donbass could be a place, Zaporizhzhia could be a place, Staromayorsky. I mean, pick a city. I mean, there's plenty of places where the Russians are all over it. You know, it just depends on what they want to do.
I would say, honestly, it's most stupid idea. Okay, in terms of war of attrition, it makes most sense, but in terms to win a war, it doesn't make any sense, because Russia eventually, we wanted to win this war, yeah, and for that, instead of killing all Ukrainian soldiers and all Ukrainians eventually, we kind of, there's another way, and this is kind of what happened in Iraq in 1991 at February, when the 7th, I think, Armored Division had breakthrough to the highway leading from Baghdad to Kuwait. And this is what can happen eventually in Ukraine, because the Russians can break through from the north, reach the Dnipro, and eventually they can strike all of these bridges across the Dnipro, and it doesn't take a lot of rockets, it doesn't take a lot of resources, and eventually all of this Ukrainian grouping across the Dnipro, it will be basically cut off from supplies, and well done. It's otherwise, and all of this grouping, it won't fight till the end. Basically, it's most of them are encircled, and you're just going into their flanks. You're going into their back, and basically, this is how basically War of 1991 ended, and this is how Ukraine can end. because as soon as all of this grouping across the Dnieper is finished, who will defend Ukraine? Those, I don't know, few thousands, few 10,000s of Ukrainian soldiers, of those mobilizators who are working on mobilization. Basically, there's nothing. All of this Ukrainian grouping in the Donbas and Zaporizhia, this is the main Ukrainian army. So eventually, instead of trying to break through the Donbas, trying to kill us more Ukrainians, Russia actually needs to do opposite. To try to save the men, not only of Ukrainian men, they need also to save their own men, because all of these assaults, they take a lot of life. And you could saw that even in Avdiivka, it wasn't so that the Russians just entered the city. Okay, it took a lot of time for Russians just to enter the city, and a lot of lives also from the Russian side. So instead of sacrificing men,
Leo, wrap it up.
they can go over.
Wrap it up, bud.
Yeah, this is basically everything.
Okay, Meddy, go next.
I disagree. I think we're within weeks of something happening. If you look behind, and I've explained this, if Wyatt could bring up the map, if you look behind where the concentrations of these Ukrainian forces are, they're all in front of major hubs that can allow the mobile army to spread out in what they call their blossom after they make it through the front lines, which they've done now. We're seeing the penetration done. I mean, they even agree, and if you look at Soviet military doctrine, which is still today, it says that war will be stagnant at first because of the meeting engagement, all that, but it goes mobile eventually. They have the edge in mobility right now. They have the edge in firepower. I do still believe that they will cross in Kherson because they're going to want Odessa, and having the fight down towards it doesn't make as much sense as if you can cross there. It all depends as if the Ukrainians, if they think the Ukrainians can strike any bridgeheads they have there, which would make it not feasible. But even still, they're going to want to isolate and get to Odessa while they have the strongest army they have in the field, which means quickly before anybody else can react to it from NATO. And then we'll see where they go from there. They will go for concentrations. They did say they want to demilitarize and denazify the Ukraine. So they're going to have to go after these groups of individual units if they are. They will, but the goal right now is to get in behind the lines and get mobile by getting control of these these road hubs and crossroads and bridges. And I think their next goal is to what they're going to try to do is get up to Zaporizhia, cut that off, and then there's a logistical nightmare for the Ukrainians having to shift, what we would call northeast, northwest, and southeast. It just won't work. So I'll end there because now I'm babbling.
Oh, another thing that's been going on too, real quick on Meddy's point, is they've been specifically targeting military commanders of different types of units like special forces, air mobile, mechanized units too. I mean, I don't really know where everyone's getting irritated about, oh, they're going to be this or that. I mean, the signs are there that there's going to probably be some major movement in the Donbass over the summer. The signs are there. If they want to push around Kharkiv, they can. I mean, I personally never talk about an amphibious landing in the Donbass or in Odessa. I figure they'll go to Odessa when they could just fucking drive there. There's really no one left to stop them because there's no reason to expend the effort to do it before then when you can stay where you're at right now and just grind them up into shit. And when they're gone, you just drive where you want. But that's not to say there won't be opportunities that present themselves on the battlefield where they will push out and take a bunch of territory because there's no one there to stop them.
I just want to clarify. I mean, they cross in Kherson, not across to Odessa, that they'll try to cross in Kherson to get there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just, because I didn't want people thinking I meant across directly
but I
to
mean,
Odessa.
I don't know if they'd risk a crossing unless it was pretty much unopposed. I mean, if it takes another 6 months to make it unopposed, why wouldn't they just take another 6 months? You know?
I'd like to jump in kind of on Leo's point and on Meddy's point to say that it's kind of that, I think from my eye, that's kind of what the Russian plan sort of is. It's like they didn't, remember when they didn't bomb the absolute bejesus out of Kiev, right? I think they don't want to do that to Odessa either. I think that what they're doing is they're putting Ukraine slowly into a position where they're having to negotiate from a further and further strength of greater and greater weakness. And then they could negotiate things like, okay, well, you're going to have to, I don't know, let us lease Odessa for 100 years. Maybe you're going to have to give us Odessa so that you can keep Kiev. And we're just going to give you rights, so we both co-own Odessa. So the Russians are viewing war as an extension of politics by other means, and they're happy to switch from their war stance to the diplomacy or to whatever else it is that they think they need to do to achieve their political ends, which, I think the Russians have done maybe a intentionally poor job of maybe defining, because not everybody understands exactly, because people are like, okay, well, denazification, demilitarization, okay, but also the war is about NATO expansion, okay, but also the war is about ethnic Russians in the Donbass, because you have all of these different things playing together. It maybe sometimes weakens and makes the message more murky. But yeah, that's kind of, I think that the Russians are going to eventually let Odessa fall kind of like an apple into their hand. Don't have to fight for it, don't have to destroy it. You just, once Ukraine is so screwed, then they have to do something. I don't know who was first, Shadowy or Joey. Go Shadowy.
Okay. First, I'm going to answer to Leo. I think you are wrong about one thing. The problem of Russia is not to win this war, because we all already know that this war is already won for Russia. The problem is to win the next war, and that is more complicated. For that, you need a very, very weak Ukraine. To weaken Ukraine, you need to kill today a lot of Ukrainian soldiers, because the soldiers are basically the guy who are going to populate the country, to make the country strong. So if you kill them today, you don't have to fight their son in 20 years. And the second thing you could do to weaken Ukraine is to take Odessa. If you remove Odessa from Ukraine one way or another, Ukrainian is worth nothing. That's what I think. And of course, we cannot do a military operation for Odessa. That could just waste a waste of time and a waste of troops. Odessa is going to be taken or in a peace deal, like Bradley say, or after disintegration of the Kiev state and the Kiev army. Basically, like you said, they are going to drive to it without opposition. That's the first point. The second point is about the north part of the country. I think the plan of the Russian is to move very slowly. Why slowly? Because it allows them to protect their troops and to make sure that they're not going to lose a lot of people. As always, they are not thinking for this war, but for the next one. And for the next one, they need to save all their soldiers today. It's exactly the opposite things for the Ukrainian. So they are going to move slowly. And the second point to move slowly is to make sure that there is no guerrilla fighters hidden in forest, in city, other things like that. And that's what Dan was always thinking about guerrilla fighters. They have to clean everything and make sure there is no problem on the rear side. And the third thing, they want to basically make sure that all the pro-Ukrainian refugees, pro-Ukrainian civilians, had time to become refugees in Europe. So they are going to advance very slowly to make sure that all the civilians flee to the west. That's why they are not going to destroy the bridge. They are going to let the bridge intact to allow the civilian to flee. Okay, next one was, I think, Joey or Prata, I don't know.
So maybe just to reiterate my original question.
Okay, Joey.
Yeah, because maybe it's just to make it simple. Because these three oblasts, Poltava, Chernihiv, and Sumy, they're in the east of the Dnieper River. they're mostly Ukrainian speakers or ethnic Ukrainians. Are the Russians also going to take that, knowing that most of the population is not ethnic Russians? And what will be the result? Because I'm assuming there'll be a stiff resistance. Leo was saying that because the Donbas is heavily fortified, maybe the Russians should come in from the north. So I'm assuming from the north is through that Sumy Chernihiv region.
Joey,
Yeah.
I think
So-
you're looking. I think your question already shows that you're not thinking about the war the way the Russians are thinking about the war. The Russians aren't thinking about the war in terms of like, oh well, if we capture this, oblast, then there's going to be 68% greater Ukrainian language speakers that are going to be sympathetic towards the. They're not really. They're looking at this war as it's not over. It's not actually a war over territory or over land, or over people. That's not what they're really doing. It's a war over reorganizing the security framework of Europe as a whole, and Ukraine's role in that. And so Russia is, even though Russians themselves view Ukrainians as close people to them, Ukrainians are brothers, etc. That's not really even how, despite how unpopular it is to go to Ukraine, where and people have family, so many people in Russians in Ukraine have family in Ukraine and vice versa. No matter all of this stuff, right? The Russians are still going ahead and still going through with it. Why? Because they're going for the whole shebang. They're not saying like, oh well, if they were thinking about the war, how you're saying like, okay, well this place has more natural gas, so maybe it's worth it. Oh, but there's a huge Ukrainian population who's hostile, so it's not worth it. That's not how they're thinking about this. So the question, I don't know, I'm not so sure it makes a lot of sense. At least it doesn't to me. I think that Prata was next.
You're
You're
Prata.
muted.
You're muted.
You are still muted.
Yeah. It's mostly a war for rearranging security. Ukraine, most of the reasons why Ukraine was invaded was because they questioned the whole security. First of all, of the agreement on the borderline in terms of the Donbas, and they started attacking days before the Russians invaded. But almost a year before, Ukraine made a kind of a security document where they put
Nuclear weapons.
It's CIA. CIA got him already. CIA got
Yeah.
Bless you.
Sorry, well, Prata's saying that, the Ukrainians were trying to rearrange the security framework in even the nuclear umbrella.
Yes, and so as the situation goes, the security arrangements also change. So we see, for instance, that for Belgorod to be secured, Kharkiv will have to be given. In order to secure the Crimea, the Ukrainians made the biggest stupidity to show to the Russians that they can't keep Odessa. So they will need a kind of a security agreement, international occupied, whatever, that Odessa can't be on the hands of the Ukrainians or any militarization. So this is very important to understand. Somewhere in comment. The problem is that because it is clear that this is about rearranging security and being sure that Russia is secured, so but also Belarus, because Belarus was a few years before quite putting the Baltics and Poland made a lot of produced a lot of situations that question the security of Belarus as well. So it's all about reassuring that these countries are domestically and on the frontier secured. Now, NATO has been playing with this around to the point which is very difficult. What the message we have from NATO now is that we can't have borders with Russia. They are creating problems all over the Russian border, be it with airplanes that constantly almost go into the Russian airspace. A few days ago, we had 2 American bombers trying to enter in the northern coast, with the northern border with Norway. This never happened before. The Norwegians never allowed NATO troops to to go that further north to the border. And this is something very complicated. When we have empires, they have 3 or more less possibilities of dealing with each other. Either they make a really secure agreement between themselves, a peace treaty, and they have these lines really well demarcated. Either they don't, and they are so strong. Once one party is so strong, it creates a big wall. The Romans did it, the Chinese did it, the Koreans did it, several people in history did these big walls because they didn't have a partner on the other side. Or 2 big empires created terra nullius. It's an unoccupied land, big enough that gives security to one side and to the other, that the other is not coming near. And within Europe in the 19th century, we had the insurgency of buffer zones, buffer countries, Belgium, Norway, Switzerland, which kind of block most of the border between the big powers in Europe. Now we have a problem that the NATO and Russia need to decide. How do they want to have their borders? The lines secured with agreements, how many troops can come to the border, or will we have a really big wall, but that's still not possible because of the how far weapons can achieve today, or will we have a terra nullius? And this is what the Russians have been telling you when they say a sanitary cordon. This is really bad. It means it's a really big part of land that can't be occupied. It should be dangerous enough for people to understand that this land needs to be empty either by a cord or by a nuclear bomb, for instance, where people can't occupy that land anymore. So it's quite preoccupying. Where we're going through. So, Fawn, you have been waiting so long.
I was going to say, I mean, I agree with what a lot of everybody said pretty much. But I mean, in reality, I mean, if you want it simplified, in regards to Ukraine, I mean, well, first of all, as far as Russia and its military goes, unless there's some catastrophic change that changes the trajectory, no one in Europe's really going to have much to say about what Russia's end game is unless they want to go nuclear. But in fairness to that, that's way off. As far as Ukraine goes, the deal's going to be whatever Russia takes is what is going to be for their goals, their security needs are met, then that'll be where it's at. I mean, I sat for a while, so I kind of lost my train of thought on it. But I mean, that's the thing is all these, you were talking about all these like Ukrainian speakers or Russian speakers, ethnic. It doesn't matter. Whatever area the Russians occupy to meet their goals of security and whatever, you're either going to be on board with the Russian plan or you're not. And if you're not, you'll leave. You'll probably leave beforehand. They'll probably vet people and kick them out. But you're either, in the area that Russia decides is its security area, its goal area, whatever that may be in the end, you'll either be on board or you'll be gone. I mean, and I don't mean that in a nefarious way, but if there's no reason, if you're not going to be part of the project, then they're not going to put up with you and keep you around. So they'll just make it to where people will just self-immigrate, or people that are troublemakers will go to prison or get killed in counter-terror raids, I guess. But I mean, that may be a long-term, big-picture goal, but really the bottom line is wherever Russia sets its border is, you're either on their team or you're not. And if you're not, that's going to be a hard way to go for you.
I think Leo has been holding his finger up forever. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just have questions for Shadowy. First of all, which second war? And the second is not really a question. I would say it's more of kind of my personal perspective, because honestly, if this war is not ended by Russian victory, and by Russian victory it means that Ukraine, okay, it still exists as a country, but part of KSTO, and basically as like Belarus today, or whatever the Kremlin thinks. But Ukraine is under control of Russia, and in that terms, that so to say, basically that there's no like this non-occupied area in between, because we already have Belarus, we have Kaliningrad, Finland joined NATO. NATO is all over border with Russia, and I think
So
pretty
you're
much
what you're saying is, since NATO's already snatching up these neutral territories, it doesn't make sense for Russia to leave Ukraine out of their sphere of influence. They're going to pull them into their orbit as much as they can, because obviously there's no neutral, they're not striving to keep countries neutral between NATO and Russia. Is that what you're saying?
No, there's no neutral zone already.
Okay.
Ukraine is kind of part of NATO de facto. It's just not official, but their army. So the only thing I think will be neutral after war, not in a long time, will be the Moldova, but its future will be decided already after war, even. But basically, Russia have all resources to end this war, and even now, because this idea that the Russian army encircles Ukrainian army in Donbas, it's because the land doesn't matter. What matters is to win this war, and to win this war, Ukraine needs to lose its army, and in these terms, Russia needs to encircle and destroy. But to destroy Ukrainian army, it will take centuries. Like in terms
well,
of
basically that completely answers Joey's question, because that's what Joey was asking. But I guess who was next, Shadowy?
Yes. To answer you, Leo, if there is no another war in Europe between Russia and the Western country in Europe after this one, it's a very good news. So we could already disband NATO and transfer all the resources to AUKUS. I'm pretty sure that the NATO officials are going to be very happy with this decision. No, I'm sorry, Leo, but let's be realistic about this one. There is going to be another war. Not tomorrow, of course, but in 1 generation or 2 generations. It's a very sad thing, but the Western world is the Western world.
But with who?
With NATO. Except if you disband NATO. But if you have NATO, NATO is tools built for war. At the first, it was some kind of defensive things, but today it's an offensive war.
I mean, there will be a war, unfortunately, one day, but that is a question what like had been, I don't know. This question was like since Stalin time, that there will be a war between NATO and Soviets. Now Russia and NATO.
And this is
what is it? Einstein said that I don't know what weapons World War IV or III will be fought with, but World War IV will be fought with sticks. Nunya's been trying to talk for a while.
Oh, I just wanted to follow up on what Shadowy just said about NATO. 100%. I think if after Ukraine's inevitable defeat occurs, if NATO survives it, and I'm not so sure that it will, but if it does survive it, the only point of NATO is to form an alliance against Russia and to have some sort of buffer against Russia. Now, with that said, that doesn't necessarily mean that will happen. I think that we're overlooking the fact that the world is changing so rapidly. I mean, what China and Russia have accomplished, guys, in the last 2 years because of this war, in terms of de-dollarization, they've accelerated plans by decades. So I think that, and that'll continue. So you're seeing such a rapid shift away from the West that I'm not so sure that the Europe of even 10 years from now will look anything like the Europe that we see today, because things are truly moving in at such a rapid pace on the financial side of things. Like, you know, Europe's not in a good place right now, and United States won't be in a good place. U.S. default is all but certain within the next 10 years. So, you know, there's a lot of other geopolitical things that are going on, which I think will supersede any sort of conflict in Europe, because it just won't matter anymore. That's my thought on it. Go ahead, Meddy.
Actually, I want to follow up on what you said, because, you know, throw BRICS in the equation now. And, you know, from the beginning, I've been saying, you know, could this end in a conflict between of world influence between BRICS and the UN? Which one is going to decide what international law is, and what courts are going to be held for human rights violations and such like that? Which one will the world choose? We stuck the UN in there to be able to do our bidding and let us get away with whatever we wanted. This is why Russia waited until BRICS was formed before they acted, because they wouldn't have called it a SMO unless there was a reason for it. And the reason for it was going to gather evidence to bring before the world to see the reason why they went in Ukraine. They knew that UN would never give them a fair shot, but there was BRICS behind it. And that's why I think this has been coordinated somewhat to a degree. And there was a time when Biden traveled to China. He spoke to Xi, comes back, and about 2 weeks later, an unannounced trip between either it was Putin that went to China or Xi went to Putin. But after that trip, they talked, and then a lot of shit started changing right after that. And I have to wonder what came out of Biden's mouth that started those chains of events. I might be completely wrong about it, but I know for a fact the visits happened in that order. So, you know, we are in a world that everything is changing. God only knows where we end up. And I don't think NATO exists after this at all. I think we're gonna be lucky if the UN exists as it is right now. If it even survives, maybe even the EU itself. I mean, everything may just shatter. Who knows which way a country's gonna go if they're only in it for their own influence and without the United States telling them what they have to do. You know, who knows? Big new world out there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so that's what's at stake, right? The war didn't start out as an existential war for, you know, Western institutions and even maybe necessarily Western hegemony, but we've turned it into that. And so when you ask Joey, you're like, okay, well, how are the Russians going to handle this particular, let's say it's a really tough military challenge. Let's just pretend, for example, right now that for some reason the Russians are going to do a really brutal and bloody offensive. They're going to land people in Odessa, right? Whatever it is. They don't even, it's not that, these things don't necessarily matter. Of course, it does matter because Ukraine is trying very hard to win these territories back, but the fight is over all the marbles. It's over much more. It's over Ukraine's place in the world, yes, but it's also over what kind of world we're going to be living in and what kind of world Europe is going, what is Europe's economy going to look like? What is going to be the place of places like Hungary, and Turkey and all that stuff? Go ahead, Meddy.
Let me interject this too. Let's think about how Putin has to look at the United States and those countries involved. There is no way to predict what these maniacs will do for whatever cause is driving them. They're not acting as sane, logical people, period. If they cared about human life, they would have stopped this a long time ago. It's obvious they don't. So whatever they're concerned about is worth all our lives, I feel. And if you look at the doctrine that the United States had during the 80s when I served, and the military force that was NATO then and what it is now, it is only a small sliver of what it used to be. So the only real threat ever there was the use of nuclear weapons. And there's the thing, because Russia also had to, they're weighing their cards, because every which way, if they escalate, who knows what the idiots will do on the other end. They don't have any other fucking response but to throw nukes around, because there is no NATO army coming to save Ukraine. It ain't gonna happen. It doesn't exist. It can't sustain itself going across the Atlantic all this time when it's going to be harassed by Russian missiles and subs. It's just a fact. Let's just face reality for now. But, the one thing is also, it's like in warfare. Gino Giap said it, when you have somebody that's got a higher technical army than yours that can drop bombs from over your head, the best thing to do is to grab them by the belt and keep engaged with them, so that artillery and their bombs and missiles cannot be used like that. But, think about what Russia's going through, because they have to think like about the nukes that they know have always been part of U.S. doctrine. The only video on my site shows it. You guys have all seen it, and I've talked about till I'm sick in the head. It even said it in our own manual that it's known throughout the military that it would fight for a few up to 5 days, and then it would use something they called demonstration nukes, or low yield tactical nukes, once the Cav got the Russian formations to deploy fully, so they could wipe them out right there. They've known this all along, so that's also playing in the back of their head. So there's a lot more considerations, I think, on Putin's side about this than a lot of people think. And you know what? I didn't even think of it, why they would want to go slower. But they're thinking a larger game too, like Shadowy said. And you can't take that out. I mean, you got to think of the Black Sea too, and control of that. That could ruin offensive operations as they are. And I was talking in chat about this, is that I heard the fleets out there, and the Black Sea quote unquote fleet is, it's made for the shallow depths of the Black Sea. I'm not an expert on anything, and especially that. But imagine this: the security zone of one of those ships going out there goes out there right in where a U.S. Flying surveillance drone will fly. It has its own security circle that goes all the way up to space of 200 miles. What happens if that crosses into it? What's the U.S. going to do if we shoot it down? How do they know it was friendly or hostile? Those things got to start to be considered right now. So I'll leave it there.
Can I go?
Pick someone to go.
Okay, I actually have three points. The first was we were talking about where we think Russia will hit next. I think given that Russia has now taken out the Kharkiv power supply, I think the next big thing, that after it's taken all the Avdiivka villages, and and there's that open space, I don't think they'll cross it. I think they'll use it to kind of hold on, and then they will activate their Kharkiv offensive. They will actually surround and take it out. Because Wyatt said somewhere in one of his videos, there are like 50 brigades in Kharkiv, like just sitting there. And if we follow all along with Russia's demilitarization objective, they're going to hit where the brigades are. They're going to go to where the Ukrainians are. So they're just going to start bombing and taking out Kharkiv to kill those brigades inside there, is what I think. The second point is question of where's the next war after Ukraine. Well, we have seen that after Newland left, the China Hawks are back in the State Department. So recently, somebody posted in our chat that Philippines, the State Department said that if any Philippine national gets killed or injured or something or other, that the US would activate this Article 5 to go and protect the Philippines. So I think that answers the question. Where is the next war? It's China. They're gonna forget about Russia and then go after China. That's really, really dumb, because if they can't outproduce Russia, there's no way in hell they can even have a chance against China. But when it comes to political hawks, they don't think about reality. They don't think about all these kind of constraints. They still have their mind.
I think they're gambling on a different war in China. I think they think the war in China will be different.
They hope it will be, but so I think that's the next war. Hopefully, they will come to their senses. The third thing I wanted to talk about is this one is a little bit longer. Last week, you remember, I actually was in kind of follow on to what Meddy was saying about the US politicians. Remember last week I was saying about the US, in its self-interest, had to go, because of its low population, and along with Europe, had to go around creating chaos around the world. Otherwise, it would never be able to compete. Because if you have the same GDP per capita per person on Earth, every person in China is equal to every person in India is equal to every person in US, then China will be 4 times as rich, and India will be 4 times as rich as the US. So they cannot compete on an equal basis. So in the interest of the US people to keep their people richer than the rest of the world, they needed to go around creating chaos to keep them poor, because they themselves cannot outcompete economically on a person-by-person basis, right? Unless your guys want to work 8 to 9 p.m. every day, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day, is just logically not going to happen. So, but that strategy has worked. That's why the US is still the richest country on Earth, based on some matrix. Some say China is, right? But in the interest of US self-interest, the problem now is the politicians that are in play in power right now, they still are following this strategy of creating chaos around the world. But we all can see, it's clear as day now, this strategy is now hurting the people of the US and Europe. It's not helping the people of the US and Europe. So it's time for but the people that are in charge right now aren't able to see that. They're still trying to force this strategy that's worked for 5 decades down the throat of reality. It's not going to happen, because reality is pushing back. And so what US and Europe needs to do is to pivot away from this this strategy. Move away. Instead, US still has a lot of good things going for it. It's got the world's best propaganda machine, i.e. Hollywood. It's still got the best way of best narratives. It's still got one of the best cultural centers. People still want to go to the US to live the American dream. They still want to go to the US to build their future, because they still believe in this dream. Many people in the world still see it that way. That has not gone away. They still think it's the center of freedom. They still think it's So if the US just, instead of takes back slowly takes back its military operations overseas, and then reinvest this money into actually making its cities look nice, its infrastructure look great, and built up that way. They don't have to be an industrial power. They don't have to be a military hegemon. They can actually transition slowly into this cultural hegemon, like the place where people want to be. And if they can make their cities that welcoming, and if you can go to San Francisco and take a video and walk around and see, oh, how nice this is, you'll continue the dream, you'll continue the narrative. So the US doesn't have to be the richest on earth for people to still want to go there, because they have such strong narrative power, and people still believe in that dream. So I think that's how the US should pivot. But to do that, you need the right politicians that understand that the old way of trying to conquer around the world, even though it's worked so far, is now hurting them. And for U.S. self-interest, they need to stop that, and then transfer the pivot into a kind of a built internal kind of strategy, and that would actually benefit the U.S. population as well, because when all that money comes back to building infrastructure and whatnot, the people living there like Meddy and whatnot will actually live through that reinvigoration of their local economy. Yeah. So anyway, Prata.
Well, the power of attraction of the United States, of course, is still very big. They still have economical capacity, but it doesn't mean that they'll be able to hold it for much longer. Their power of maintaining narrative is always also fading away. Everything is fading away. And if there is a default, which can happen, then we have a problem of the US losing its face for a long time. For a long, long time. A big depression in the US will hit them so extremely high. They have been able to suppress some depressions in the last years with that narrative, as like Drew was saying. Through the back door, trying to get more money inside of the system to support a bit the coming back of the economy, hiding those, because the information war is nowadays very perfectionist, hiding the weak spots in a way, and they were able to keep it, but doesn't mean that we were able for much longer. Most of the emission of money goes to central banks. And there is a very interesting scheme that since the middle of 2023, the US is emitting less and less bonds. And in long-term bonds, which actually were normally bought by pension funds, central banks, mostly central banks actually, because they just need them to invest to have some security on the money they have in order to combat inflation. They don't need to have them immediately the money there. But no, what the US is doing now to compensate the fact that not so many countries are buying them bonds, or the central banks are buying them bonds, they are emitting short-time bills, and this is a good sign that we are seeing not just in the commercial area that less dollars are being used, and actually much less euros are being used. That also in the central banks, where most of the money actually, the big part of the money actually makes volume, they're also diminishing. So we have this problem that the US one day will realize if it puts more money into the market, it will create such an amount of offer that they can't just turn away. So the default is very possible within 10 years. I give it 10 years. Before that, it's not possible. They still have a lot of power, but everything is fading away. Their attraction for the attraction they had before for democracy, for way of life, is fading away. People are not going to the United States anymore for that completely. They are going for money. They are not going for the American way of life. This is going on. If you see,
can I back you up real quick?
Yeah,
can I back you up?
I'm really finishing. The Hispanics, for instance, the Spanish used to go to the United States and integrate, but the new Hispanics don't do that anymore. They are not interested in expect. They are just going there to make some money, coming back, not to stay there anymore. So, Meddy, sorry, I give you the voice.
No. I wanted you to keep on speaking and preach it, brother. I just wanted to back you up. As somebody that lives in America, I see what you're saying. And it's what have we proven? If we were to, and you know what, that well, who said it? It was be the shining city on the hill like you claim. It was the chat that went up there. You know what? That's exactly right. As an American, I don't feel we've earned that moniker. We've let it slip from us. We aren't that shining city that everybody used to look to, that we keep on telling ourselves we are. If we want to be it, we have to face it and fucking fix it, but nobody wants to face the reality of what we become. to others around the world, because we're completely isolated about how the world views us, because our government isn't letting us see it for the most part. And I'll stop. Probably that was that was my answer better than I could have given it the way you said it.
But I just want to have add a little slight nugget of reality. The latest bond sales that the US issued, 68% of the amount that was purchased was still from overseas buyers. So this transition away from losing trust from the US is still very slow.
No, you're wrong there. Let me in. No, the last two bond sales have been abysmal. So 68%, you're not looking at the yields that they were demanding for that. They have skyrocketed through the roof, guys. To Prata's point, let me give you a horrifying stat. The U.S. is adding $1 trillion of new debt every 3 months. That was a figure from the Bank of America, not mine. So it is what we're seeing right now. They cannot get the bond sales that they previously got, and the bond sales that they're getting, they are paying through the nose for them. This whole house of cards is coming down quickly. And I go back to what I previously said, guys. What Russia and China have done for de-dollarization in the last 2 years, they have accelerated it. What is normally would have taken decades, they've accelerated in 2 years, and that they're going to continue to accelerate it. This whole house of cards is coming down sooner than we think. They say 10 years. I think it's going to be less than 5.
Just to add to Drew, first the euro will go, then the dollar. The euro will go first, most for sure. So I think it's Leo or Joe. Joe?
I want to cut in the. Wait.
Oh.
Leo, give me a second. So, later, please let me. Later, we please discuss what is the implication if this collapse come, so that we can all prepare for it. But you all can continue first. But because I'm interested in the economics side of things, but no, I don't want to detract so far. Who is?
No, there is something I wanted to say to that actually, Wyatt. So I'll wait till we're through here.
Oh, I can speak to that all day, every day. Like that. This is kind of like what I find interesting. So yeah, I can talk about pending economic collapse till we're blue in the face. Just let me know.
Yeah, we talk later. We let.
Okay, so no economics. Okay, basically, I wanted to return back as normally to the Kharkiv, the idea of Kharkiv Offensive. Yes, I know it's been like 10 minutes ago, but I just wanted to say that it's actually worse than going to Odessa. It's worse than anything what the Russian high command can plan. Because, okay, right now, what I think Russia is doing, they're preparing for this offensive in the north, because Russia needs a lot of men, they need a lot of equipment, special equipment, they need a lot of rockets, especially rockets, because how can you bomb the bridges across the Dnieper? But basically, Russia is kind of preparing for this northern offensive because there is no other way to stop this war. But Kharkiv offensive, it's even actually worse than going into Odessa, because in terms of going to Odessa, the naval...
No, wait, Leo, hold up. But it would be really awesome if we could make this point concise, and so we don't get too distracted from what we were talking about. So you're trying to say that it's not likely that the Russians are going to go into Kharkiv and take it up front, and why is that?
No, about the Kharkiv, I wanted to say that it's way bad idea, because Kharkiv is just another Donbas, because it's another super heavy urbanized area. It's like one village placed from another village from like 500 meters.
Okay, so you're trying to say that you don't think they're going to go for Kharkiv?
No, I think
okay.
that when the
they're not
Russians
going to go from
go,
Kharkiv. Okay.
I'm just thinking that the Russians will go when they gonna go for actual offensive. Is they gonna place full in, and in terms of that, they need to go not only into Kharkiv, they need to go in Sumy, Chernihiv.
Got it. So by the time they take Kharkiv, it's going to be in a big general offensive. All right. So really quickly, let's get back to our original where we were. I'm going to address. I've been trying to talk for a while, so I'm going to address the points that I have written them down by now. So what are they going to do to address this whole issue with the shifting idea of the dollar and the shifting responsibility of BRICS, and with the institutions that are it's up in the air how relevant, maybe how long-lived their relevancy is, all this stuff like that. I think that what we are doing, we're doing several things. You know, it's not all just a gamble on the Ukraine war and on war with China. I think that what we've done is we cement our vassals in the EU, so they definitely we hold on to them, and we've done a pretty good job, it seems like, you know, Canada as well, stuff like that. And then we sell them cheap food, maybe grown in Ukraine. Maybe that was the original plan. So that would give you kind of like rent-seeking powers. So their farmers lose their livelihoods. I don't know what happens to them. You get them hooked on cheap American food, right? It doesn't have to be expensive, but you just get them hooked on that. So you get rent-seeking powers. You get to decide how much it's worth, and you have a very big economic lever, all this other stuff. And that'll be even more so if they can get a greater grip on fossil fuels, right? If they get a better grip on fossil fuels and European fossil fuel supply, they'll be able to really hold them by the balls, right? Then basically that way they'll be able to do with the euro kind of what the French did with the African franc, and control and like buy things and control the relation of how much one currency trades with another. So that's kind of where we were at. And I don't know. I don't know who had their finger up next. I think it was either Joey or RL. Joey, go ahead, Joey.
Okay, I have two issues. On the Kharkiv offensive, I don't know. I think maybe Russia should concentrate on first capturing the entirety of the 4 oblasts that they annexed before moving to Kharkiv. I feel like they might kind of overextend themselves. Okay, not as much as in 2022, whereby there were 2 overextended and the Ukrainians managed to take Kharkiv.
Hold on, Joey. Let's not try to go too far from where we're at, because if you have a point about Kharkiv offensive, let's try to make it quick because we're already speaking about the next topic.
Okay, yeah. So I was just saying maybe they need to conquer at least Sloviansk, Kramatorsk, even clear Krinky before they start thinking of Kharkiv. Anyway, yeah, let me just finish on. I don't know if you wanted to talk on the economic front, or we'll talk about it later, this issue of the dollar collapse, or I bring it later.
I think that's where we're at. I think that's what we're talking about now. So
okay, for me, what I was thinking, okay, I've always heard of this collapse theory. Okay, let me not call it theory. Okay, it's inevitable. We all know it's inevitable. But for me, it's like, it's inevitable, but not as imminent as people may think. Because let me just briefly explain this point. Like in 2008, they started this QE business after the real estate bubble collapsed. I thought, wow, this will bring inflation, a lot of inflation, possibly hyperinflation. Okay, it didn't happen. They somehow managed to kick the can down the road. Now, during COVID, I thought, wow, all this money printing now is surely going to collapse now. But somehow they seem to be able to kind of rescue the situation. As I said, it's inevitable.
No, it didn't rescue nothing.
But I don't think it's as imminent as 2-3 years from now. Because also maybe the other issue is let me just finish my point. Let me just finish my point. Because you're also looking at things in relative terms. Yes, the US is bad, but so is Europe, so is China, so is Japan, so is everybody else. As they say, the US is the best, they say, the cleanest shirt in a bucket of dirty linen. So it's all in terms of relative. So let's say the US collapses. So who takes over? China. China also prints a lot, just as much money as the US, and they also have a debt bubble. So I think it will be a rather slow burn,
Joe.
but not imminent.
The Chinese don't print money like that. They have their internal.
I know they don't do QE like the US.
By having their international money,
but they manipulate.
They have controlled the amount of money they have in circulation outside, controlling the exchange rates. I think Drew is the perfect person to explain you. That's why the Chinese, and Wyatt also explain us, their exchange rates are completely artificial. They are not. They don't move in the same way like the Western system of exchange rates and
I know that.
And quantity easing. So that's why you can't really complain about the Chinese. This is not going to happen to them. They have two different coins. You have to realize their domestic coin is not exposed to foreign interference.
Yeah, it's a relatively closed economy. Yeah, but what I was saying is that also Chinese debt to GDP is just as, in fact, is even higher than that of the US. So you can't just say the US collapses and then China takes over, because China almost has many problems, similar problems like the US, and they're intertwined. So if the US collapses, where is the market for all these Chinese goods? Okay, we can say it will go to Latin America, Africa, but the Western markets are the largest.
They are already decoupling.
So for me, I'm thinking. So let me just finish.
The West is producing a system where when they fall down, China will be very little target. Well, there will be target, but will not be that target anymore, because the West is already trying to buy less and from China. So China is compensating exports on other countries, and very well so. And
you're just saying that it can't do a collapse.
They are growing immensely.
You're just saying a collapse is not in anybody's interest. I think that's what he's saying. That's all he's saying. Okay, so Joey, if you're finished, choose somebody to go next.
Yeah, so I was just saying it's inevitable, but it's not as imminent as maybe most think. And I still think there's no, and I'm talking in terms of relative terms. Okay, let's give Arel a chance because he's just coming.
Yeah, US dollars.
Hey, Arel.
And yeah, sorry, Nunya, I don't think the US dollars, the currency, will be replaced anytime soon. As long as the billionaires around the world have the majority of their assets in US dollars. Or in currency that are directly linked to US dollars, like euro. Every cartel, every criminal group, even Islamic State, use US dollars. All those drug cartels will never accept using yuan or ruble or I don't know what.
They get gold.
They have US dollars. They will keep US dollars, and all the billionaires have most of their assets in US dollars, no matter the country, except maybe China and Russia. But a part of that, you go to Brazil, you go to Argentina, you go to Colombia, you go to South Africa, you go to Nigeria, you go to United Arab Emirates, you go to Saudi Arabia, you go to Japan, you go to South Korea. The billionaires have a big part of their assets in US dollars.
Right.
And as long as the elites of every country still have most of their assets in US dollars, that currency will still be the standard currency.
Yeah, but one thing though,
maybe if those billionaires decide to shift to, let's say, gold, maybe you might see a shift, maybe. But up to now, I still don't see that. Well, all the billionaires, all the cartels, all the criminal gangs, all the terrorist groups are still using, betting, hoping in US dollars.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
Arel's
but
right.
Maybe
hold
it
on,
might
no,
change,
It's not just.
no,
but I
It's
don't.
not
But I
just
don't
China.
see that.
It's a
okay,
lot
but
of
I
other
am,
people
and
that.
that's the thing. I am, and I deal in this every day, guys. And what I'm saying is, you're assuming the status quo. What I'm telling you is the status quo is changing. These elitists don't have the power that they had even a year or two ago. The system is changing. People are buying gold. Gold is at record highs right now. Okay, Bitcoin's at record highs. Anything outside the system is
Bitcoin.
outside of record. Yeah, anything outside the system is at record highs.
I still
but
see
let me
it
finish.
as
Let me finish. There's a
marginal.
reason.
No.
Okay,
You cut
can
off
see
me.
it.
You cut off me.
Arel.
It's my turn
No,
of
dude.
speaking. It's my turn of
No,
speaking.
But
you're
I'm not
interrupting
finished my
him.
point.
I don't see it like that.
Wait, you're
For
interrupting
me,
him.
Bitcoin, you can only have 21 million Bitcoins. It's
Zero.
already written.
But
So
Arel,
it's limited.
my point
Same
is,
for gold. Same
but
for
Arel,
gold.
my point is,
For me,
they are
it's
at
still
record highs
marginal.
for a reason. They're
No,
at
it's
record
not.
highs for a reason, and it's not
Yeah,
marginal.
especially for
You
those
don't
who
have to.
already have
Okay,
gold.
but Arel, you don't have
It
to.
Come on,
increased
just
their own
run into
value,
talk at
Don't
their
once.
believe
own
me.
asset
Don't believe me
value.
then. Don't believe me then.
Yeah.
But believe Jamie
Arel,
Dimon.
please,
Jamie
stop.
Dimon's saying the same thing. Okay, so if the head of Morgan Stanley is saying the same thing that I am, you don't have to believe me. Believe that guy, because he's one of the billionaires that we're talking about, and he's saying that the whole thing is going to implode. So the U.S., without a doubt, it's math, okay? The U.S. will default. They have to. They cannot afford the interest. End of story.
Another fact I would like to add: the Africans are exploring as much gold as they never had before. And since December last year, they're not exporting as much gold anymore. They are hoarding it. Many African countries. And I was very surprised about Senegal. Senegal reduced their exports of gold to the half, but their exploration is up on the top. They are keeping it into the country. Why?
So Meddy has to
Believe
go.
what
Meddy's been
Jamie
raising
Dimon's
his hand
saying.
since forever.
They're all saying the same thing. So, it's not just me saying it. It's the owners of this world that are saying it too.
All right, Meddy, go before somebody cuts in.
I am going to go back to Carcos, and I will say this, and it'll be brief, is that everybody expects Carcos to be attacked. I would tell you that most likely, if they're going to go mobile, they will go around it. And they'll just let the follow-up units just basically dissolve it. I'll dissolve them in pockets. It's the way they did it in Operation Bagration. There would be no real difference to it. It would be more modern form of it, I think. I don't think we'll see them go right at these pockets of resistance. They will go around them to make sure they're behind them. Because once those people are surrounded, they're still just demilitarized. They're most likely going to give up anyway. There's no reason losing thousands of men trying to take Kharkiv when you can just cut it off from any logistics supply and let it die. As to the economics of it, the thing that gets me, though, is there's also members of BRICS, though, that hold considerable amounts of dollars. So would it be in their interest to just let it go flatline? I mean, you would think they would want it to slowly come down. I mean, if everybody knows it's gonna go, and not everybody can get out of the way of it, and you got some of the BRICS nations attached to it that are gonna lose hand over fist because of it, why would you want it just to flatline? You would probably want it to come down slowly enough so that the people, at least that you're concerned about, can get out from it, and then once it's gone, then let it drop. You know what I mean? That I know none of you knows what he's fucking talking about. And I'm just wondering about the speed of it. Is what am I thinking, are they gonna put some brakes on it before several countries get really hurt from it? It's themselves, or would they maybe let it happen and have other nations forgive the debt for looking forward, for considerations looking forward? That is another way they could do it, and then they could just let it fly. So BRICS is in the driver's seat. Like Nunya said, there's a totally different freaking paragram going on, or patagram, whatever they call it, going on, where the world is turned upside down.
Paradigm.
We are no longer in control of it. And paradigm. You know,
can I go really quickly before Drew, because I really want to hear what Drew has to say, but I have something really quick to say about that. So what I was going to say is that RL is making a really interesting point, and he's making a valid point, even though I understand that what Nunya says, he understands what he's talking about, obviously. When you listen to RL, what he's saying is that there's still too much at stake for important people that have important, that have things like, for example, armies and nukes behind them, right? There's still too much at stake for those kinds of people for the dollar to just completely go the way of, the dodo. So there's probably, and that's goes back to kind of what I was saying, which, yeah, they're trying to secure their vassals as much as they can, get the dollar to be secure that way as much as they can. That means there will be an impact, but it will be softened. The blow will be softened, from my perspective. Anyway, please go, Drew.
Okay, I just wanted to correct something that Joey said just now, that China's debt is as high as the US. No, it isn't. So you're going to see a bunch of articles online that tell you that China's debt is actually higher than the US at 280-something% of GDP. But that is total debt. So basically, what you got to differentiate between the total debt and the debt that the country owes foreign. So foreign debt. So the country that the foreign debt is the one that you need to concern about, because when you have a country with a high total debt, if it's all internal, it's all Chinese companies borrowing from Chinese banks, and then the money just gets recirculated. So it doesn't really matter. It just means that a lot of people are borrowing money to do projects or whatever. It's the
because
amount
you
of
owe
money.
the money to yourself, right?
Yeah, you kind of owe the Chinese. Well, you owe it to the Chinese companies, owe it to the Chinese banks who take the deposits from Chinese. So they kind of owe each other. So it doesn't matter. Whereas the problem comes when it's the so even when they pay out interest to finance these loans, it's paying to Chinese people. So it doesn't matter. The money just gets circulated.
Yeah.
The amount that you are worried about is the foreign debt, and that is the one that causes the US to pay a chunk of its interest to foreign people every month. All its tax dollars are going there. So in that sense, the US is foreign debt is about 90% of its GDP in 2022, and China is 13% of its GDP into 2022.
More than that.
So there's a huge difference there. So you cannot compare the total debt. Total debt is basically, the economy doing economy things to companies borrowing money from the bank to go and invest in something. The total debt will go up, but the foreign debt doesn't go up. It's so. This whole idea about the US going to collapse anytime soon, I personally don't think so. And as Meddy said, the BRICS people, BRICS countries have a lot invested in US. They have a lot of US Treasury bonds, a lot of US dollars, etc. So you can see from that they don't want the US to collapse. They like China wants US to keep buying its goods. They want to continue trading with the US. They have no interest in the US trying to make a collapse. The problem is the US is trying to make China collapse. It's trying to make Russia collapse. So it's like China is like, I just want to trade with you. Yeah, of course. And the way China trades is of course going to make themselves more profitable, and the US can't compete on the commercial front anymore. So what they're doing is they're trying to use the military force to try to win back kind of square the circle. So they're trying to, instead of competing on fair ground on the commercial space, which they realize they can't, now they're trying to use the military to screw things over. And because that's where the US has invested a lot of its money, and that's where it's one of its key strengths. So China is realizing this, so they are building up their military now, and they are building a lot of ships, because whereas the US is going to come when they want to invade through Japan, through South Korea, through Philippines, which are all its like unsinkable aircraft carriers, which are all going to come by sea. So China now has the largest navy in the world, and China has one of the largest. We don't know how big. China is one of the largest missile forces in the world as well. Because an aircraft carrier comes along, what are you going to do? No, you're not going to wait for the ships to take off. You're just going to sink the aircraft carriers before they get to the South China Sea. another reason why China is trying to claim all of the South China Sea is not just for economic reasons, for its fishermen to go fishing. It's also so they can build up their defenses before the ships get to China. So they're trying to get as much space in the South China Sea in terms of security as possible to detect, an incoming naval force. And so they are building their little bases there with their radars and whatever. That's part of their defense strategy. Sure, it's going to piss off the Philippines, the Vietnamese and whatever, but for China it's existential. So they calculate between pissing off the neighbors and versus keeping themselves safe. They decided, we would rather keep ourselves safe and give us a few more minutes or hours to respond in case there's like a huge carrier group coming through. Yeah. So it's and if the US collapses, it's not going to collapse. It's going to basically go into hyperinflation as they print too much and then nobody wants their money. So you become like, I don't know, Venezuela. You become like some of the African countries like Zimbabwe, where they can't buy anything from overseas because their money isn't worth anything anymore. So they have to go back to making their own things, like growing their own food, creating, and that would actually be good for domestic US economy. They just can't import stuff, but it would be great for for the impetus to rebuild the US industry, reindustrialize the US, because then they realize, oh shit, if we want slippers, we gotta make the slippers ourselves. We want microwaves, we gotta make the microwaves ourselves. So it's not going to be like everybody just runs around screaming like, oh, the economy is collapsing. No, it'll be more of like everything gets more and more expensive, more and more expensive, more and more expensive. You realize you can't afford to buy those things from overseas anymore. Then you're gonna restart industry to make your own stuff. I think it's not going to be as catastrophic. So Nanya, I think he was the one holding.
Well, just to add on to the point that Drew just made, what you're going to see, and I think you're already starting to see it, the United States is going to become very inwardly focused very quickly. And that's going to be not by design. They don't want to deal with their problems because they have to, because the population in the United States is going to start demanding it. So everything that Drew just mentioned, that will happen. And what do you think will happen once, hyperinflation hits and everything starts to get really expensive? Guys, you're going to see chaos. You're going to see riots. You're going to see all of that. And, I'm sticking by my prediction. You're going to see it sooner than you'll see it later. And again, don't just listen to me. Go listen to what Jamie Dimon said about it. Like, he's one of the richest people in the world. He's got a vested interest too. I think we're going to see a lot of violence, quite frankly. And I don't know how else to say it. I don't know when it's going to be, but I think it'll be, like I said, sometime within the next 10 years. So get ready. Meddy.
I know your business, and I agree. I think the only disagreement maybe we have is just, the time frame, the speed. And that's not even a disagreement at all, actually. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure that those bigwigs see what's going on, and they're buying up all sorts of shit, trying to dump their dollars now too. So there's probably a lot of that in play as well. But about violence and stuff like that, we really gotta. It is the time to consider this, because we are getting to the point where I think that a lot of things will happen at once, and it will be scary moments for a lot of people. And in cities, mostly, there'll be a lot of freaking out, because you got to think of it. That's the place where you have a huge human existence and basically no renewable resources whatsoever. So violence will happen there. Where I live in Maine, you come trotting up our hill in our community, you ain't making it up the hill. Let's put it that way. The people out in the rural lands will finally, be shown what be the sanity left of the nation, as these cities devour themselves from everything that they've done, woke ideology, you name it, whatever, as that does its cycle, maybe then we'll see our country change back to what the founding fathers thought. But I think there is going to be a cycle. I think there may be violence. I don't, you know, people say civil war. I mean, really, do you see a bunch of furries and you know, LGBTQ brigades out there ready, and liberals and professors out there standing against Joe Blow shit in the woods that goes hunting every year and served in the U.S. military, who happens to be a farmer or a machinist or somebody he lost the job to because they in the state made the company they worked at leave, like Bass Shoe. So, you know, there's no way it will turn out. I mean, where would the battle of engagement be? The only place I see anything like that going on is all going to be one big circle around Washington, D.C., when finally enough people just said, fuck it, I've had enough. We're on the, you know, I hope people are starting to realize it. I literally feel like marching there right now. One man brigade, I don't care how I get there, and just sit out there and start shouting. I mean, stop this shit, because we're all gonna fucking die because you are retards in there and you've caused so much misery and death around the world. And now our country's got it, and it's the people, the taxpayer, the American people, who have to pay that debt for you fuckers. And I hope there's hanging. I hope there's a lot of them. And it's funny because my real last name in German means executioner. And if you ever need anybody to pull that lever and let the floor drop, I am your man. And I hope Joe Biden, Obama, and Newland are my first three. And that's not a threat. I'm just offering my services should anybody need them.
Thank you. No. If you ever find an ad for, we're looking for particularly somebody willing to execute. I know, to be fair though, I feel like you'd get probably half of America signing up. But anyway, all jokes aside, I think Joey's been trying to speak for a while.
Yeah, okay. What? I think most people, I agree with Arel. That's what I was saying. It's inevitable, but not imminent. Yeah, that's what Arel, Meddy, we seem to be in agreement with Arel and Meddy. On Drew's point, actually, I understand what you're saying. And actually, in terms of debt to GDP, America is much worse. Especially if you start factoring unfunded liabilities, which I hear it's like 100 trillion or whatever. So it's much worse. But what I'm saying, China still isn't. We can't say China is the angel and the US is the devil. Yeah, both are also running high debt loads. Yeah, and I don't see. And what I'm saying is that, okay, if the US collapses, who takes over? Is it the Chinese yuan? No, the yuan also has its own.
It'll be multipolar
Challenges.
It'll be where
or multipolar world. Okay,
well,
so it's a basket of currencies. So the yuan, the ruble. But
the conspiracy theory in me says that's when they move us all over to CBDCs. That'll be the trigger.
You see, we've been living in this idea that somebody has to take over. Why do you think somebody has to take over? Why can't China rule China, US rule US, Canada rule Canada,
they still
UK rule UK? Why does somebody need to take over?
That's what I mean.
I understand that, but they'll still have to be a new system, and there'll be dominant players in that.
There will be regional hegemons. There will be regional hegemons, and they will have relationships with each other based on what makes sense for them economically. That's the whole idea. And what's going to happen is America and maybe Europe and maybe South America and maybe, Canada, maybe wherever else that we can exert tremendous influence in, right? America is going to have these areas under the control of, the dollar or whatever it is. And that will be one of the poles. Okay. If you're really interested in this, you should read some John Mearsheimer's books. He goes over this where it's, you're already in a three-polar world.
Let's not interrupt too much.
Okay, sorry. My bad.
Okay.
Thank you, Prata. My bad.
Okay. So So essentially, my idea is that maybe people are thinking of maybe US suffering like a Weimar type hyperinflation. It might happen, but I doubt it. I think it would be like a slow burn, just the way the British pound just slowly fizzled out as the world's reserve currency. Okay, as you said, nobody takes over. Can be regional hegemons, but I don't think it will just be a hyperinflationary Weimar style collapse, because if that happens, then everybody goes under. Yeah, everybody goes under. And let me even look at history. In the ancient Rome, they just didn't collapse all of a sudden in 476 AD. It was centuries of currency debasement. It just slowly fizzled out. And that's what I suspect the US might. Well, they might not go out in a bang, but just a whimper, a slow burn off to a new system. Anyway, King Dollar is still here for as long as I don't know, until
so if I may
in the
now,
foreseeable future.
So most of monetary systems
Prata.
don't last forever. None have ever lasted. None.
Yeah.
What happens is they don't fade away completely. They destroy themselves. They are substituted by another very fast, and that's why sometimes in history you don't realize how fast they destroy themselves. So we saw that actually to do with the British pound. The British pound was immediately substituted by the dollar.
Yeah.
It completely fucked it itself. That's the point. Now, monetary unions, pretty much monetary systems as well, unified monetary systems. But monetary unions have a very interesting way of destroying themselves. Normally, it's in the heat of a political moment. Someone decides to take a too rushed decision, and a monetary union disappears exactly in the wrong moment, which is very interesting. They disappear in exactly the wrong moment, because the right moment would be when they lose strength and they should be understanding they should dismantle it. They never do it. They normally implode, mostly through political hot decisions. Monetary systems tend, the ones from a single country, they tend also to disappear or to have very big crises that sometimes are uncontrollable. So what we have been talking around is an uncontrollable crisis that destroys the system completely. And this normally happens in a very, very fast way. We never had really a big crisis in the dollar yet. We had one in the 1970s, but the Americans were very smart to understand how to manage it and created the petrodollar. But it will be very difficult this time for the Americans to do this, because we are not in the Cold War and the Americans don't have anything to offer the world as a commodity substitution for their coin. So what happened is, in the 1970s, is that the US destroyed the golden standard, which was a kind of a monetary system, and immediately substituted by another one. So this we could see if the whole world is intelligent enough to be cautious and does that might happen to the dollar being substituted by a completely different monetary system, which might be called dollar, but is controlled in a very different way. Now, the thing is, we can never guess when these big crises, is going to happen. Any economist looks at the American economy, at their debt, at the amount of existence, amount of coin, of money in circulation, and realizes something needs to happen. Sometimes you call it haircut, sometimes you call it like a readaptation. Yes, that everything can happen. But what we see at the moment is that the US is lacking the big power to order to sustain what we are having now, which is extremely that. So, dear Joey, I know that you see everything going well. Yes, we all are going to go in a very slow way, because it's like we never realize that we are going to die. You never think the day you are going to die. If you knew that you are going to die within a precise day on a precise hour in 5 years, you would follow your life in a very different way. The same way that we deal our everyday life without thinking when the dollar is going to implode. Nobody's going to do that. Not even the BRICS with their amazing conspiracy things more or less inside. But actually, the U.S. is actually guilty as charged because they weaponize their own currency. And in doing that, they are destroying themselves and creating exactly the moment when they will have a very big crisis that nobody expects. It will be very fast. It will be like this. It's like hyperinflation. You don't see it coming. It appears, and then it sits. And then your coin is over. And this is what's going to happen to the US somewhere in time. It's a question of time. It will be in 30 years because the US can't control their debts. They have too much things to, they have a too much footprint all over the world. Their expenditure is immense. If they ever try to cut in their expenditure, what will happen to this country? The US will disappear out of the map and their coin will still fall down. You see, so they are in a kind of a circle. They are in the trap, and they can't get out of the trap. If they try to get out of the trap, they destroy themselves. If they don't get out of the trap, they destroy themselves. But let's not think that will be today. I said 10 years, I'm trying to give you a number, but it could be tomorrow. We never know. So, some bad news could arrive, and the dollar is gone. This happens to many monetary systems in the past. So, but I'm not saying that it's this. I don't even counting at it. I'm just saying many monetary systems had this unlucky situation when they were puffed. And we had a moment in history in 2011 when all people in the world got together, in 2008, got together and saved the system. There was coordination all over the planet. But those times are gone. There is no coordination more inside of the planet. Everybody is in dispute. So that's why I say, yeah, anything can happen like this. Well, Eero was saying, no. I agree. It's no. I also agree. But it depends on the cooperation between the big powers. And the dispute now is much bigger than any wish of cooperation. I'm not sure who was first. I think Coping has been with his finger long, and then I think it was Eero. So I will give first to Coping, if I am allowed to.
Yes, thank you. I just want to point out one thing you said about, because I very much agree. I don't think there's much by the way, you guys can hear me, right?
Barely.
Okay, cool.
But yeah.
Okay.
Sound is really crappy.
So what Prata was saying about the difference for the U.S. now compared to back then is that it doesn't have any commodity substitute, and I would very much agree with that. I think it's pretty obvious. But there's one thing to note here. The U.S. dollar is also powerful not because of its commodity, it's actually because of its service. And I will refer to this famous Greek called Yanis Varoufakis, who kind of alludes to the new stage of the dollar, which is cloud capitalism, is what he calls it. Basically, in the same way as the US dollar, being like the petrodollar, it's used for the invoices of many transactions, which makes it valuable. This will still remain the case, even though it doesn't have a commodity substitute. It still has big tech like Google and whatever to go make these things happen through. And while yes, multipolarity will certainly be breaking this apart, what we will see is it's not going to be a collapse of the U.S., not even remotely. It's going to be countries like Norway and Europe definitely going to be firmly under the U.S. Much of Africa still will remain quite firmly under the U.S. because, again, while their main economy may be commodity-based, the rulers in power are still very much under the, shall we say, service sector of things. So that's just what I wanted to say, like regarding the no commodity substitute on the US dollar. Yes, because the US dollar is not commodity based, and so its advantage will be still in the service sector through the big tech corporations, while they are still in place. But of course, Russia and China are quite slowly and surely coming into play. Now I'm just going to hand it over to Eero. Sorry for bad audio if I have any.
Yeah, thanks. There's two different things: hegemony and hi guys, and a payment system. You're confusing two of those things when you're talking about it. Hegemony comes from not accepting anyone else's money for the trade. That's where the hegemony of the United States comes from, and the empire. Okay. Another thing is SWIFT. SWIFT is a payment system for the whole world. It's like every world is a person, every country in the world is a person, and it belongs only to one bank, which is Fed. Fed, one as a bank that controls all the payment system between the different countries of the world. That's a bank. It doesn't do no hegemony, doesn't do nothing. Everything is done in dollar, yen, euro, pound, and $2. It's a bank. There's no hegemony from it. Okay? Hegemony is from US not wanting to accept anyone else's currency, which is changing now. China and Russia, they both developing SWIFT system, developing their own World Bank that will do the payments, just like as we do payments between when we pay to anyone else, to a company, to corporation. That's just simple payment system, right? And it was all okay until it started weaponizing that payment system and simply blocking account of the Russia, removing it from the SWIFT, which is a messaging system, messages to the bank what to do with their money. That's what SWIFT is. So that's two different things. Okay. Well, the United States not wanting to accept payments in anything else but the dollar is what makes hegemony. So now that countries have an alternative, they can pay with a Russian bank with their own money. That's an alternative bank, just like we choosing to do another bank. So as long as there's one bank in the world that works, now you have alternative, right? It's not just dollar is gonna implode and all of it as you perceive it as that. It's a bank. Everyone wants to have at least one bank, but now there's more banks that you can use your own money, not only banks' money, right? That's a difference. That's where the benefit comes from by joining, having two systems, two banks, using two banks or three banks. So in order for the SWIFT or Fed banking, world banking system to implode, you will have to build up a whole new system, which will last at least 10 years, at least. That's if everyone now starts to join into Russian bank, into Russian payment system, where you have multiple currencies used. That's a total mess. And there will be a lot of arbitrage between the Fed payment system and the Russian central bank's payment system. That's what is going to happen, how it's going to happen. When the whole world who wants to join Russian bank or Chinese bank, using both systems, right? Both payment system, whichever it benefits them better, whichever they can use their own money. They don't have to borrow it. Because if they want to use dollar payment system, they have to borrow it. They cannot print it. That's the difference. You can sometimes replace your exports for import money, sometimes, but usually it's not done. So you have two accounts, your exports account and your import account. It's always like that. It usually doesn't mix. Your import money and your export money don't mix. You accumulate both import borrowing and export assets. It usually grows together. That's what they want to control with having everything in one money, which is dollar. It's much easier to control someone who's gonna enjoy, I'm just gonna import, accumulate debt, and don't care how much I produce for the rest of the world. Because this is what makes it important to not to allow anyone to abuse the system and just import money, right? Import goods. Import, that's benefit for the country. Import, yes, you accumulate debt, but because you have another assets. You see the importance of this? Nobody talks about how much of assets the country have. Everyone talks how much country is in debt, but it usually goes on the same level. That's the Bretton Woods system. Gold standard was just a promise. There was no change before, while under Bretton Woods and post Bretton Woods. There was no change in accounting. There was no change in the payment system. It was just a promise that was broken, and that's it. Because they need to promise they will pay in gold in order to make other countries believe in dollar. That's just to make believe. Gold standard is just a promise to make believe. There's no value in it. Just a promise to make believe others. That's it. Because even when you talk about gold standard for internal payments, like before 33, when United States had the internal gold standard, after 33, it didn't have internal, it had only external gold standard, which is Bretton Woods. That's only for payments with other countries, not for the citizens of United States couldn't exchange gold. It was only for other countries. So you confusing things also, that gold standard. But what's the problem with that gold standard, internal gold standard, is that private banks print the money, but the state has to guarantee the price of gold. That's the problem. You cannot have those two things working. Private banks printing money and only the state guaranteeing it. You see the problem? So you cannot punish the bad guys because state has to guarantee it. Bad guys are banks that print the money, because usually through the history, through the capitalism, through the fiat banking system, last 300 years, it's usually that private banks print about 10% of new money each year, and the state prints about 3%. So only state has to guarantee that. Banks don't have to guarantee gold standard. You see the confusion? You see the problem with it? Why it cannot work? You should know that. I don't know, but I think RL is the next one.
If private banks can generate money, it's because they are allowed to. Even if the state guarantees, it's the state who allows the bank to print money at the end. And you talk about Fed as being a bank, just a bank, without wanting to dominate the world. I'm not okay with that. Because the Fed, contrary to Central Bank of Russia or Central Bank of China, is a private entity. Of course, it has to obey on paper to the government of the United States, but its status is not public, it's private. This is very unique, very specific to United States. The board of the Fed are made of the biggest banks, private banks of United States. Of course, you have a facade with Janet Yellen and the other guy, I forgot his name, who supposedly give account to the government of the United States. But it's just a facade. It's a private entity. And the Fed was always used as a tool of the US dominance and hegemony throughout the world. It's a tool, like the CIA is a tool, like the Pentagon is a tool, like the NSA is a tool, like the World Bank, the IMF are all tools of that idea of hegemony of the United States. And you say that now you have other banks And now a guy in Turkey, I don't know, have multiple banks to choose with. Either he goes with SWIFT system, either he goes with Chinese system, either he goes with Russian system. On paper, yes. On reality, because United States don't want to lose its hegemonic position, United States is applying sanctions. That's what happened to Turkish banks. United States said to Turkish banks, stop using MIR system, Russian payment system, otherwise we will sanction you. And what the Turkish bank said, okay, we abandon MIR system. That's reality.
I think there is. We talked about macroeconomic.
No, I was
failure.
holding my finger a long time.
No,
MIR system is a credit card. MIR system is a credit card.
It's a credit card without outside of SWIFT system. Outside of SWIFT
You're doing
system.
it so badly.
Yeah, and it's the United States who decided to sanction Turkish banks if they continue using MIR banking system.
Yes.
Thank you.
We need to choose
What's
who
your
is
point?
next to speak.
Let's
That's
Prata
your
talk.
point. Is that your point?
So I was saying is that I think there is some confusion here. I think I see some confusion here. We were not talking about before the way the payment systems or the monetary systems works by themselves. There was some confusion. We were talking about macroeconomic failures and crises that came out of that. There might be monetarian. We were not talking about how the system. There were very interesting, good points made, especially about the need for alternative payment systems to surface. And they have been surfacing and they are coming. And especially payment systems that don't need banks. This is very scary for many banks, especially private banks, but this is happening, especially if the digital banking is coming. Digital money is coming. So it's money, instead of being printed in the form of paper, it's printed in the form of a digital form, and it can be transferred from one mobile to another, from one digital gadget to another digital gadget, and this will be in long distance possible as well. And then we would have the SWIFT almost turn into monetary fossil. But what Eero was saying, it's so correct. We were concentrating ourselves into macroeconomic failures and misleaded political decisions and policy making that can actually make a monetary system fail. And we have had, and I was arguing, we have had many of those situations happening. Most of them are definitely policy making, more than macroeconomic policy making failures. And these things happen oft quite like this, out of nothing. We can't really predict them. And this could happen to the US. But Eero made a very good point. This can just happen, really, if there are alternative ways of payment. Although, like Nunes said, and very well said, the default of the United States, or its inability to control the default, which is something different. Its inability, again, we are talking about policy making. Its inability to control the default would actually destroy the monetary system all over the world. We had some moments like this. The petrodollar was not a swift transition. It was very problematic. It created high prices, inflation all over the world. Small monetary systems, national monetary systems, lost weight in extreme way because they were all trying to buy dollars, while the Americans were very happy. But the rest of the world ended up in a very big recession. The same happened when the Arab countries decided to not sell oil to the Western countries. It was very, very, very problematic. So we have macroeconomic situations which can actually lead to monetary systems to fail completely. Of course, we are talking a very special one, the dollar, and the dollar is a very complicated one. I will give my voice to Coping, but if Coping wants to give it to Euro to respond, it's in its right. I think I think Euro finds itself a bit attacked. I think nobody's attacking him. We are just talking about different prismas, which is a bit different. What he said, I think I agree completely. So, Coping, you decide. I think
yeah, you guys hear me?
Give a short answer.
Yeah, no, it's good.
For the God's sake.
Really good.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I while I disconnected here, I kind of dropped off a little bit. I just wanted to kind of see if we could boil down a little bit the conversation, because you guys have been going wide, not all over the board, but wide. And so I kind of want to point out, because RL is pointing out like the internal workings of one hegemony, one particular hegemony, which is the United States. What makes it very particular is that it's operating outside conventional political bounds. It's not operating with normal political powers. It's very decentralized comparatively, and it's going through many casted classes in a way that is not, everyone else is dictatorial by comparison. And Euro is kind of referring to what will then be, when he's saying hegemon, that will be the US hegemon, right? And RL is defining the effect of that type of hegemon, as opposed to, for example, a more commodity-based hegemon, like a which will be China. The United States is likely to still remain, I think, as a service-based hegemon, and it will still have, for that reason, that much more control over, let's say, countries that are much more service-bound. Europe. I'm pretty sure Britain will still retain quite a role, even with the failure of the West and whatnot. It's going to be a pretty big opportunity to utilize. So I just want to kind of I get the impression this is what we're really talking about, and the monetary system as a whole, which you pointed out, is a sideshow really when it comes to the geopolitics. The geopolitical players will be forming themselves around it instead, and then they will shape it as much as they can accordingly. And that will make the economic reality, for lack of better words, it's going to be Western in the Western sphere. It's going to be more Russianish or Chinese, wherever that pans out. But we're still likely to see I think we're kind of veering over to. I'm not sure if I'm introducing a black hole here, but are we still talking, because it sounds like a replacement of the US dollar, equivalating it as the replacement of the US hegemony, and that's kind of the fault line here, and it tends to be a common misunderstanding. I don't think, but I think we have come to understand the US dollar losing its significance, and the US hegemony, the US political power not being able to dictate the defaults, as was referred to. I think it was Joey maybe, or RL who referred to that. If you are able to dictate the defaults, that's also what kind of makes it. Their inability to kind of dictate the game, but they're still a big player. So I think it's going to be veering over in that direction, where what we have seen as the norm in various degrees is going to be like shifting a little bit over into multipolarity. And sorry for rambling. Let's see, Euro and Joey. Let's see. Yeah, I guess Euro, you go first.
Yeah, really important what you said. Yes, as hegemony is geopolitical power, not possessing a bank that does payment system by itself. Exactly, you were talking about two important things. I'm gonna give you examples. As United States losing its geopolitical status, it's losing that power to enforce trade between the countries only in dollar. That's what it's losing, not payment system. Payment system will be continuing, but they will be exchanging in a different with different currencies with a different bank. Yeah, so that's what losing hegemony means, not losing the SWIFT and losing the membership. Because the Fed is just a payment system. That's why United States need World Bank and IMF to enforce the hegemony. They cannot do it through the Fed. Okay. Another thing that you mentioned, Coping, about the service economy. is the reason why United States wants to ban TikTok. Not because it's Chinese controlled media and so on. It's because they want to have that service being a base for payment, balancing the payment system, because they importing so much, so they would have to like accumulate more, print more money to bring in. But because they can charge the service, right, they get dollars back for that service, right? For Twitter, for YouTube, for Google, they get dollars back from that. So TikTok is being banned because it's taking money from that service payments that's balancing. So they want to keep the service payments for themselves. And the third topic, I want to go with what Prata said about central bank digital currency. There's nothing new about digital currency, digital money. We using digital money for like 50 years now with just debt cards, with the check system. It's all digital money. We don't see the cash. It's all digital processing, right? Checks, credit cards, debit cards, all of that. It's all digital money. What's different with CBDC is that now person can have account at a central bank. Until now, only corporations and countries are also corporations when it comes to the accounts. So only corporations could have accounts in a central bank. With central bank digital currency, now every citizen will immediately come into the central bank, have account there. And this will be for the purpose of central bank not having to go through the private owned banks, in which people have accounts, to pay to give some welfare benefits or anything, right? Or any free money. So when the central bank goes through the private bank, it has to fill in reserves into the bank as it's giving money to people. Has to do that. So the reserves at the bank keeps growing, and they have to empty it. Otherwise, monetary policy won't work. They cannot affect interest rate if there's too much money too much reserves in the banks, right? That's how central bank controls the interest rate by
Jerry, your point
banks.
is getting a little bit hard for me to follow. Is there any way you could make it a little bit more concise? Because I feel like we're going all over the place now.
When the central bank gives you free money, they don't have to fill reserves into private banks. So you will get that money for free. You want to use it or not, it's up to you. That's up to you.
Okay,
that's what it is. That's only difference.
And so what does that have to do with what we were talking about?
I'm just gonna go. I'm sorry, I've waited long enough. Listen, Odessa is now lights out. There are 6 TSUs that have been in the air. They're getting hammered again.
What?
I think people want to hear about this shit too.
I give it to Joy.
I'm sorry, but
I told you guys, didn't I? I told you guys a couple weeks ago.
What?
Okay, my argument is this.
That I'm an asshole, probably, which would probably be right.
We like to let Meddy simmer until he blows.
No, we love Meddy. He's a staple. People come here to see Meddy. This is what happens.
Okay, I think
Go
what
ahead,
Meddy's
Joey.
saying is we should change the topic, eh?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me just finish my point and then we can change the topic. So as I said, I largely agree with RL and even coping to some extent. One of my other reasons why I think the dollar has a more staying power is that other than being the reserve currency, yes, Drew said that a lot of Chinese debt is within the country and a lot of US debt is foreign owned, but it is debt denominated in dollars. Yeah.
There's something
A
big coming
currency that
too right
the US
now.
controls. Yeah. Sorry.
I just wanted this is just coming over. Foreign ministries of Turkey, Kazakhstan, and China urge citizens quickly to leave Odessa, Kharkov, Kyiv, and the region.
Yeah. So as I was saying, it makes a big difference. Why do some countries like Argentina or African countries, or even let's say Germany, why do they hyperinflate? It's because a lot of their debt is owned in another currency. Yeah. And so if their currency depreciates against, let's say, like
okay, so you're trying to say it's not the same situation because they owe dollars versus China is owing not dollars. Okay, let's try to make the point concise because we're trying to move on to the next.
So as I was saying, so there's more staying power because US debt is denominated in dollars that they control. So it will take longer for any collapse to unravel, unlike other countries where debt is owned in other foreign currencies. It unravels.
That's a great case. I think we got your point. I think we got your point. So
it's not necessarily.
That's
so it's not necessarily. Let's say they have the debt, but then after that the currency hyperinflates. Then it's going to be all in a mess. They're going to owe even more money, and they will never pay off their debt. Anyway,
I'm saying, it's even the opposite. It's the exact opposite. If you have hyperinflation of US dollars and you have debt in US dollars, it will be more easy to pay it.
Yeah. But let's pick up Meddy's. Let's
go with what Meddy was saying. Meddy, can you please go? Go,
Meddy. That's
all I'm just saying is,
we need your help.
Please read the chat, people, to get the mood of what they want to hear, because they got people saying 3 hours of fractional reserve shit. You know what I mean?
Apparently, we're all here to see Naomi.
Let's steer back to there's two things we can do. We can either steer over to the Baltimore Port being blocked, or we can steer into Odessa right now. It's up to
or anyone or someone can just super chat and let us know what.
Odessa, for me, Odessa is the apple of discord. It's the apple of discord. If I believe that's my belief. If Russia decide to really go after Odessa, it will start World War III, because Zelensky has sold lands to private entities. About half of those lands were bought by US interest, private corporations like BlackRock, like Johnson & Johnson, like I don't know what. And all those agricultural lands that produce food, grain, need to be shipped to world market. And the only asset Ukraine still has is Odessa.
Port.
And because they have invested so much money in that, they will do everything in their power to oblige the Western government to send troops and to make wars directly against Russia. That's what I think. I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. So if Russia decided to take Odessa, it will be like today. But I think that the amount of money invested in Ukraine makes Odessa the apple of discord, the real one. For Kharkov, for Sumy, for Kramatorsk, for Zaporizhia, whatever, they will send weapons, they will send money, they will ask Zelensky to throw all its population to the front line and die. Okay, but for Odessa, I think the big money power, those who have the money, those who have invested heavily in Ukraine to steal the lands, to control the assets of that country, will do everything to impeach Russia to take back Odessa. That's what I think. Next, who want to talk?
All right. I'd like to say something on Odessa.
Nunya.
All right. No, I agree with what RL just said. I will add a couple points to it. Number one, don't confuse, BlackRock meeting with Zelensky with them actually buying anything. Like, I think that they've agreed to a lot of promissory notes and things of that nature, but I'd be very surprised if the BlackRocks and the Vanguards actually owned a square foot of Ukraine right now, because it would be too much of a liability for them to own anything there until things have stabilized. I think they've signed a lot of promissory notes. Like I said, they've thrown Zelensky a lot of cash to get him to agree to those notes and whatever. But no, I don't think that they necessarily own anything. However, I will say that the port is absolutely part of that. And that's why Macron mentioned it. He said, if they attack Kiev or Odessa, we're going in. And I think that was actually the plan, or maybe, actually, I shouldn't go that far. It probably wasn't Macron's plan. I don't think he thinks, but I think that was maybe some of the thinking that came out of that meeting. But once they saw the visceral reaction across Europe, that plan's out the window now. So I think Odessa is definitely in Russia's scope, and I think that they'll hopefully take it through a negotiation. Who's next? Bradley.
Thank you. So yeah, my thoughts on Odessa are much similar to Nunya's, and I'm gonna reiterate kind of what I was saying earlier about it, where I think that they're probably trying to figure out how much of Project Ukraine they can salvage, how much of that of their plans they can basically make manifest, and then in order to do that, at the very minimum, you need Odessa, because otherwise they're screwed. They have to do everything by rail. Poland and all this other stuff. It's gonna vastly change how profitable it is to ship that grain if there is or is not a port there. Not just the grain, whatever else, right? They have other raw materials that they're trying to get their hands on, and other stuff like that. What about dumping nuclear? Read recently, I don't know if it's true or not, but of the dumping of nuclear radioactive waste on Ukrainian territory. Like, buying up the land for so cheap, might as well. It's even cheaper to dump it here than it is to dump it anywhere else. So it's for all of this stuff, you're going to need at least Odessa. So I think when Putin said that Odessa is going to be either an apple of, I forgot how he said it, but RL brought it up, the apple of discord. I think he said apple of harmony or the apple of discord, when he was asked one time if Russia's the reporter asked something like, hey, I'm going to go visit Odessa, in a couple of years. Do I need a Ukrainian or a Russian passport or visa or whatever? And Putin said, oh, this is a really interesting question. Odessa could either be the apple of harmony or the apple of discord. And I think that maybe that kind of hints at the Russian plans for Odessa. Meddy's saying that they're getting hit and they're getting hammered. I think that they're probably going to hit and hammer really hard where there's naval warfare that's going on around Odessa, like the launching of seaborne drones and all this other stuff that's mostly happening around Odessa, right? So I feel like the Russians are going to hit that hard, but I don't think the Russians want to turn Odessa into a Mariupol. I don't think so. I think that they want to basically turn Odessa into a Tokyo. I think they want to do something like that. And I think Joey's had his finger up for a while. And go ahead, Joey.
So I was wondering, okay, the issue of taking Odessa, I think might be quite a challenge. First, Russia has to clear that crinky bridgehead that some of them never cleared it. Go up Mykolaiv, then go to Odessa.
Joey, we already discussed this. They're not going to take Odessa like that. They're going to take Odessa like.
Okay.
We are talking about the political.
I think they'll take Odessa through Kherson. I could argue that.
Okay.
Meddy thinks it will.
We are talking
go ahead, Joey.
We are talking about the political decision.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So okay, let's say they don't even do that. Okay, we already said an amphibious invasion is out of question. So, okay, we are saying that they take Odessa politically, but I think they might need to do some kind of siege. Going into Odessa itself will be extremely it will be a very tough battle, because Odessa is a city of almost 1 million people, and we've already seen
Trade Odessa for Kiev. Trade Odessa for Kiev.
And we've already seen how Bakhmut and Adivka was a bloody slog, and those were 70,000 and 35,000 respectively. So Odessa is going to be, and as you said, they don't want Odessa to be another Mariupol, Bakhmut, or Adivka, because I'm always told that Odessa is a beautiful Russian city, has very beautiful Russian cultural sites, so it's something the Russians may not want to destroy. So I think Odessa might be quite a tough nut to crack. But anyway, let's see what happens.
So, if I may, well, it's very important. Bartley spoke about Mariupol, which is very important. When we look at the 2015, well, the Donbass War, means one, means two. There was a problem that the West recognized immediately. Mariupol can't stay on the hands of the insurgents, of the rebels, the pro-Russians, whatever. And the city was reconquested over and over again. The population tried to make some type of revolution, but that was a no-go. Merkel understood the importance of this city. Actually, if the Donbas really got Mariupol, would have become a very rich country. Didn't happen, doesn't matter. What we have but it was a no-go. Now we have in Odessa will be the same no-go. Like you were saying, this can't be, because Ukraine without Odessa won't be a viable country. Because if the Russians control Odessa, there is something even more important. They will control the mouth of the Danube River. Okay, the Danube River still have some independent ways out, but the mouth, the most important way in from the Danube River, which is one of the most important waterways inside of Europe, is one of the biggest actually after the Volga. This would be controlled by the Russians, and this is a no-go for many countries. But actually, it would be, let's call it something very good for Hungary, for Serbia, and some countries that want to see the center of Europe somehow faded away, a bit more smooth. Okay, that could be interesting. But most countries will have a problem with seeing Russian controlling the Danube. And second and not least is the immense richness that this port can create. It's like Joey was saying, this port was created not in a single day. It's an immense port. It's really brutal. It has an amount of transference of cargo that is really huge, almost comparable with some ports in the north of Europe. It has very deep waters. It's really very good to transport merchandises, and it's very well connected with railways to almost all Europe. So if we are talking about, imagine the great game where the US is trying to decouple China, and Russia already did it, from Europe. And we have the new Silk Road coming from the Caucasus, traveling through the Black Sea and entering in Europe through there. Of course, Odessa is it's a very important place. We see, Joe, it's not important to know how the Russians are going to conquest Odessa. The important thing here is how the West will actually manage to maintain Odessa within the Ukrainians, or if the Russians are going to make so much pressure either to take it away or create a kind of a neutral place. A neutral place. Because the thing is that the Ukrainians made a very big mistake. They proved the Russians that if they don't get Odessa, Crimea will be always in danger. How stupid can that be when Odessa is so important for them? When Odessa is so important for the Europeans? The British are really crazy. They have no sense of what they are doing. And in doing that, it means that this will be a point of discord until the end, which the West will have to manage. As I said, we are in the creation of two big powers, that can't manage to have a frontier. They have to decide, will they have a wall? Will they have a Pacific deal, how to deal with their frontier, how many troops can be near the frontier and so on? Will they create a really big wall, which doesn't matter anymore? Or will they actually create a terra nullius or a buffer state? So in the idea of buffer states, it means that Odessa can't stay neither with the Russians, neither with the Ukrainians. It would mean that big bunch of territories would compose today the Budjak, which goes until the Danube, between the Danube and Odessa, the whole north of Odessa, all those ports that Joe was saying, it's until Kherson and Nikolaev. This area will have to be managed by an international mission or whatever, but it won't be on the ends, neither of the Russians, neither of the Ukrainians, to be sure that it's delimitarized. So this could be actually one position. But the thing is, Odessa is on the spot, is the hot cherry on the cake, and everybody will have to discuss it, one way or the other. How it is going to happen doesn't matter, because this is the goal. I think I'll give him to coping. He has abusing of his finger there. It's probably tired now.
Thank you, Prata. I'll try to be quicker. It was basically a bit what you alluded to, what RL was saying, which was I appreciate a lot, because it explains a bit what I was asking very early on the open mic, what actually drives things going. But I have a bit of a tangential question for RL here, and this pertains to another YouTuber. I forgot the name. I think it was Real Time Lore or something. I did not watch the video, but the title was "The Real Reason for France Going into Odessa or Sending Troops to Ukraine." And the thumbnail will indicate it's to kind of protect its waning colonial powers in Africa. Now, I'm pretty sure I kind of expect what the answer is going to be here, but RL, could you please just tell us, do you think there's actually any merit to, if that is the argument made by this other YouTuber, that France's reason and motivation for sending NATO troops to Odessa is a response to Russia's further involvement in West Africa, for example? Would you say there's anything to that?
No.
I guess it's Euro then, unless it was someone else. I think it's Euro.
Just to finish there, I mean, what's the link between losing West African countries, which are full of natural resources of any type, gold, diamonds, gas, oil, iron, copper, I don't know, and many other stuff, and Odessa?
So
if it is really the reason, then I mean, Macron has not big brain, which I also really think.
But if I can respond, because I think it kind of pertains a bit to what we have talked to earlier. The Americans being service and the Russians being more commodity, for example, right? Well, who are the Ukrainians and the French, more important in this case, in service of, right? So if they cannot actually get the commodity edge that they had through their colonies, they cannot actually they cannot keep their colonies in check kinetically. They can maybe send something symbolically to Ukraine. That could give them some extra asset or benefit within the U.S. sphere of dominance and service. I'm just thinking, like, you have lost as pretty much everything you can, right? If you're France now and you have you've gone from the glory days to this point now, then why would you do this positive on sending troops? I'm being the devil's advocate in favor of this other YouTuber here.
I mean, I don't get that service-based economy, because when it's peace, your economy is based on service. Very good. When you are in a confrontation with an entity which is very strong, like Russia, having a service-based economy means you are nothing, military speaking. And France is a perfect example of it.
Yes, but also in the same way, France is never going to have the military risk. And so it can pose and, offer a few of its younglings to die. but it gets a good economic advantage.
What economic advantage if your economy is service-based and you are losing your grip on countries you dominated in the past, which have the commodity?
Exactly, but if your economy is service-based, and it's linked to the US,
just,
for example.
how to say, it's just a decadence of the decision makers.
But what the US
France is.
Right, but
and United States is trying by destroying European economy and try to bring German industry in United States to try to base a part of their economy on forget about France. France is nothing. Forget about France. France is nothing. Really,
no agency.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
But, okay, wait. So that
focus on United States. As mentioned, what is the first commodity of United States? I will tell you. It's their currency. And if your commodity, main commodity, is your currency, you can only impose it by coercion, by your military power, by your different secret services, agencies, and so on. But now you have other actors. Thank you, Bradley. You have other actors like Russia, like China, like Iran, who are strong enough not to compete in a military point of view with the United States, but strong enough to defend themselves against United States militarily. That's what you see.
I get what you're saying here, but first of all, I just want to push back. France having absolutely no agency, like I would say they are absolutely a lesser power, but kind of like they have gotten involved in Ukraine already, right? And now they are positing on sending troops to, which, like you said in previous open mics, this was not a discussion on the streets even, right? So why would they even go to that length? Now, this is
you are
what I'm
in a
trying to get at.
confrontation. You are in a confrontation. You need. Please, you are in a confrontation. You need real assets. You need commodity-based economy, industry. And if you are doing war or want to be involved in a war, you need to create military stuff. France, before Ukraine war, was producing 30,000 155 millimeter shells a year. 30,000 a year. And now they are putting money to invest so they can manufacture 60,000 shells a year. Really? Do you really think that France matter?
Right,
No.
and that's precisely my point. No,
please don't talk about France.
I think you're misunderstanding my point here. It's not that France is a driving matter here. My point is not that France is a driving matter. My point is that France is getting involved. And yes, of course, you saying it doesn't have it has to be based on commodities if it is in a real conflict. I could not agree more. But my point is that France is precisely not that. It can send some troops to die, right?
Guys,
like it sends some weapons
really
to die,
I still
right?
want to talk about Odessa.
Guys, we're going really far from Odessa here, and
I'm trying French NATO troops in Odessa. So I'm still on topic.
This is about Odessa, Bradley.
He's not gonna
this is about
anything.
Odessa.
He's not gonna care about what you're saying. He's gonna say his own thing. So don't interact with him anymore. He's gonna keep repeating the same thing. Okay, Copin. I want to say about Odessa, if I may.
Go ahead, yes.
Ariel, if I may. Yeah, okay. So you guys confusing also saying controlling Odessa. Did Russia ever stop? Does any country ever stop trade, commercial trade in anything that they control? I'm just wondering, who's stopping except China? Who's stopping? Is Singapore stopping anyone doing commercial trade when you're talking about exporting grain through the Odessa? Russia will never stop exporting grain, anyone's grain through Odessa, which shows with the grain deal, which is shown. It's all about military use of Odessa, not about grain. It's all about military use. Nothing else. It's importing. The Ukraine is getting the weapons through the Odessa, getting the British controlling Odessa now, and French needs to help them because they lost some personnel, most probably, or lost the contract. But it's about military control of Odessa, military use of Odessa, just as military use of Sevastopol that the West so glowed for. All they care, they would want Odessa, everything destroyed. Well, not Odessa, it is part of Sevastopol, support for Sevastopol, like Navy supporting Sevastopol if the NATO controls Sevastopol and Odessa. That's what they care about. Ukrainians can import through Belarus if they want, export through the commercial things, right? But not military stuff. That's the only difference where it matters. Who controls it? Russia controls Danube. What? They can trade with anyone through around or anything. It's commercial trade. It's completely different from the military control, right? We should all learn to separate that when we say control.
Can I jump in on that, Yuri? Is there any way I can jump in on that?
This is so confusing when I hear this. This is about controlling. I mean, nobody owns land in Ukraine because by constitution is prohibited. So the BlackRock, Monsanto, and all those have 99-year license to use the land, right? But yeah, Ukrainians started selling the Tsernitsa, those like 2 meters of black soil. They actually taking them and transporting them, selling them to Europe. That's funny thing, right? They selling that land.
So I'd kind of like to jump in on that a little bit.
Okay, go ahead now.
Thank you. So thank you. Appreciate. So I was gonna say that I think we have to look at Odessa in a broader sense. We're not just in the sense of what does it mean militarily, but even like on a strategic military level, like beyond this war, like, oh, what does it mean? What does Odessa mean? I think that we also have to look at it in terms of economically, what has been invested in Ukraine. A lot rides on being able to transport that stuff by sea, by not having to deal with Russia, being able to thumb your nose at Russia and being able to take the stuff, right? And being able to take the stuff for cheap and sell it somewhere. And then being able to have basically get monopoly seeking rents on stuff. And that we've had this discussion a while back. The amount of goods that are transferable in modern shipping are vastly vastly contributes to the cost of the items that are being transported. Even if you want to go with trains, shipping is still vastly more efficient. So a lot rides on Odessa. So I think that when the French go in there and they say, well, we're going to secure Odessa, right? I think that there's two things going on. Number one, they're pissed off that what Coping and RL were talking about. Don't want to go too far off topic, but they're upset about Africa, right? Being able to lose chunks of their, uranium supply from Africa. France, I guess I recently learned, doesn't have any uranium. They don't mine any uranium in France. I was surprised to hear that. It's like, really, that's true? So they're going to have to get that from somewhere. Where you can get uranium, you can get it in Ukraine. So France views Ukraine as partly it has to do with France's own energy security, long-term energy security. And that's why Macron's kind of gone a little bit out of his way. He's gone a little bit out there because he understands that like 60% of France's nuclear power is uranium, is 60% of France's power is like nuclear power, something like more than that. And that's going to significantly contribute to the cost of just living in France. That energy cost, if France had to pay market value for uranium, what it gets sold at from like Kazakhstan or Russia, then it would significantly increase the cost of. So what I'm trying to get to, that's a long-winded way of saying that Odessa is important for after this war, for the prospects of how we're going to economically divide up our influence in Ukraine and leverage that and take advantage of that. So I think that's why Odessa is important. But yeah, that was my point. Go ahead, Prata, I guess.
Yes. Yes. So you touched good point, but I think there is some sense of obsession in France from a long time now to keep access to certain materials, to control the shipping, supply chains, the whole supply chains of certain materials. That's the case for oil. That's the case for uranium. But it's not true that it's like France didn't lose much by losing the uranium in Niger. There is some kind of misinterpretation here. France already gets most of its uranium from Russia or through Russia due to Kazakhstan. That has been for a long time now. I think 40% already arrives from there, and there was just more or less 10% from Niger. The problem about the French is their obsession with controlling some supply lines, and in doing that, they couldn't get rid of old colonialist manners, and that's why they were expelled from some French countries, and they are going to be expelled from more other French countries. Ariel is making him in the finger because he's also right. He wants to talk about the way that
just one thing to say about what you said. The statistics of uranium are not. You can't believe the statistics of French uranium.
Okay.
Everything that comes from Niger is non-recorded. The data are totally false. So you don't really know what's the rate of Niger uranium inside French nuclear power plant. You don't know.
Okay, Ariel, don't do that. So the thing about so that's one of the problems about France, but Macron has said a month ago something that explained us also his interest about Odessa, that Bradley, understanding the feeling of it, perhaps he didn't touch it, which is the fact that the French, besides being obsessed in controlling some supply lines of their own in a kind of exclusive monopoly, they're always obsessed with their farmers and in controlling the European agriculture production. Most of the European agricultural politics is controlled by the French and is run away about what the French want or don't want. We have this European production of in agriculture based on subsidies, and this has been an imposition of France for many, many decades. Actually, since the Portuguese and the Spanish came into the European Union, they started subsidizing their farmers, and since all new countries arrive, they fortified this system. The problem from France is that if Russia gets Odessa, they will directly, indirectly control, this is the words of Macron, 32% of the world market of grains. We know that Russia already controls almost, I think, 28%. The Ukrainians lost a lot of production the last years. Doesn't matter. What we have here, though, not grains, wheat. Russia controls 28% of wheat. They have other things as well, but it's wheat, not all grains. But the Russians would control 32% of the whole grains market in the world. And this preoccupies the French. Why? Because it's French companies or big corporations which controls a lot of which are more or less in communion with the French government that controls food supplies, that actually control the world market of supply of grains. It doesn't matter if they are French or no, they control the supply lines of grains all over the world. Most countries, this is not typical from Western countries, but most countries in the world being so worried that its population is not going to be fed on time, buys huge amounts, procurements of huge amounts of grain. And most countries or most producers wouldn't be able to sell to those countries. So there are big corporations that go to those countries, to those farmers, and buy the production in advance. Probably you guys know about this. This is the same for sugar, for coffee, for cacao, for so many other things. And some of the biggest big distributors of grain in the world are actually French. Brûlé, I think it's the name of one of these big companies. But there are many food supply corporations that are connected to France. And that's the problem of Macron. If they are going to lose these, they would be in really big trouble. So there is this, brother, is true, there is a huge component of economical power about this port. There's a huge component of cargo transfer of this port. And there is also the other component, which I said, which is interconnectability that these ports allows, because this port has a lot of railways. This port, not far away from Odessa, is actually the mouth of the Danube, the biggest waterway in Europe. In terms of cargo, it's not bigger than the Rhine, but it's quite important. In terms of cargo, it's not bigger than the Rhine. The Rhine is the most important one, but the Danube is also very important, connecting many countries, landlocked countries, to the sea. And this is quite important. Also very interesting data that I just discovered a few days ago about the Danube is that 32% of the Ukrainian grain is being exported to Europe through the Danube, which is very interesting. 32% of Ukrainian grain that is exported to Europe. So many people are laughing a lot. I hope it's not because of what I'm saying, but I'm going to give the word to Paul. He has been having his finger. He wants to talk, please. You are muted.
You are muted.
We can't hear
Paul,
you.
you're muted.
I can't hear you.
Hear you.
No.
Can't hear you.
Your mic is not connected.
No.
It's not connected, man.
Sorry, dude, we can't hear you.
Yeah,
We will come
as I'm
back.
saying again, Russia never stops anyone trade through their ports. No, China a little bit, I think, but you guys keep repeating about commercial trade. Absolutely, nobody prevents any entrance through the Danube. Danube mouth is controlled by Romania, not by Ukraine, even though it splits it up between Ukraine and Danube and Romania. That's the deal. So it's funny talking about it, all of that. I'm still saying commercial trade is not dangerous. It's only about military control.
Yeah, but
it's only about military control, nothing else.
Jury, do you recognize that?
Can you say?
Hear me now?
Obsession
Yes,
about
we can hear you now.
I can say something.
Do you recognize the obsession of controlling it, which
talk.
is something different?
You can talk, Prata will keep talking.
Yeah, but Jur, I finished there. Yes, for the Russians, Odessa is very important because of military point of view. Yes, you're perfectly right, but that's just for Russian point of view. What about American point of view and the European point of view and the British point of view? It's not just to harass Crimea. It's also a matter of money.
I wanted to say something about the Danubian River. Danubian River has 3 channels. All the 3 channels come to Romania. The channel Bistroye, who the Ukrainian export grain, is artificial channel that Romania win in the court of law to do not use that channel for navigate for ship, because they that channel affect the delta of the Danubian River. So the only country who can use the Danubian River with the Black Sea is Romanian, but we Romanian accept to that Ukrainian to use the Bistroye channel because of the conflict. They do not respect the law by using the Bistroye channel. They must dig the Bistroye channel, and that affects the Danubian Delta. And the Danubian Delta is protected by the international law because it's very important for the fauna and flora in the Danubian Delta. And our country is not accepted to the Schengen area. Only is accepted to travel by the airplane, because the Austria, whose veto for our country do not be accepted in Schengen area, and our people think because of the Danubian River, because we can export many things in Danubian River that affect let's say other company in the Western Europe. So that's what I wanted to say. Odessa do not have nothing to do with the Danubian River.
The Bistro channel was just reduced transfer. It was not closed down. It was just reduced cargo because of European ecological wars. It's not international law. It's just because Ukraine wants to enter the European Union, and it is adhering to their rules. There is nothing about international law on that. Actually, the Danube River has the oldest international institution in the world.
He didn't say that.
Which calls the Danube Commission.
It's a national park.
Yes, the Delta. The Delta that is the Romania. Exactly. And by using the Bistroye channel, they must dig the Bistroye channel. It's an artificial channel. So if they dig the Bistroye channel, the water go to the Bistroye and destroy the Delta Nile.
Yes.
And we Romanian, we have a discussion 10 years ago with Ukrainian in the International Court of Law. Our country win that process, and the Ukrainian to make to Romanian problem sink a ship in a channel to destroy the navigable. So we have a history with Ukrainian, and Odessa is very far away from Bistroye. Bistroye is on the border with Romania.
Yes.
Okay.
But, Paul, the Ukrainians just agreed to accept that rule on December 2023. They didn't accept it before. They have been using that channel as before. And actually, there isn't even an agreement. There is an agreement within the European Union. They will use the channel as long as the Ukrainian war continues.
Exactly.
So it's interesting that you say, but Ukrainian,
it's not permanently. It's not permanently Bistroye. It's permitted only because it's in a war. And another thing I want to say, our port, our Romanian port, they in 2 years now, they do not tax the ship who come from Ukraine. They say the system who measure the grain has broke up because they do not want to tax the Ukrainian grains. So we Romanian accept a lot of things because we have a lobby from European Union.
Hey guys, I was just wondering, did we want to change topics, or are we done?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have anything else to say about the grain in the river? Anything else?
No,
Yeah,
I
just
would
one
just say
thing.
that there is a
Odessa,
huge potential
wait,
for that.
Odessa is very important for the Ukrainians and its backers, because instead of having Ukrainian product ending up on world market directly, it end up in Europe.
Yes.
And that's
And I
why
would
you
say-
see all those farmers, especially the Polish farmers, but not only them, being not very happy.
Interesting point. Wow, I never thought of that. That's really, really interesting. So not only are they going to be screwed that they have to transport that grain by train, they're also limited to where that grain goes. It's going to be going to Europe. They're not going to be shipping it to Russia.
Europe won't touch it because it's poison, right?
Well,
So-
they're going to be screwed. We're gonna
prices.
fucking. Oh, so excuse my language. They're going to.
Who's
fucking
the
get-
owner of the grain? Who's the owner?
Mulsanto.
Who's the
It's gonna be
owner of the
Monsanto.
grain?
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be Monsanto, right?
They
or
sell it to
other
Europe.
multinational companies. They're going to sell that to Europe after they bankrupt the farmers, and so you're going to have to get your McDonald's from somewhere, you know.
Yes.
And your McDonald's is going to have a different. Is going to have a Ukrainian cow that was fed differently and has different amounts of hormones because there's different kinds of regulations. So
was brought up in a different environment.
What Arel puts
So-
out,
Yes.
pointed out, is a very good point. It's a very interesting point.
Most
So
important,
since
we
we are
have to realize
grain
that
in
Ukrainian
Ukraine
production
is grown by the U.S. standard, which is not allowed to be sold in Europe. But this way, they
It's easy to
overcome.
change the law.
They
They'll change the
overcome.
law.
Yes, they overcome
So-
this, pesticide problem by doing this. So it's Monsanto is the owner of the grain. They sell it whomever they want, whomever they can.
Invest in
which
invest
is
in
Europe.
Roundup.
Europe giving the best price. That's why it's been sold to Europe, and that's the issue. That just as you guys fall for the Western story that the Ukrainian grain is in a world market and it's important to be feeding African poor, and that's why they needed grain deal. But when we see that it's 85% of it, it's not going there, it's going to Europe. It's a fake story. So it's a fake story about being Odessa important for commercial purposes. No, it's only for military. You guys keep talking about it in a Western state of mind of the war's Western state of mind. That's what you guys in it. You believe that story.
The quantity of grain, that is sold in Ukraine is important to maintain a monopoly of selling grain around the world. You control most of the production, and when you control most of the production or the supply, when you control most of the supply, you can make the price. When you have Russia controlling the price of the commodity, but they also want to sell expensive, let's not make them any naive. Then you have a problem about the manipulation of prices that these big companies have been doing. And this is a big problem for these big corporations, which obviously pay most of the politicians and decide policy making. So that's the point. The point about that jury managed, which about Russia is going to allow the Ukrainians to sell their grain through the port. I would agree with it. It's pretty much Russia in a way. But the problem is how the West is going. The West has a problem. What kind of borders has with Russia? And if it has to contain a kind of open door in Odessa, it means that it has to engage with Russia. And they have a mental problem about having to engage with Russia. And this is their mental problem. And that's why Macron can't imagine Russia controlling Odessa. He can't. He can't imagine that his big corporations are going to lose the ability to control the prices. He can't imagine of grains. He can't imagine that the European Union as a whole, or Ukraine in NATO or in European Union, whatever they will have to talk with the Russians somewhere in the moment. They can't isolate. The isolation is not perfect in their little minds. And we see.
So now you're talking about Russia controlling the Ukrainian land and the grain, or you're talking about Odessa?
No, I'm talking about borders.
If they're controlling the price, if they're selling the price, that means they control the land and grow the grain and own the wheat. That's what you're talking about.
No,
it's not about Odessa as a port, as a transit harbor. That's all we were talking about as Odessa, right? Now you're talking about controlling the land and controlling the wheat. It's not that owners. There's no wheat sale. Ukrainians don't sell wheat. They sell the land, sell the license to the land. So the owner is the Monsanto, owner of the wheat. When they harvest it, they don't sell it. It's not Ukrainians selling it to Monsanto.
I think we got
It's
that point. What were you
Monsanto's
gonna
grain.
Wyatt, what were you gonna say?
Ukrainian grain.
So
You
was
guys are
based
going in
the
circles.
south.
You guys are going in circles. Let Wyatt
We are
speak.
in circles. Yes, I was talking about something different. It's okay. I was talking about
Right,
the
go ahead,
ability to
Wyatt.
control the prices, and ability to control the prices impose the ability to to keep the grain in big silos in big ports for a time when the prices get up and then they sell. It's pretty much like they work. They quite often say that there is not enough grain and they are just keeping them in the silos. So if you have a port that is not controlled by the French, by the big corporations, it's more difficult to hide the quantities in big silos. Nevertheless, the big production of grains in Ukraine is actually lands they are being occupied and they are being contaminated. They won't be being worked. They can't be worked for a long time because they have mines, they have all types of heavy metals, they have explosives on it. The big production in Ukraine was mostly in the south, which was these are steppes. They are very productive, but they have a problem that they don't have regular water. And this was already destroyed when the dam, the Kakhovka dam, was destroyed. All those channels that were irrigating thousands and thousands of hectares are gone. They don't have water.
Prata, let's Wyatt.
Production is gone.
Please, Wyatt.
Okay. So we are talking about rivers, the Danube River, right? So now let's talk about the other river, Baltimore. Who did it? Who want to answer first? Who did it? It's unnatural for me. No, it doesn't look normal to me. Okay, I let Paul say first. Paul.
Go work, get broke.
Yeah, work broke. Bradley.
All right. I think that the Baltimore bridge incident, the Key Bridge incident, Francis called Key Bridge incident, is an accident. I think it's a horrible accident, and I think that captain is so screwed. I think that captain is like he's not gonna. I don't think any amount of leverage in whatever shipping company that is going to save that guy. I think he's so dead. They're saying that it's going to take 10 years to rebuild the bridge. So I don't know if that has to do with the fact that there's a port there. You know, there's like it's apparently pretty major. No, I didn't know about this until all this happened, but apparently it's a pretty major port, and there a lot goes on over there. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, and it'll be also interesting to see if that has a long-term effect on America's ability to export goods to Europe. What's that gonna? Does that mean Odessa is going to be more important? I don't know. Who is going to speak next? Nanya, please go.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't really agree with any of these conspiracy theories that have been floating around. I think it was bad luck and bad infrastructure. It really doesn't come down to any more than that. I mean, we've talked about the disrepair that we're seeing in Western society many times on here. And I think that this is just an example of it. From what I understand, that bridge was in pretty bad shape, like structurally anyway, as is a lot of bridges in the US for that matter. So I think it was just some bad luck with the ship. Or I don't know, if Bradley, if you know more about this captain and what he did or didn't do. I don't know enough about it. All I know is that the power went out and they couldn't steer it, and it went straight on into one of the pillars, and the whole thing went down like a house of cards. But yeah, I think this is really symbolic in a lot of ways of American decline. You know, RL, over to you.
Exporting what to Europe?
Importing stuff from China. Importing stuff.
Importing, but exporting to Europe what? except for oil and gas that are not exported from Baltimore. No. What makes me question a lot is that it will supposedly take 10 years to fix it. 10 years to fix one fucking bridge. I mean, look at the Crimean. Look at the Crimean bridge. Yeah, how many years did the Russians build it? Yeah, they built it in 2 years. That bridge with 2 highways and 2 train lanes, fucking huge, the biggest bridge in Europe, by the way. In 2 years they built it.
Right, but
RL,
and
in concrete.
They're using. You got to keep in mind. You got to keep in mind, though, guys, and this goes back to a conversation we were having a while back about dry docks. We don't have the knowledge in North America anymore on how to build a port or how to build a bridge. So they're using these estimates based on current existing projects, right? So they're saying, okay, well, what's the estimate for the other bridge that we're working on? Well, it's about 10 years. Well, why is it 10 years? Probably, but that they don't have the skilled labor in this or in the United States to actually build a friggin' bridge. So is it 10 years? Who knows? Probably not, but it might be. Like, how did they base that estimate? If it's based on, an available pool of labor, it could be. We don't know. I don't know how to build a bridge. Bradley.
That's my number one question. Is if it's gonna take that long, is it because they're busy making use of the harbor? So you can only have so much work done at certain times due to that. Maybe I could see that as kind of an excuse, but you're saying they're going off of existing projects that are ongoing, so that's
I would imagine
a little
so,
bit disheartening.
Right? Like I'm involved in a lot of construction, and that's typically how you base an estimate, right? You get your engineers together and you figure it out based on prior projects or whatever.
Yeah, but the Francis Scott Key Bridge was like, it's one of those things you see on a postcard that, when you go visit America, when you go visit Maryland, it's one of those, like, I don't know if we have like a 5 great wonders or 7 wonders of America, but that would be one of them. I would have thought. I mean, I'd known about that bridge ever since I was a kid. I mean, I didn't know anything about the state of the bridge, none of that, but that was a cool project at the time when it was, in the 1970s. And from what I understand, for the 1970s, shipping has changed so dramatically. Commercial shipping has changed so dramatically since the 1970s that the tonnage of the ship that hit that bridge was at that time, there was no such ships existed. You wouldn't be able to muster that kind of force on the ocean in that manner in the 1970s. But already by 2005, it was already to the point where if something goes wrong, it's not like if the bridge was built recently and people were like, well, what happens? There's gonna be ships all over here. What happens if a ship bumps into this thing? Now the ships are just so much different that that infrastructure was not capable of standing up to whatever it was that they had anticipated whenever it was being built.
Have you guys ever been on one of these ships? They are incredibly large, like amazing. Like, you feel so insignificant. They're like a city. They're incredibly large, like unbelievably large. I'm sure that they were thought about back in the 70s when it was built. Nothing like this. So yeah, I agree with you 100%.
You have to use bicycles to get around on some of these ships. That's the size of these.
They're like cities. Like, they're amazingly big. It's just wild.
Euro.
Go ahead.
I painted some of those ships like that, so
really?
I know how they work, and bridges will never be built to sustain collision by a ship. Okay, it's impossible. Nobody cares about that. It's accident. I mean, they make it to be as as resistant as possible. But those caissons, I mean, the columns that bridge stand on, they can be widened and expanded so they can be stronger and sustain the collision with the smaller ships, of course, but not with the large ones. I mean, nobody can produce. It's not usually, bridges are not built to sustain such a collision. They will never be, right? You just put a little bit of protection around the columns. That's about
I
it.
actually
But yes,
I have a
this
question
is
for you.
this is the
Yuri. I have a
case.
question for you.
Yeah, this is
The
the
question I have
case
is,
of the ship.
go ahead.
Okay, go.
Oh, I was just going to ask you. Well, if you've actually seen some of these ships up close, and you kind of have a little bit of a background in this, would you? It's kind of interesting to hear that you're saying that no infrastructure is designed to do that. But I've seen like video of similar collisions happening in China, for example, and you can see that the bridge is constructed with more safeties in mind. I mean, I don't know if it would stand up to a ship that size going, with that momentum and that force and that tonnage. Of course, I can't say that, but it just looks like there's, when you compare that infrastructure project to more modern ones, there's definitely more safeties just
More
to your
modern
eye.
ones would be designed to sustain a collision with a smaller ship, let's say 50 up to maybe 100-meter long ships, but nothing above that is possible to construct. I mean, it's possible, but it's too expensive, too impossible. You wouldn't have any bridges built to do that.
Not practical.
It would just be not practical. Yes. What I suspect what happened with this ship is, this is maintenance problem. It's not captain's problem so much, but how much the company allows to maintain the engines and the circuitry of the ship. This is what's the major problem.
Internal corruption of the company. Yeah.
Yes. So what I suspect it happened here, this size of the ship has at least two propellers, two main engines, right? Maybe three, but I suspect it's only two. 400-meter ships will have three propellers, three main engines. And with two main engines, two propellers, they will have one electrical generator being connected to one of the engines, and will have at least two separate diesel generators for the ship's needs. Because, no, they would usually run almost constantly. Only one will be for backup, right? Because they need a lot of power if they have cooling storages, right? Those cargo ships always have coolers to keep the bananas and so on cold, so they will require a lot of electricity. So this was the case with probably the main engine with the generator actually stopped working when it first blackout came. It could have been the short circuit in a generator, so it blocked movement of the main engine. So the propeller, only one propeller would keep working that don't have a generator, right?
So you can't turn?
And that's why we see when the first blackout, we see the turning of the ship, because only one propeller is working, another one is stopped. So when the power comes on, the engine kept again full power. They're probably turning around, but it was actually another turning when the power went out again, because again only one propeller would work. The rudder in that short length wouldn't be effective at all. It's actually doing the opposite. When you turn a rudder, first movement is opposite. It actually makes you go to the opposite side, and then
right.
grabs
It swings the back
cargo.
end. It swings the back end out.
So we don't see that actually going on. So this is
a
propeller movement.
Really interesting variant. So you're saying, to your eye, you're saying that it looks like, due to the fact that it has a most likely dual, at least, propeller setup, once the ship blacked out, that doesn't mean that the other propeller, it could have gotten to the point where only one propeller was active, and therefore the ship was effectively non-steerable. So they could have powered it up and tried to do everything.
But that one propeller will steer it. You see? That will move it, steer it to the side. One propeller. You need both propellers because they're not in a center axis, they're on the sides, right? So if you have it on a side, it will push it on a opposite side, right? It pushes the ship on opposing side from where propeller is. That's
really
working.
interesting.
If it's only one. Yeah, that's what it is. What's going on?
Well,
why with the blackout ships turns, right? When the blackout happens, ship turns a little bit. It always both times it turned towards the column, bridge column.
Oh, okay.
Both times it turned, right?
Very
only
interesting
when
observation.
the blackout happened. That's what I'm suspecting. Its propeller is being blocked. Engine with a generator is being blocked.
What were you going to say, Wyatt?
Cannot use so much logic. We must go into the conspiracy. No, I cannot accept.
Okay.
No, because the ship is going straight until the very end, then it turns. To me, that is not natural. So, given the momentum of the ship, it should still go straight largely, even if the power is shut down. That I don't think it's based on the momentum; it just turns. And this is only based on the assumption that the propeller is not turning.
That could tie back to Yuri's theory, though, that they were fighting to keep it or something, and to keep it somewhat straight.
There is only one pilot, right? Only the Ukrainian pilot. That's the thing,
Didn't
they
they say that that's not actually true? Didn't they say that it's actually
like Biden? It goes straight and then he fall out.
It's an ISIS pilot. That was ISIS pilot,
The freaking river is so long. It purposely, ran out of power, just before the ship, and then it purposely have to turn at that moment, to hit that freaking bridge. To
the
me,
captain is actually really talented. The captain is not incompetent. He's a master pro bridge assassin.
I don't believe in this kind of coincidences, and for me, I prefer to think that the Ukrainian guy, if it's true, okay, sorry, I think I lagged. So the Ukrainian guy is being threatened to do something, and then because United States didn't do something, so Ukraine need him to do something, so that something happens, and then someone get punished.
Maybe they brainwashed him.
Are you sure it wasn't an Indian captain?
There is two guys.
If it's an Indian captain, if it's an Indian captain, then it's karma. If it's Indian captain, then it's karma.
Don't go there first. There's two guys from the port. One guy is a pilot, one guy is a mechanic. The Indian guy, which is lower paid, is actually the mechanic engine guy. The pilot is actually the Ukrainian guy who is paid $10,000 a month. I can't stand it. He earned more money than me. I can't take it. Anyway, Pete.
No, just one sentence, if I may.
If you want to talk conspiracies, I could go on all day about conspiracies, but this is one that I don't really buy into. And there's a really good YouTube channel called What's Going On with Shipping, and he's been a seafarer guy for years, I guess, and he gives a pretty good explanation of what he feels happened. But there's a couple things that you can clearly see. One, the ship loses power and it's coasting in it, and he does the traffic. He does a breakdown of the traffic lane of its in real time movement, and the ship starts to veer off course, but not very much. And it isn't until it regains power and you start seeing smoke coming out of the stack and whatnot, that you notice it really start to change course. And his explanation is there's a couple things. One, you don't know whether the ship has rudder control or not, or lost rudder control. And the other is the captain could have, in a panic, the first instinctive thing is throw this thing in reverse screw, and try and slow this thing down before you hit the bridge, or potentially hit the bridge. And what that does, what he was explaining, what that does is when you put a ship in reverse screw, it no longer stays in a straight line. It no longer continues going straight. It wants to twitch. I don't know if anybody here has ever driven a boat, even just a small boat. And you're coming in, and let's say you're coming to dock your boat or to get it out of the water, and you put it in reverse. All of a sudden, your boat just twists on you. And I mean that's a reasonable possible explanation. I'm not saying there isn't more to it than that, but it just kind of, based on some of those, seeing the timeline of what happened with the ship, it just seems more reasonable that it was just a man-made error, in my opinion. I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, that's probably correct. That
Bradley, you want to
flip the screws? That it was that thing. But I would say this happened because United States ran out of shells to give it to Israel and Ukraine, so they made a false flag to have an excuse not to to say, oh, we cannot export anymore.
Yeah. I prefer this kind of theory.
Yeah. I have a Wyatt theory here. Okay, so what happened is they hypnotized the captain so that right at the right moment, the Indian guy would do something, and get him to steer it into the bridge. He was brainwashed and he thought it was the Crimean bridge. So that's what happened. He was like, I'm doing this one for. And maybe he even thought he was in a kamikaze boat, You thought he was in one of those kamikaze boat drones. And
Karma, change topic. Change topic. Karma.
All right. It's just karma. Okay. That's my crazy conspiracy theory.
Nah, it's real simple, guys.
Go ahead.
All that happened was, keep in mind that the power was off, so it wasn't going that fast. And then so it was going slow to start. And then if there was a propeller going, you've got the propeller is moving with the water underneath, and that's going to cause it to drift. That's all that happened.
But I think the most likely explanation is it was
in opposite direction, right? They don't go in one direction; they go opposite direction, so it will go straight.
But what if one of them is out? Yuri's theory. What if one of them goes out? You're gonna have a moment of
But you cannot go into the what if.
No, why you need to have a certain level of propulsion. If it's got no propulsion, it won't. It'll drift.
Yeah, but the thing is, you cannot say what if, because once you go into what if, anything goes. You see, then we'll go into
Oh, come on! The square of hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares of the other side. Let's move on.
No, but Paul.
Paul.
I want to say something to other subject. Do you hear about the fourth internet cable in the Red Sea, and also about the two military ships from the Russia were sent in the Red Sea? The story go that the internet cable affect only the Chinese and Indian, do not affect the West, and maybe and the Houthi do not have the technology to cut the internet cable, and the story go that the US made that operation to affect China and India.
I think by definition that's an operation. And sorry, whose turn?
Go,
Naomi. Go, Naomi. Go.
That affected Africa too. So it was an anchor that was dragging on the seafloor that cut some cables.
Do you think that's the real story?
Yeah. Okay. Because they've been working on it. So yeah.
It looks like Paul doesn't buy it. I mean, I heard that China was affected and stuff. I don't really see what's the point of sabotaging your own infrastructure unless there's some kind of convoluted plan. And if that's the case, we're never going to be in a position to know anything about it. It's not like Nord Stream where they went down, they found a boot, nothing in the story makes sense. The story was really public. They made like 4 different cover-up stories. None of them made sense either. This is a different situation where there's so much plausible deniability that even if somebody did it, it might as well have been an anchor because you're never going to find who's culpable. That's my view on it. Go ahead, Paul.
I wanted to say that the Chinese and the Russian could sell in the Red Sea only the Western country, America, Britain, and the country that sell things to Israel could not sell in the Red Sea. And US they asked China to convince the Houthi to stop these things they do in the Red Sea, and China didn't want to do that. And maybe if they convince China that the Houthi do that thing, maybe they thought that China gonna stop the Houthis to attack the ship. So maybe they have a purpose. Want to go?
Well, I'm just going to revert to my point and say, even if it was somebody that did it, this is not one that I think we're going to find out about. This is not. That's my view. Maybe someday something will come up, but there's just it's too murky.
Naomi?
They were able to reroute. They were able to reroute the traffic, so it's like it didn't like sever everything. It's just everybody's fighting for headroom.
Oh,
do you know what I'm saying?
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, they rerouted all the traffic.
So now there's just an impact
to bypass the broken cables. So it's just like nobody's like cut off. It's just really, really bad. Like my internet is really, really bad. So, anyways,
I'm gonna go with Naomi's version. I think it's most likely an accident, and even if it's not, it doesn't make any sense to treat it as anything else. You could have your.
It was just like one day. It was just like one day that everything was like. Really,
I would
really
buy
bad.
it more if you were to say, oh no, there was the impact to bandwidth on this specific day at those specific times severely impacted something. Maybe you could make an argument like that. I would be more likely to buy that than the argument that they're trying to cut off China from the internet. But anyway,
no, that didn't happen.
I wanted to say if the purpose was not to cut China totally, because if they do that, there was a big problem with China. The purpose is to reach the objective. The objective is to reach that, convince China to go after the Houthis, to stop the Houthis in the Red Sea. So you say about the accident, I think that the internet cable, you cannot destroy them with an anchor or something like that. They are very well built. So I think we have a problem. 4 cables with an anchor, I don't think so. So if the Russian think that why they sent 2 ships, 1 ship is for destroying the submarines. This is the purpose of the ship. The 2 ships is for secure the Red Sea against the submarines. So there is a problem there.
World Wide Web is impossible to cut off, impossible to direct. Everything is connected with everything. So I don't know how you can direct whom you're gonna cut off. It's impossible to do. So this is just an accident. Most probably, maybe, one of the rockets became a torpedo when it entered the water and it just hit the wires. Okay, but it's impossible because it's connected. World Wide Web, right? It's a web. It's not one round
only
connection. It's a web. So it's
Only
connected
China,
all of it.
India.
As long as
Only China, India, and
routers,
Africa.
as long as the routers are recognizing that the one connection is broken, they will easily just reroute it on the other way. That's how World Wide Web. It's a web. It's not a line. Okay, so you cannot direct it. That's my point.
No, but you can control the nodes.
Exactly.
Example, most of internet connection between Europe and United States goes through Denmark. And what Denmark is allowing United States, it's to have NSA putting spies device on their server network, which launch all the data from optic cable, fiber optic cables to United States. It allows United States to know everything about internet traffic from Europe to United States and United States to Europe. By cutting that fiber optic cable, yes, you don't cut the web. It goes other lines, but it takes longer time. It annoys many people, and it goes through certain specific nodes that might be controlled by interests that are not Chinese or Indians or Africans. It's not cut, but it annoys.
And
and then I give the speech to Wyatt or Bradley.
Wyatt.
Anyone still want to continue to talk about internet?
Bradley.
I have one more point about the internet, and then we can switch off. So what I was gonna say is that if you take a look at just the baseline of like who benefits, there's absolutely no benefit in that. If you wanted to say that there's some kind of Paul's theory of like, oh, okay, well, this is just a kind of a threat, like, oh, we could cut it off all the way, we cut it off partly. Doesn't it suck to have to deal with slower bandwidth and all this other stuff? I don't think that that's in anybody's interest long term. So yeah, that's kind of my final point on that. And then after that, let's bring upgrade into it. Unless anybody else has something to say about this.
Any more internet stuff? Okay, change topic. Julian Assange is not going to get extradited yet because he's going to be able to go for appeal. Yeah, maybe UK have some brains. No. Upgrade.
Well,
you want to say
Assange
something?
is already in a jail. I mean, kinda. So it wouldn't help him much to not to be extradited, and it helps US not to collect fake evidence against him. So, see, that's the issue. It helps everyone. Status quo is helping everyone basically at the time, except Ecuadorian embassy. Is he? No, he's in jail now, right? In British jail. Yeah, so he's in British jail. So yeah, every status quo is okay with everyone, I would say, on Assange, except with him and his wife. So, but who cares about them, right? Nobody's. How many people are protesting that he's still, in a jail for nothing? Not many. While he actually contributed the most to the fall of the US hegemony, where I would say this is the point when a large number of people started suspecting US media story and exceptionalism, because it was shown how they actually almost intentionally produced ISIS members by killing indiscriminately. That's what was that chopper video showed. They were killing indiscriminately. The video about PMC killing just for fun, while driving on the road. And also more important, how they were arresting everyone in Iraq, Afghanistan, putting them in together with other terrorists in a jail, in a prison, those mass prisons where they finally got connections. But now that's not so important anymore. I wanted to start to talk about Bitcoin. The issue. Okay.
Let upgrade has a subject he really wants to bring up.
Yeah. If you wanna keep upgrade, stay on the subject or change it.
Yeah. He's got. Okay. We kind of want to talk about Zelensky's threat.
I wanted to go in a total different direction. Sorry, Wyatt. Sorry, Euro.
Okay.
I wasn't here before, so I don't know if you already went through the topic, but I wanted to discuss about Zelensky's remark about retreating in case there is no money, who is coming to him. I just wanted to ask all of you guys, what do you think about, is it calculated, or is it really desperation, or he's playing his role, which he's always played since the war began? I don't know who want to start maybe to answer the question, if you want to answer. Yeah.
Wyatt's comment was the best on that. I mean, in a OM lounge, that was best comment.
In a nutshell,
right?
if he really want to threaten the West, just say that he's going to join the Russian Federation if there's no more money and weapons.
Yeah.
Threatening to retreat is a stupid threat. No, it's a given. No, nobody cares. So no. Yeah, you say that if you don't give me any more money, I'm going to join the Russian Federation. 100% everybody will be afraid.
Yeah. So I wanted to say about this Moscow massacre.
Maybe we stay on the topic and we don't.
Paul say something. No, Paul.
Maybe before we move on. Before we move on.
I would like to answer to a great question.
Thank you.
Wait. Paul raised his finger. No,
I wanted to say something about Julian Assange. I think Julian Assange now is a hot potato for the Biden administration. If he's brought to US and is put in jail, Biden gonna lose a lot of votes. So that things with the UK, I think, do not touch the Julian Assange problem in this year, because we have a campaign. Okay, go ahead. Wants to go, RL?
To answer a great question. Look at those 2.5 years of war in Ukraine. What was Ukraine tactics? Not losing a single square centimeters of land. Why?
That's why it's so surprising.
And then if you understand that you have a lot of private companies who have bought lease on lands, what matters the most for those who have backed Ukraine financially, the private companies like Monsanto, like BlackRock and so on, is to keep lands. And when Zelensky say, I'm going to retreat if you don't give me money, it's not I'm going to join Russian Federation. No, it's all the money you have put to take the resources of Ukraine will go to Russia. So give me money so I can buy more villas, more real estate.
Okay, can I respond to that real quick? Just real quick. That's a good statement, but for me, it's really surprising because, like you said, Ukraine's goal was not to retreat, not to give no centimeter to the opposite, to the Russians, right? And now he's actually saying we're gonna lose ground and we're gonna do it slowly. And what is the logic? What is the thinking behind what he's saying? I don't understand what his tactic is, or is there
maybe
even
it's like Donald Trump. Maybe it's like Donald Trump.
It's a blackmail.
Told them, are you going to build the wall? And he was like, yeah, of course I am. Like, well, you're not going to get the funding for it. He's like, well, it just got 10 feet taller. So it kind of reminds me of that.
It's a blackmail.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
Or maybe Toby, because he was raising his finger. Just, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well, there's two things I'd say. One is that it might just be the simple truth. I mean, Ukraine's military is in the position of having the Russians have had it for a couple of years now. It's got to hurt. Sooner or later, you know, the Russians are going to break them. I'm surprised they've lasted this long. The Ukrainian military has been unbelievably resilient. There's no question about that. They might not have been able to succeed in their offensives, but then again, they didn't have any air power. And but in terms of defense and in terms of resisting, they've been outstanding. But it's been a long time, and they've got a formidable adversary. Sooner or later, they will break, especially without funding. So it could just be that Zelensky's telling the straight up truth. The other thing is, he would be getting advice from officials in the Biden administration about what suits the Biden administration's policy agenda. And bringing this up as an issue is important, right? Because the Biden administration is trying to get the funding passed. So they're trying to put pressure on the Republicans that it's critical, you know, and if you don't support our funding bill, then you are causing the demise of Ukraine, which is a narrative that Biden's been pushing. But yeah, look, I just think that Ukraine economically, in terms of RL's point about the corporations wanting land and so on, I think that's kind of true enough, or it used to be true. But now, because of the duration of the war and because of the crippled economy of Ukraine for that time, and the unlikelihood of it being economically viable without, you know, a happy Russia, I think that any company looking to go into Ukraine would be out of its mind, because whoever owns that land nominally is going to be under a huge tax burden, because whatever Ukraine survives is going to have an unbelievable amount of interest to pay on a very, very small, dismembered economy at best. So I can't see corporations of any stripe, Russian, NATO, whatever, making money out of Ukraine, because that place is going to get taxed into oblivion in order to pay for this conflict one way or another. In fact, it may be so bad that the Russians don't want to take on Western Ukraine and choose to leave behind a rump state just so that they don't have to take on the debt of that rump state. That's a very likely outcome. So yeah, I think it used to be the dream that the Western corporations would go in there and do great business, but I don't think that dream's on the cards anymore. And I think Bradley had his hand up.
Yeah, so I think that's an interesting point that RL brought up, where Zelensky's basically could be using this as a form of blackmail to be like, okay, well, we're retreating from where the resources that you were going to be getting at decent prices are going to be not in your reach, you know, something like that. That's interesting, but I still think that overall this is a way to prep and the Ukrainian as well as Western populations to say that, oh, we were just talking about how Ukraine has no choice but to retreat. You know, it's like a way of setting up sort of like an alibi, for the way I see it, of saying, the Ukraine would have won. You know, it's not our fault that Ukraine lost. It's the fault of, you know, the politicians or the people that would not allow for the politicians to send sufficient supplies. And now these brave Ukrainians died for when they didn't have to. So I think that's what it is. I think it's a preparation to start scapegoating other people and getting away from the idea in people's heads that, oh, Russia's been losing this war for 2 years. Now we're starting to talk about surrendering of Ukraine and what that's going to look like. So you just got to get that conversation going. That's what I think this is. Please go ahead, Upgrade.
Yeah, I just don't understand what's the logic, right? Because if you say you're going to retreat and you're going to lose land, then why not just sign or try to talk agreement with the Russians? Because if you're going back slowly and you're gonna die slowly, and you're already dying slowly, then what is the end goal here? Is he that much in a pickle or that much under pressure that he can't, before the US election, do any peace talks with the Russians? Because in Switzerland, we were talking about not so long time ago, actually, I think 1 week ago, that if there is a peace talks, they can be arranged in Switzerland, and that because most of the countries don't include Russia in it, but the Swiss, they said there must be Russia in it. There will be no peace without Russia included. So I don't really understand what's the logic behind it. Is it because of US election? Is it really because it's true? Then we can go on. That's for me more conspiracy theory, but I don't really understand what's the logic behind to say that you're gonna retreat slowly. That's not a good way of doing or saying things when you're in a problem like that. So maybe somebody wanna add something? Oh, Paul, maybe, yeah. Go on.
I wanted to say that Zelensky in 21 May gonna lose his mandate of president. So what he can say? We cannot win this war because of Ukrainian army. We cannot win this war because of me. I cannot make a deal with the Russia. No, the fault is of the West. They don't give us weapons. So I think they throw the blame. You are to blame. Americans say to the Ukrainian, you don't attack Zaporozhye, you attack in that area. So this is what I'm thinking was to go.
Yeah, I'll just make a point about the military is a pretty complex system. And a military war is pretty much the whole state operating as a very complex system. All of your food supply, all of your energy supply, it's all focused in on the military activities. And everything's running at a pretty high level. There's a lot of stress on all of the machinery involved. There's a lot of consumption of consumables across the board. And as time goes on, that becomes extremely unstable. Big corporations that have to run very complex operations with a lot of machinery, they have plans for this. They retire a lot of equipment. They have projects with set finish dates because there's all kinds of personnel and cost issues associated with running very, very large complex operations over a long period of time. I think Ukraine could be about to disintegrate, because they have been doing a Herculean task over the last 2 years, and very little has gone right for them in the broader sense. As I say, I'm amazed at their resilience, but I could think of maybe 100 different ways that Ukraine could go very badly wrong over the next 6 months, and it might be 20 or 30 of them at a time. So I think that we could be, I'm not sure how Ukraine survives another year of this without almost complete disintegration of the military, of the society. The economy is already gone. So, yeah, I don't know. I think Zelensky might just be facing reality. I'm amazed that Ukraine hasn't broken already. And I think that that's what we could be looking at sooner rather than later. And I also think that that's one of the reasons that NATO is pulling out of Ukraine and is washing its hands of it. I strongly suspect that NATO realized that this was a busted flush around the time of the failed offensive. Not because of what was going on in the battlefield, but because of what they were seeing inside Ukraine and inside the military command structure. I mean, let's not forget Zelensky lost his job. What was that about? No one really knows. You've got Budanov, who's a like toddler psycho, going around committing acts of global terrorism with Islamic mercenaries. Well, that's fun, Like this is not a place where NATO sees a bright future, and so Yeah, listen, I don't think the Biden administration had a great plan for supporting Zelensky. Bundling everything together in one bill with nothing for the wall was almost guaranteed to make it fail. So, yeah, but in my view, NATO's washed its hands of Ukraine, and we're going to see Ukraine collapse over the next 8 months, if Russia want that.
Just to kind of get back to what we were talking about with the veracity of those claims, when has the truth, the legitimacy of claims ever stopped Ukrainians, especially from just saying whatever they want? This war has been marked with really intense propaganda efforts and information war efforts, and Ukraine has been caught with so much egg on their face. Even Ukraine's allies are, understand that this is above what we would expect to see in a war normally. So I think that they, even if that's true, there's a reason why it's being put out, and it's being put out in multiple places. Because there was an article in the was it the Times? I don't remember, that they were saying, like, what would a surrender of Kiev look like, right? So that we're seeing those words in headlines, and that's different than what we saw before. We used to see words like stalemate, right? So this is like kind of shaping the general consciousness of people to get to the point of saying, like, oh, well, so the collapse is not unexpected. And maybe a straight up collapse like that is they'd rather have that. They'd rather have Ukraine like lose on the battlefield than right now push the Russians to do these peace talks, So it could be a situation where they know that the ship is going down anyway, but they might as well, manage how the sinking ship is going down. So yeah, I still think that it's the biggest value of that, and the reason why we're seeing so many of these articles is shaping the narrative. I think that's playing a huge role right now. Go ahead, RL.
To what you just said, my point of view, I'm not astonished at all. I mean, look at Nazi Germany, look at Imperial Japan. None of them crumbled from within. They got crushed militarily.
It's true.
They fight till the end. Japan received 2 atomic bombs, and the Russians were coming from the north, so they say, okay. But Nazi Germany, they were fighting in Berlin, even even for the German high command, everything was lost. You still have soldiers fighting till the end. And the last Japanese soldier who surrendered was in the 70s, in a remote, lost island somewhere in the Pacific. The guy was still in the jungle with his...
It just blows my mind, RL, that someone would fight that hard for BlackRock. But you're right, historically...
Because if you analyze those entities, which Ukraine is very close to, the state apparatus, the secret services, the intelligence services, all of those guys have the same kind of ideology. They will fight and send their own people to the last one. They are already sending women to the trenches. And I saw a footage in a bus of teenagers. They are sending 16, 17, 18 years old boy. So it's just 2.5 years. A bit more than 2 years of war. It's not that long. So go on, Ryler.
I was thinking, and I've been wondering about this for a while. How much territory do you guys think Ukraine would have to lose, other than the territories Russia claims, for it to say, okay, that's enough, we're just going to accept Russia's terms? Or like what, how much would Ukraine just have to lose in terms of either territory or manpower or whatever it may be before they say, okay, we need to accept Russia's terms? Because for me, I think Russia would need to take a lot more territory than what they already claim in order to do any kind of land swap or anything like that to get what the terms that they're suggesting.
As far as I know, Ukrainians are Russians, so as long as they have Lvov, they will fight. They will never surrender. But the main difference between the Ukraine and Nazi Germany and Japan is they were not depending on outside, as Ukraine is. Ukraine is fully dependent on outside supplies and financing. So this is a little bit different setup. It will differently collapse. Its administration, Ukrainian administration, is dependent on skimming off the flow from outside, and that's what drives the Ukraine and its administration with Zelensky and the top. As long as there's inflow of money that they can skim off, they will be there. But we'll notice they will go out by using cryptocurrency. We saw that many Ukrainians that were leaving Ukraine were caught with bagfuls of cash. So the most safest way is to have an exchange in Kiev, crypto exchange, and they can just pile up into crypto and move anywhere, right? Nobody can track them anymore. This is important to me. So you will notice jump in cryptocurrency value, mainly Bitcoin, as they keep leaving. It's already happening, I would say, because Bitcoin is at 70,000 now. So, but this ties up with another point, which I wanted to start, and I don't know if you want to keep going on.
I'd like to answer Rylar's question about Ukraine, but Bradley, you were first.
Well, actually, no. I'd let Rylar go. I've already forgotten what my point was. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I'll quickly respond to Rylar and then upgrade. Yeah, back in your box, Swissy. So Rylar, you're asking about territory. I think thinking about Ukraine as territory is a big mistake, right? Because the thing is, it's a very fluid concept. What is Ukraine? It's basically just a bunch of Russians saying whatever they think it is at a given time. Remember, there are millions of people, literally millions of people living in Russia right now who really support Russia, who are as Ukraine as anyone else. They were born there. Their grandparents were born there. Like Russia can move in a pro-Russian Ukrainian regime from top to bottom in 48 hours. And so when we hear the Russians talk about their negotiating conditions being the denazification of Ukraine, understand what that means. That means Russia gets to say what the ideological bent of every official in the Ukrainian administration is. That means that Russia gets to install a Russian-friendly regime. And they can do that using people who were born and bred Ukrainians. So there is no such thing as a pro-NATO anti-Russian Ukraine if the Russians get to say who's in the government. And as long as they get to say who's a Nazi, they get to say who's in the government. So don't misunderstand Russia's victory aims here. They want the whole thing, man. There's not going to be any territory for pro-NATO Ukrainians outside of Berlin and London and maybe, like a compound in Florida somewhere. Those people are going to be exiled. And unless Russia starts, talking about something other than denazification, there is no pro-NATO Ukraine at the end of this. That's my point.
Yeah, I was going to say, like on Toby's point, I mean, like I said earlier, wherever Russia stops, wherever they decide to set up camp, the people that live there will either be, on the same page as Russia, or they'll leave, or they'll be forced to leave. It'll be Russian territory and you're on board with Russians, vision, or you're a Ukrainian that left. I mean, I don't really think it matters, because the Russians are going to do what they want with the territory they have, and they're not going to put up with people that don't want to play ball or be part of the program. So you'll either just leave because it's not worth staying there, or you'll be forced to leave. Or if you're a troublemaker, maybe the FSB will take care of you. But I figure if you're in Russian-controlled territory, you're probably on board with the Russian vision. And if you're not, you left, or you're going to leave.
Okay, what do you got to say about it?
Don't underestimate how easy it is to.
Okay, what were you saying, bro? What were you saying up there?
Yeah, just real quick, and then you can move on. To answer the Rilo's question, I think if Kiev falls, then it's over. If Kiev falls, it's over for sure. I mean, it's like everywhere. If the capital city is falling, then I don't think there's much more to fight for. And also a good point from Toby, the most Ukrainians who went to another country is Russia. If you count the millions of people who went to Russia, they were not happy with what's happening in Ukraine, and maybe you can actually bring them back there on some of their lands which belongs to them, right? So I think logically the capital city, if it falls, then it's over. If it's their second siege and they really fall, then I don't think they will come back. I don't really think they will come back. The morale collapse will be too severe.
Capital will move to Lvov.
Okay,
as in the beginning.
Lvov, you remove it to Lvov, and what? Then you don't have anything left. You have nothing left. There is nothing to fight.
Well, you have a rump state.
For Lvov, you're gonna
fight.
Let
Dan go.
They already don't want to fight right now, man. They already don't want to fight now. They're already now at the breaking point. They're already now at the limit of the limit. And you want to let them go fight for Lviv?
Did they call you and tell you, Upgrade, that they were at their limits?
I think they are at their limits. I think they are at the limits, really.
Don't trust them.
In my opinion, yeah, I don't. I think they have so much fight left because we're dealing with Russians here. When I lived in Siberia, I had many Ukrainian neighbors who had fled the conflict, and they spoke with Russians, and they were Russians. Like, you couldn't tell them apart. I couldn't. And I went fishing with Ukrainians, ate shashlik with Ukrainians, smoked cigarettes with Ukrainians. Now, when I see videos from the conflict in Ukraine, the towns look exactly like my town. This is the strangest thing. It looks like a Soviet town that I live in. And so the quality of soldier, and people don't understand when I say how good Slavic people are at dying. If any other race in the world took the casualties that Ukraine and Russia took, they would be done. The war would be absolutely done. And I always say that when I'm on here because I have yet to find a race of people that can suffer as great as these people. In fact, my next video is going to be at the caliber of the Russian and the Ukrainian soldier, because these people are absolutely good at suffering, absolutely good at soldiering, and I think it comes from their heritage. What is this guy that said we liberated Europe from fascism, but they will never forgive us for it. This is a quote from some fucking Soviet guy.
I think it's Zhukov.
And so, like, this is the mentality of these people. It's so ingrained in them. Whether they're the Ukrainians fighting the Russians or the Russians fighting the Ukrainians, it just feels like, to me personally, this can go on for so long. And RL talked about that Japanese guy who was fighting in the jungle. And I'm telling you guys, communication in the front line, even if Kiev fell today, there's hundreds of thousands of guys like this that have no idea that the war is over, because if communication is already bad in the front line, could you imagine if people are running like rats? It's going to get crazy, boys. Bye-bye.
Sooner or later, they've got to go and fight the Polish.
Yeah, I agree with what Dan's saying to a point, but I think like right now there's this period between, the election and then the start of the offensive season when it dries out. And then you've got this pressure campaign on the infrastructure. Then you've got the massive pressure on the army. and then Putin's actively talking about delegitimizing Zelensky after his term expires. You know, I mean, if he leaves and no one replaces him, or there's some kind of, you know, problem with the handover of power, I mean, maybe the Russians are counting on maybe the army saying fuck it and walking away, or maybe parts of the army saying fuck it and walking away because there's no leadership. Zelensky's gone. You know, maybe the hierarchy that was around and that's been pushing it is gone, and the new guys are, you know, maybe not popular or whatever. So I think for the next month you got some time to. They might be kind of playing to see how this plays out, and if they can get some big wins without having to fight against Zelensky and the Ukrainian regime by, you know, causing internal problems, maybe causing a power struggle or a vacuum, or just, you know, a bad change of power that might cause the army to react badly or not fight or whatever. I think that's kind of might be a possibility.
Well, I mean, my read on the whole situation regarding what Russia's trying to achieve in Ukraine has always been that, you know, they're not really trying to take over all of Ukraine. Because, I mean, when the war started, they moved in with like less than 100,000 troops trying to take over a country with over 40 million people. And if you look at their terms, you know, in that early part of the war when both Russia and Ukraine were willing to negotiate, you see what the Russian terms were like recognition of Crimea as part of Russia, recognition of the Donbass republics as independence, denazification of Ukraine, as you said, and like demilitarization of Ukraine, and neutrality for Ukraine, so no NATO or any formal alliances with the West or anything like that. And I know that Russia has explicitly stated in that early part of the war that they weren't trying to remove Zelensky from power, that he could remain in power as part of a peace agreement. So what I've always assumed is that basically what Russia's trying to do is, you know, take as much land both as they claim and or that they don't claim in Ukraine, and then basically have, you know, in total that they're going to control on net more territory than they claim, so that they can then trade off whatever territory they claim for, or territory that they don't claim for territory that they do claim, as well as having Ukraine fulfill those other peace agreement requirements. But that's just always my take for it. And I mean, I'm sure Ukraine can fight for a very long time, even without NATO aid, because I mean, Ukraine does have a pretty big economy. They could spend, you know, a couple tens of billions of dollars every year, you know, on weapons imports and, you know, soldier training and that kind of thing. So I mean, that's just my read on it. And if Russia did want to try and, you know, take over all of Ukraine, that would probably need at least another year, compared to what, you know, they just, as opposed to just getting the terms that they currently want from Ukraine. And whether or not the Russians are willing to do that, given the losses they're going to take, is, you know, it's an open question.
Agree. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we don't deny that the Ukrainians are tough fighters and they're doing pretty good against a superpower. But let's be honest, most of the people who are right now at the front line, are they really the hardcore guys who are gonna fight even if everything crumbles? And okay, the communication is maybe not that good at the front line, but I think if Kiev falls, all the Ukrainians will know that Kiev falls. In the entire world, the entire world will know that Kiev falls. So I'm not so sure that they will fight on until the last Ukrainians if it really looks like bad, you know. And I don't think the Ukrainians can fight on by themselves without any help of the West. You can see already now that without the help, they're starting to talk about retreating from the front line. They don't have an economy. Their economy is totally destroyed. There's nothing left in this country that they can just push in tens of billions of US dollars to rebuild their economy or rebuild tanks or missiles. They have nothing left. I don't see which data shows me that Ukraine is a superpower and can rebuild himself from scratch without any help from the West. Yeah, go on, Paul, sorry.
I wanted to say in 21 of May, the narrative will gonna change because the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, will not be anymore president. So no negotiation with the Russian. The Russian gotta liberate Ukraine for the Nazi. If they cannot reach a deal before the 20th of May, the things will gonna change. Even in a Ukrainian population, some population do not agree with this word. If you don't have a president-elect, many of Ukrainians don't want to fight this war. So I think that the Russians do not care about the territory. They want to break the Ukrainian spirit. They want they break the Ukrainian psychology. Don't matter about Kiev, Lvov, or things like that. We say we see that the Russian attacked the electric infrastructure. So I think they have a plan, and we're gonna see after 21 of May, the narrative will gonna change, and they do not negotiate with the Russian because the Russian they do not accept the Zelensky regime. Go ahead, Van. Von.
Hey, I was going to ask, is there even a fucking replacement name for Zelensky? Just real quick, and then you can go. I was just curious if there's a replacement or any candidates.
The prime minister of Ukraine. I forget what his name is. Hold on, it's
another Jew.
Yeah, Denis Shmyhal. Yeah.
Yermak, Shmyhal, Zelensky, Jews.
Shmuley. It's gonna be Shmuley replacement for him.
like Trotsky, who make the Ukrainian genocide, Jews.
Hey, I do have a question though. I mean, like with what I was saying earlier, I mean, what if the guy that replaces Zelensky, what if there's units in the military that don't like him? What if the nationalists are like, fuck this, or the Chechens decide to say, screw this, or the territorials? I just think right now there's just a lot of potential for the Russians to make problems before he leaves and after he leaves, to where maybe they can avoid some of these bigger fights, because maybe they aren't, like Upgrade saying, the army might just be like, what the fuck are we fighting for? Who's in charge? I mean, there's got to be, I follow a lot of these units on social media, like their Facebook pages, and there's people that comment in there. Of course, it's a lot of it's like praying for them to be safe and glory to the heroes. But there's people in there that writing shit about, like, what about these motherfuckers that we know that disappeared in the trenches 6 months ago? Why the fuck haven't you told us anything? Why can't the commander give a permission for Vanya to go recover the bodies of their brothers? So I think even though there is a lot of bad communication and shit like that, big shit does get around and people do know and they do talk. I mean, I would imagine if you live in Ukraine and you're a civilian, at this point, there's no way in hell you don't know multiple people that are dead, missing, or wounded, if not multiples of all three.
And my
you
point
can't hide
and
that shit. Plus, look at all the videos people take of the graveyards.
And Dan's point is that Ukrainians are gonna fight like Russians. Remember that it was the German military was all the way to close to Urals, to Moscow, to Stalingrad, everything. They will never surrender. Just the same, as long as they have administration.
Yeah, but are those Ukrainians today the same as the Ukrainians from before?
My idea is still that Ukrainians can fight as long as the administration is there, and they can move capital to Lvov, just as
They
in the
don't
beginning.
gonna have a mandate.
Just as
Are
it
they the
happened in the
same-
beginning. Don't
Are they
interrupt
the
me.
same?
Fuck
Are they
off.
the same kind of men that their fathers and
interrupt me.
grandfathers were?
Fuck off. The Russians also have problems. Okay, they're starting right now. And it's not only Ukrainians that are attrition. Russians are attrition too. A lot of it. They also having problem. It's only those gliding bombs that are saving them and presenting this as forwarding again. It's not Ukrainians that are so badly attrition. They still have a lot of, in Western Ukraine, a lot of armies. I like 6 months ago, I think it was more more Ukrainian army in Western Ukrainian than in the East. Now they're moving them. Last few months, they're moving them from the West to East. Yes, they're losing more and more, but they still have a lot to defend themselves. And they always upgrade. You see, that's why French are offering to replace Ukrainian army from the West, so allow them to move to East on the front line, right? That's what it is. They still have a lot of capability, and they can always do what Surovikin did, shorten the defensive line, right? That's what Surovikin did.
Well, you
When they
know,
were falling, they can.
It's Toby's turn.
you know, let somebody else fucking talk.
Toby.
Yeah, can I
That's
respond
what's
to
still
Ryla's
possibility.
question?
We're gonna
Thank you,
start saying
Yuri.
fuck off
Next
every
one is
time.
Ryler.
Everybody
Had
fuck off, fuck off,
finger
fuck
up,
off.
right?
I'm actually
Fuck off,
responding
fuck
to
off.
Ryla's question
Right?
from before.
Ryler, did you have a finger up?
Yeah, Toby can talk and I'll
Thank
talk.
you. Yeah, thank you, Euro, for your contribution. So, Ryla, you were mentioning the possibility that Ukraine would borrow a couple of tens of billions of dollars a year to fight the war. I'm not sure if you understand the scope of the Ukrainian economy all that well. And it's a pretty interesting kind of thing. I was looking into it recently, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. And the reason is Ukraine in 2021 didn't have that much debt. I mean, well, actually it did, but its economy was smaller as well. And so Ukraine entered a war into Russia where it lost a fifth of its territory, which was producing a lot of tax receipts. It lost millions and millions of people through immigration. It faced economic collapse due to war, and yet its GDP actually grew to its highest level ever of $160 billion a year, right? Which is really, really strange because to put it in perspective, you know, in 2000 and in the year 2000, it wasn't even 30 billion, and now it's 160. In 2015, it was 90 billion. So this figure of 160 billion is really artificially high. It's being measured because all the imports of weapons are being called productivity or something. But the thing is, the debt in Ukraine has gone up to staggering levels. It's now up to 140 billion. And in 2021, right, it was only like 70 billion. So Ukraine's debt is now approaching about 90% of its GDP, and its GDP is 160. That's massively inflated. So my point is, if Ukraine were to come back down to earth and have realistic figures, their GDP would probably be around 60 billion, and their debt would probably be around 4 times that at 140 billion. And that's now, right? So the idea that Ukraine, a country that has realistically got an economy worth max $50 billion, is going to spend $20 billion a year on a war. It's because that's really what we're talking about. At the same time as they're servicing a debt of $150 billion. No. So I think if you spend a few minutes looking at these figures, you'll understand why Ukraine is a busted flush. The debt is too big. The economy is too poor. And there's no real easy way out of that situation. Okay, so back to Ryla or upgrade.
Right, and I don't really disagree with anything you're saying, but that doesn't really address the point that I'm trying to make. The point I was trying to make was basically that, you know, you have Russia's official terms, and then you have, you know, taking over all of Ukraine, just making it a Russian puppet state. You know, there's always going to be a huge difference between, you know, the amount of resources Russia's going to have to put into getting just their official terms as opposed to taking over all of Ukraine. So and I'm just making up numbers here. Say it would take them, you know, 6 months more of war to get their official terms. You know, if they wanted to take over all of Ukraine, it might take them, you know, a year and a half from now to do that. And obviously that's going to, you know, probably lead to tens of thousands more Russians dead, you know, probably hundreds of billions of dollars more money Russia has to spend. And that's no matter what state the Ukrainian economy is in or how much aid they're getting from the West or anything like that. But
I think you've got a lot of confidence in the idea that they're going to resist a Russian-friendly government. I mean, you don't seem to entertain the idea that there could be a bunch of Ukrainians who want to be friendly with Russia in charge of Ukraine. That's really strange, but I get that. Like, that's the Western media narrative. The idea that you could have like 1 million really pro-Ukrainian, pro-Putin Ukrainians running Ukraine as the government. The idea that you could have 10 million of those, the Western media discounts that possibility. We're told that like everyone in Ukraine is an ardent Ukrainian nationalist. Listen, there are millions of refugees who were born in Ukraine who are now living in Russia. You don't misunderstand what Putin means by demilitarization and denazification. He means the control of Ukraine. That's the only thing that means, because otherwise, no matter where you try and draw your territorial borders and you have a rump Ukraine, that rump Ukraine that is pro-NATO is going to be anti-Russian. That won't have been demilitarized and it won't have been denazified. And so Putin will lose politically. He will not have achieved his aims. So I don't think there's any question. Russia want a Ukraine with a Russian-friendly government, and they're going to keep breaking it on the wheel until they get it. But now over to either Upgrade or Vaughan.
Upgrade first, then me.
Yeah, thanks, Vaughan. I just have to disagree with Euro about they have so many troops left and everything is fine, and that the Russians are just winning because of the FABs. That's ridiculous. How you can say that? You've been following the war like most of us more than like 2 years, and you're saying the Russians just won because of FABs? Just because of FABs, because of multitudes of factors. And you made actually my point, Euro. I don't know if he's here, but if the foreigners, the Western countries need to intervene in Ukraine, that doesn't look like very confident to me that they have a lot of left. That means for me that they need to actually put troops to the front line because they're losing so much, and that's what they actually do. They're losing so many troops. That's why they hold the line. We had already a disagreement last time, but they hold the line with bodies because they have nothing left. That's why he's constantly asking for more equipment, more money, because without it, they will crumble. They will crumble. So you can paint a nice picture of Ukraine as you wish, but the facts and the data shows it. And you can see it clearly with the narrative change of the Western media. Before the counteroffensive, it was all honky-donkey, and they will be swimming in the Azov Sea in the summer in a couple of months. Now we're talking about retreating. Nobody was talking about any retreating. They was talking about stalemate, about the stalemate. Now it's retreating. It's a total disaster, and it's getting worse and worse. Yes, Vaughan, please go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, along with what you're saying, the idea that these Ukrainian troops are like extra special and hard fighters, it's like the good trained hard troops, they're all dead. They died in the first army that got wiped out, and they were too stupid to take, like I talked about, using Western equipment like the Martyrs and the Bradleys and the Abrams and the Leopards as hunter killer packs because they're NATO trained. Well, guess what? They were NATO trained. They could have took fucking T-72s and BMPs and BTRs and made little hunter killer packs with those and fucking done the same thing, but they didn't. They never do anything smart. They never do anything that you would think a competent army would do. I mean, the idea that they're like hard fighters and because they have the ability to sit there and get pounded every day by FABs because they aren't allowed to retreat like a normal smart person would do, or a tactically sound decision would be made. I mean, yeah, they sit there and fight because there's tons of bodies to throw at it, and they sit there and fight because they can't run away or their own people will shoot them. You know, they get rounded up on the street and shoved in there. I mean, I seriously doubt these guys are the hard fighters. I mean, and the idea that these guys are, you know, the bloodline of the guys that fought Nazis and shit, all those guys are dead and gone, just like in America. You know, the men that fought World War II, what, you think those men exist, the same kind of men exist today in America that are going to rise up like that? I mean, the hard men in Ukraine, they're either old and dead or gone or already there. Same with every other country. I mean, you know, maybe Russia's different because they protected their culture better and weren't exposed as much to the West. But all these Western countries, I mean, the Englishmen of today aren't the Englishmen that landed on Normandy or fought anywhere in Europe. You know, they're not the guys that went to fucking fight the Japs in Pacific. Same with the Americans. I mean, the Ukrainian guys that fought in the bad old days, they're all I mean, Ukraine was full of soy boys and westernized fucks. So it's probably the same thing. You might have some hard guys, just like you would in America. You got some guys that are still hard that would fight, but the majority of the people are a bunch of softies. So I would imagine the quality isn't that great, other than what's left of the original veterans or the guys that are lucky enough to survive long enough to become a veteran. But I would say quality is garbage at this point.
Go on, AJ.
You didn't call the name. You see, nobody know what to do.
Yeah, no, the idea that Russia is being like has horrible attrition. Yeah, no, I dropped the BBC's estimates for Euro if he's still in there. Russian losses are still under 50,000 since the start of it, and probably around 85K total, with maybe double or triple that many injured. So the idea that they're just horribly attrited is hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, the only time the Russians have a spike in their casualties is when they assault cities like Avdiivka or Bakhmut. I mean, they're just sitting there grinding dudes away on the other side of the field in the tree line. They ain't losing shit unless they decide to probe and go after them and get hit crossing a minefield or something. But most of the time, they're just sitting there.
Yeah, now that they're deploying those new ground unmanned vehicles or whatever. Yeah, no, considering how fast the Russian industrial capacity has jumped up, they're going to start pumping those things out by the hundreds.
Well, I mean, I saw that shit yesterday, and I was like, it reminded me of that scene from like the beginning of the Terminator, where you see this tracked vehicle driving over debris and wreckage and skulls, and it's got a gun on it, and the same fucking thing. It's driving through this area. It's all bombed out. There's chunks of tank laying everywhere, and probably dead people, and it's just driving through there, busting off shots. And I mean, think about it. You put 2 or 3 of those in a couple PKMs. I mean, there's your little robot assault squad. It was crazy. I mean, that shit's just getting crazier and crazier every day.
I actually watched an interview the other day with Eric Prince from Blackwater, and he was talking about how, Russia's the only military right now that's actually doing or using AI in its systems on the battlefield. No one else is right now. Not to the extent that Russia is. Like the battlefield of the future that everybody's been talking about for like 10, 15 years, that's here right now. Russia's using it. They're getting pretty good at it. Oh, go ahead.
About that million men, which were mainly in the west of Ukraine. Yeah, most of them are Galicians. Most of them are people from Ivano-Frankivsk. Because since the beginning of the war, most of the Ukrainian casualties amongst the soldiers were Ukrainians from Russian-speaking areas, Hungarian-speaking areas, Romanian-speaking areas. And now they are running out of those guys. That's why you saw several weeks and months ago police officers dying in front line, because they are sending now those guys who were running after Ukrainians in the city to send them in the front line. Now they are sending the guys who are catching the others. And now it's the time for the people from Galician areas, Lvov areas, and Ivano-Frankivsk areas to go to the front line. It's their turn. Voilà.
Funny video.
Paul, go.
All I wanted to say in the war, it is important that the army changes tactics, and we see that the Russian army was adapting very good to this war, was bringing to new weapons, new tactics. So we see the trend. The trend is not good for the Ukrainian and for the West. Who wants to go next? Okay, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, just one last thing I wanted to say about Ukraine is that, people generally don't like being conquered. I mean, I don't deny that there are pro-Russian Ukrainians, but obviously the majority of Ukrainians are supportive of the Ukrainian government, or at least Ukrainian, not Ukraine not being a complete puppet state of Russia. So I just think that there is definitely a strong, group of Ukrainians who are willing to continue fighting, pretty much no matter what, and maybe or maybe not, they're willing to take some sort of deal. I do think that they are the sort of people who live in, that western part of Ukraine that are more nationalist. I mean, that's all I kind of want to say on that topic.
Yeah, and on the issue of
Upgrade.
Upgrade, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's maybe true. Of course, nobody likes to get conquered and attacked and get killed. But the problem is, in this story, Ukraine is a special case, right? Because the identity of Ukraine is very different than other countries, right? There is the pro-West Ukrainian, and there is also the pro-Russian. And if you look how many millions of pro-Russian Ukrainians went to Russia, they are in the millions. We're not talking about a couple of tens of thousands. We're talking about millions who agree with Russia, who wants to get liberated, who also fight at the front line. Let's not forget there's Ukrainians who fight Ukrainians, right? And they're just on different sides, but they're still the same, right? But one of them believe that they're getting cleansed, and the other ones also feel they're getting cleansed. But there is this logic of it's just pro-Ukrainians who are the die-hard, who never understand the other side. It's much more perplexed and much more complex, because many of them are intertwined with the marriage, with the culture, with the language. We cannot just say that. For example, I have people who live here in Switzerland, and they're Ukrainians. But some of them, they say, what the fuck are they doing? Why they killing our guys? Why they did from 2014 on, they bombed Donbas? That's our people. Why I should support a government like this? Why I should go fight in a trench for them? They want me to die, but their kids are in Monaco and in Switzerland sipping drinks at the bar. So it's much more complex, I think, than just to say there is one side and another side. I think it's a different country, it's a different mentality. Yeah, Coping, go on, man.
Sorry, do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thanks. What was I about to say? In what you mentioned here, it's kind of in the vein of it, but it's a bit vague. And so the question is actually posed to all of you. As April was mentioning, Ukraine and Russia is very much the same. We all know that. They have a lot of similarities. So you can bring a lot of differences, but you cannot omit the similarities. So if you're in your country, right? I can say if I was in my country, to me, it seems a bit like it was Northern Norway against Southern Norway. Not really. It's not. I cannot compare it in the same way. But I was curious, let's say RL in France, Euro in Croatia. I mean, Balkans have had a lot of those strifes going on in a manner that I cannot speak of from a Scandinavian vantage point, right? But it seems like the illusion of an inner people fighting, it seems very hard to deny. And so I was just wondering, from the vantage point of you, my fellow panelists, wherever you are, let's start with what RL just for the sake of rotational order. How would you compare, if you were to put your country into a context of Ukraine, would you see it similarly, that it's the same people fighting, and how would you put it if you could?
Maybe Belgium, but not France.
So it would be like Belgium being Ukraine?
More because you have a different language, which are not from the same language family. You have the French-speaking people in the south, and then you have the Dutch-speaking in the north. which is a different linguistic group. And then you also have German-speaking in the east, but they are very small. But even with that different cultural group, I don't think you will see people going for guns and killing each other. And in France, you have regionalism. So you have people in Corsica who don't feel French, but first and foremost, Corsica. You have Basque who feel being Basque before being feeling French. You have Occitan. You have people from Languedoc. You have people from the mountains, the Alpes mountains, Savoyard. You have Alsace, people from Alsace who have a German dialect. You have, but the history of France makes that country, makes the people of that country not really wanting to kill others, except maybe the guy in Corsica, maybe a part of them, but they are a minority. The only real war you will see will be guys coming from immigration, wanting to create their own society, wanting to not see any more police coming to the place where they make their business. But it's different.
Hey, RL, if I can say, it's a good thing France never accepted Quebecers as really French and let them into the country back when we were doing our little, thing with Quebec separatism. That would have been fun.
You have separatists, but it's more like, how to say, a TV show more than anything else.
Yeah.
Can I just say, Wyatt, the open mic has been going on for like 5 hours, so I just post around to the panelists. I would like the answers of them, but I also recognize it can take some while, and we are definitely at the closing area. So, yeah. Are you still hosting, or how are things happening?
Ask about Crocus.
Let Paul talk first. Paul raised his finger. So let Paul talk first.
I wanted to say that Zelensky win the mandate by promised with fight with the corruption and bring peace to the Ukrainian conflict. So Ukrainian vote for him that stop the conflict with Russia. After he win the mandate, his position changed radically. So you ask about Ukrainian people, maybe they do, and also I wanted to say that in Ukrainian they do not have liberty. They don't have opposition party. They don't have elections. So I think that Ukrainian people do not see this conflict like Ukrainian against Russia. I think they see like Russia against Europe and against US and against that, but they do not speak that thing because of the Nazi of the Zelensky regime. Who wants to go? AG?
Yeah, Paul, in regards to that, I remember something that when the Africa-Russia summit happened last year, the Train president, I think, said that this isn't a war of Ukraine against Russia, it's a war of NATO against Russia. And somebody had mentioned something, I can't remember if it was a former Ukrainian official or ex-military who kind of got run out of the country, but he said that, NATO's biggest fear right now is probably going to be that what happens if the Ukrainians wake up and realize, holy shit, the West has just used us, killed tons of us, and we shouldn't be fighting Russians. We should be fighting with the Russians against the West. Then you suddenly have the strongest military in the world right now, which is Russia, most combat experience, the only country that has 5th-gen fighters that have actual combat sorties and actual data on that and how that works, and teaming up with the second most powerful military and most combat experienced military on the planet. Yeah, Europe would be done in like maybe 3 months. So, yeah, I think that's probably something people are starting to wake up and notice. I dropped a video in the chat earlier of babushkas, group of babushkas in rural Ukraine, basically dragging a recruiter out of his van. The dude dropped his pistol. He ran away so fast. Like, people are starting to be like, no, get the fuck out. We're done with this. So I just hope it happens a little quicker now. But yeah, anyway.
Rila.
Yeah, well, to respond to what Coping said, I think that for me, living in the U.S., I guess the closest comparison would be like if the U.S. were to try and invade Canada and get whatever concessions the U.S. wanted to get out of Canada. You know, just because U.S. and Canada are so culturally close together, and you know that's, and you know historically both were ruled by Britain like 300 years ago or whatever it was. But I mean that's just what I thought. My thoughts were. And AG, I'm pretty sure it was Arestovich that said that. If that's what you're referring to.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
You want to say something? Oh right,
just I don't know if you have enough time, but I kind of wanted to talk about the elections in Russia. If you guys haven't talked about that before.
Euro wants to cut you out first. So wait a minute.
Then Euro finish first. Euro, you still want to say anything about the previous topic?
Yeah, the Coping's question. I'm the only one that actually experienced that brotherly war, civil war. So, I mean, it's quick to burst, it quicks to peace. Okay, so that's what I learned from it. It's really quick to burst and quick to end. That's how, I mean, it can last for a while, but the beginning and the end is like that, pretty quick. So that's the point. And yeah, I mean, I cannot, Ukrainians and Russians are, I mean, too similar in war manners, while Croatians and Serbians are not, completely opposite. So, like for last 500 years, Serbians don't have a victory, no single victory, military victory, while Croatians always marked military victories. So even Second World War, Croatians started fight and in the Second World War and fought its own Nazis and won, right? While Serbians joined much more towards the end. So that's the case, and that's the difference, right? But it's quick beginning and quick. But what I wanted to add also onto RL's point about mobilization, you all see the mobilization cases, how they chase the people, but not from Kiev, from everywhere around Ukraine except for Kiev. We don't see any videos from Kiev how they chase civilians to mobilize. You see, it was protected. Kiev was protected because they wanted to present that,
is that the same in Lvov too? Or is Lvov getting...
No, there was a lot of casualties from Lvov, Ivano-Frankovsk, and also Romanian. It was a lot of them in the beginning. And then they went with Romanians, with Hungarians, and so on, Polish. But it's still, Kiev is still a lot of capabilities to mobilize. Well, I mean, it used to be a city of 2 million, so...
If you think about it too, I mean, with the money we're giving them to prop up like small businesses and stuff, it's like they're really doing everything they can to maintain that normalcy, at least in Kiev, so people don't really catch on. Because, you know, you can go to the shops because the store's open, even though a Kinzel hit the building down the street. They act like it's all fine and dandy.
Yeah. And parties too. with young people.
Yeah, that's true. Because you see, that's where they have, and they have some videos about dudes that were partying in Kiev while motherfuckers were dying in Avdiivka.
Yep.
Yeah,
so that's still a lot of possibilities. But I will also like to add the final report on Carcos from the Ministry of the Internal Affairs of Russia. They say total injuries are 695. That's total injuries, and 144 died or killed, and 5 out of them is 5 kids. So there's even one colonel in civilian life from the front line. He came for the R&R and he was also killed there. They say he pushed away his wife and kids and he died there. So that's a big issue. But more important thing is about cryptocurrency being used to finance those terrorists. This is clear case of public case, public knowledge now that cryptocurrency is used for really criminal activity all over the world, which was the point from the beginning to be used. That was attractiveness for criminal activity from the beginning, right? I've been following it from the beginning about crypto. And I've been saying since 19 that crypto has been used by CIA to finance ISIS in Syria and Iraq. They were using crypto to sell. They were using, ISIS itself was using crypto to sell slaves, sex slaves, to sell the oil from stolen equipment. It cannot be traced. It's very helpful for terrorists, for CIA to finance anyone, and it cannot be traced back, right?
Well, here's a conspiracy
This is
theory.
now what? It's not a conspiracy.
No. There's a conspiracy theory around cryptocurrency.
I just want to make a point on Jur's point about the crypto real quick. You know, it's kind of like a conspiracy theory, but if you think about it, you know, obviously a lot of governments don't like crypto because of its potential for freedom of people and all that. I mean, how convenient is it for the terror group to be funded by crypto, and then the U.S. government and other governments aren't really fond of crypto, come out and say, oh, that's why we got to ban crypto or control crypto because terrorists use it, just like they did with Silk Road or Bitcoin. You know, I mean, that's another like little bullshit benefit they probably tried to get out of this. You know, oh, we'll destabilize Russia and everybody will hate crypto. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's a stretch, but I'm just saying it's kind of convenient because ISIS-K, the guys we fund, do the attack with crypto that we gave them. Then we'll probably turn around in 6 months and have a hearing about how crypto's funding terrorism around the world and needs to be stopped.
Well, Vaughn, here's the thing. You remember, I think it was back in 2021 when there were those ransomware attacks against U.S. petrochemical refineries and shit? Yeah, remember how the FBI managed to really quickly track down the cryptocurrency and get the accounts for all those people that did it? You know the names, or whatever the guy's name was that came up with Bitcoin? In Japanese, I think it means central and intelligence. So there's the whole conspiracy theory that crypto Bitcoin is just like, it's a joint NSA, CIA, IMF project, basically. And they use it for dirty money to fund all that crap. But yeah.
Well, anyone can do that, though. I mean, anyone can use crypto to launder money and shit. I mean, the CIA would be stupid not to use it to launder money. I mean, if I had their kind of fucking money, I'd be doing that shit too. I'd be laundering all kinds of shit.
The thing is, the blockchain software that makes cryptocurrency possible, it's actually the opposite way to launder money because it records everything. It records dates, parties, and details of transactions, and that actually stays with the software as it goes. This is what makes it reliable and usable as a digital currency. It's actually pretty transparent. And for that reason, it's really not useful at all for corruption. And this is probably going to be the biggest.
It is, because all you have to do is have people that would take the transfer wallet to wallet, that it's never on an exchange and no one knows about it until it's cashed in, which would be how you would do it. I mean, you wouldn't obviously show up and cash in 27 Bitcoins, but maybe you cash in a Bitcoin over a year.
I'm not saying that it can't be used in clandestine ways. I'm just saying it's not exactly your pick of choice, right? And unless you're an extremely smart IT guy, you've got to be pretty aware that everything that you do online is probably being monitored. Basically, a suitcase full of American dollars has a lot of charm about it, you know. And in fact, there are currencies in the world that are popular exactly because they're kind of liquid and they can be used anywhere, and there's a lot of privacy in their use. Look at Switzerland, for example. A lot of people like doing business in Switzerland because it's reasonably private, right? Now, that doesn't mean that they're up to nefarious things. It just means that they don't want everybody checking, including, you know, rapacious governments like the Soviet Union or, you know, the American government or the British or whatever. They don't want rapacious governments trying to collect as much tax as they possibly can. So cryptocurrency is also used as a way of doing contracts. You can do a whole contract with a blockchain software. You don't just have to do a currency exchange. And so these systems of using the blockchain to record entire contracts is actually massively reducing corruption. And in the corporate world, in order to get ISO or International Standards Organization certification on your books, increasingly you have to be transparent and you have to have records. And a lot of countries are refusing to adopt these standards purely because it stops corruption. Because you've got countries, and I'll name one, which is Vietnam, where the corruption is so extensive and so all-pervasive that those people will not keep accurate books, even for an honest enterprise, right? Because, like, the culture is for everybody to carve off their own little fiefdom, which they tax, farm, and embezzle, right? And I don't know China well. Maybe Wyatt can speak to this. But in my experience, ex-Soviet countries are corrupt to the core. And they're not going to want blockchain because it's going to hold a lot of them accountable. But anyway, maybe Wyatt can talk about China and what goes on there.
Coping, you want to add something?
Yes, and I just have to remember what it was. It had something to do with the one thing about the corruption and blockchain. I'll just stick to that one because I forgot most of the other. But the notion that you actually need to have like this hyper secure way of kind of getting this thing to prevent blockchain or corruption is not exactly true, because you can, in the same way as you're using currencies right now to launder money, you can use it because what is money, right? It's just what it's priced on, really. So you can have a commodity. Let's say I want to launder something. I have a front. I'm a mafia boss, right? I have a front. I just put a higher price on it on the accounts. That looks nice. Think about how now you may think I'm talking criminal talk. Yes, I am. Ukraine, the weapons that they bought, higher priced. That was it. And you can easily launder money like that, whether you have a blockchain or not. Furthermore, I just came up with another point on that. It's incorruptible. No, that's not true for not only the same reason I mentioned, but it's also because you can take another instrument from these blockchains where you have, yes, you can say you have an internal accountability, but that doesn't change the price fixing that you get from it. So NFTs are a perfect example where you can, why don't you buy this piece of art? Just like you did before NFTs, it will be a piece of art. Now, were that piece of art actually worth that much? No, you just priced it that much. And so you got the money circulating, right? So you actually got it moving around, the black money, if you want it like that. But what I'm trying to get at here is the notion of gold or crypto or any of that being incorruptible. Anyone should dispel that myth right away. Everything is corruptible. Let's see. Who had Wyatt? Yes, please.
So it's also not that easy to use Bitcoin to corrupt, because the whole point of you want to use Bitcoin is actually that you can change back to fiat. Then your money is useful, because in the real world nobody use Bitcoin, no. And to change back to fiat is the problem. A lot of countries actually regulates it, so it's extremely difficult. Like in Singapore, you can't. There's like you have to use Coinbase. I think only a few. So it's very regulated. It's very hard to change your Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency back to cash. It's not easy. So if let's say you're a criminal organization, you have to buy or buy certain goods to certain physical goods or something that you can actually sell for cash through Bitcoin, and there is not a lot of things you can buy with Bitcoin. So, and then like what was mentioned, everything is tracked by the ledger. So if let's say the world police, international police discovered that a certain wallet is actually a criminal account, and then they can see the stupid amount of dollars being transferred in and out of that wallet, then any transaction with the account is all going to be tracked, and then anyone that is then cash out the Bitcoin or whatever is all going to be investigated. It's going to be one hell of a mess. It's not so simple, like what Toby said. Actually use cash, US dollar notes is easier, to actually corrupt. Euro, you're muted.
Oh no.
I was mostly talking about cryptocurrency being used to transfer money from Ukraine into the outs of Ukraine. That's what I was mostly talking about, or for use in Syria for ISIL, right? But because many bags and coffers with cash were uncovered in the border of Ukraine, right? You've seen all those videos with the cash, right? Some administrator throughout these years, when they bring in the cash out, that's what I'm talking about. It's pretty dangerous to bring the cash out if you're not good with the administration, like Poroshenko. He's not good with Zelensky, so he's in danger of bringing cash out, right? But he can go on exchange and that way carry the crypto over the border and cash it anywhere in exchange. That there's exchange. But now the question is there a really big exchange in Kiev, like it used to be before Sam Bankman was arrested? Because they were using Sam Bankman's exchange in Kiev to bring the money out and to pay back the Democrats that were financing them. That's what was being. That's why Republicans destroy the exchanges of Sam Bankman, because it was used for that, to finance Democrats. Okay, that was what was happening then, and now the question is still there. So they will be using money to bring in exchanges to exchange for crypto, carry it out. That was my point. And if they are with CIA, they will not be tracked, right? They will not be persecuted. Blockchain is to keep the chain since the origin, right? To keep the document, to keep the track of the movement. It's not to see who's the real owner of it. I think that's how it works. Blockchain that's used in cryptocurrency is not used to track the owners, but track the origin, from origin to the now, right? That's how it works. It doesn't say who's the owner. It's just a number, accounts being transferred. That's what blockchain does, right?
It can be tracked. If so for like for Singaporeans using Coinbase, everything is tagged. So the account, the wallet at Coinbase is tagged to our identity, national identity. So so in Singapore's case, my wallet is actually pegged directly to my national identity. So there is no way to launder money through Singapore accounts. So I mean, but if other countries don't do it, that's their problem. I'm just saying that is once the money somehow maybe from Zelensky comes to my account, that I'm dead. if one day someone want to investigate it. I just want to do one more last one before we do closing. There is this super chat. No, so if French, EU, and NATO forces land in Ukraine and declare war on Russia, will China assist Russia? No, or there will be no change. What do you guys think?
Yeah, they said they would like a week ago, I think. Yeah, they said that.
Wait. Sorry. Because we're reaching the end here, so let's keep this orderly. The super chat is here. Let's take this rotational. RL, your take. Sorry to mod here, but let's just for the sake. I want to help Wyatt out here.
The question is, if will China openly assist Russia? Openly assist? I don't think. I think China will assist Russia. As they are assisting Russia now, maybe a step further, but Chinese are kind of hypocrite. So they will try to keep quiet about it and not openly say that they are actively helping Russia with missiles, with rockets, with shells, with equipments. And I don't think Russia really needs it. They have Iran, they have North Korea, it's enough. All they need is maybe some chips, some specific products. That's it. Bulletproof jackets, helmets. They don't need missiles from China. That's what I think. They don't need cannons or tanks from China. They might need some parts, mechanical parts, electronic parts, but China can, no, Russia can handle 2,000 French troops, no problem.
I guess since you're not setting euro, go ahead, please.
No, so if don't have to. Everybody must answer. Only people who want to answer. No, if not, then this is drag on pointlessly.
Seriously, Wyatt? Are you joking? You get paid for this. You get paid money directly for us answering.
Not paid enough. Not paid enough. They can only have a few answers.
Yes, you heard that right, folks. If you really want to have him post an answer, you got to be giving a little bit more greens.
But because because I'm actually very tired, that's why don't drag unnecessarily.
Yeah, China already helping Russia a little bit by restricting the numbering by restricting the sale of DJI drones to Ukraine. I mean, in massive numbers, probably cannot prevent selling around. So that's what I'm thinking, and probably concentrating to sell the DJI drones more to Russia than to Ukraine, trying to do that, right? Also, many ways of sneaking the Starlinks to Russia. That's also one way I think they're helping, providing that a little bit of logistics. Because also they can trade military armaments because the Russia doesn't use in SWIFT anymore for international trade, so they can trade differently, even barter. So just like with North Korea, right? They're helping them with technology, and North Korea sold shells. So maybe even through other countries, definitely China is helping Russia in many ways. Openly, no, because more danger to their trade with United States and all of it. So that would be too much risk to be cut off from SWIFT, also as Russia, as punishment or something like that. It's just like a lot of threats possible by Western countries onto China. So they will never openly help Russia with war efforts. That's my thinking. So, Abri, do you wanna answer that or no?
Yeah, just real quick. I think the same like you guys think. And you will not do it openly. They will do it by the back door, like they usually do.
China already helping Russia financially.
Yeah, I know,
not
but
weaponry.
if we're answering the question. I don't know if you saw the question. If they will do it openly, so I don't think openly, right? I think they will just do it as they do, like you really point out. But if they really need to, they can give much more. The Chinese, and then it's gonna be third world war. Everybody gonna understand what's going on. So I don't think it will go that far. But Chinese, if they want to help more the Russians, they can do it. They already help them by buying their oil, right? And the Chinese also make some bucks on it because they resell it to the Europeans. So China and Russia has actually a good deal with that. I don't think they need to help them, like Farrell said. I think the Russians can simply, with the Iranians and the North Korea, can handle it because the West has not enough capacity. And it's talking a lot but doing shit. I have to say it because I had a conversation not so long time ago with some people, and they're saying some things are changing, It's in the air. Global things are going on and not turning in our favor, and people understand it. Maybe Ryler? Yeah?
Yeah. China said on the 16th of March that they were ready to intervene if the U.S. or NATO attack Russia. And so I think that's the most explicit messaging we've had from the Chinese government so far, that they're willing to military access.
The foreign ministry denied that. They never say the possibility they will attack them. Neither Free Trade spokesman. No.
Okay, well, it says, or at least the article I have here, is that representative of the Chinese Military of Defense said that they were willing to intervene. That's just
depends on the military person. Are they retired? Are they in the rank? If they're retired, they say everything they like.
Well, it says a representative of China's Ministry of Defense, so it doesn't say who it is specifically, but I'm guessing it's someone who's... Let me... I'll have to read more.
It's fake news. It was fake news. That news was also spread in France, but then debunked.
Guys, if I can have a quick word on that super chat. The thing is, the person is asking specifically about declarations of war. The thing is, countries generally try and avoid declarations of war because there are pretty inevitable and serious consequences that occur, especially if you're dealing with a country like Russia that has nuclear submarines. So a formal declaration of war basically makes everything on the high seas a legitimate target to submarine fleets. It also makes all satellite surveillance an act of war. So it's very difficult to imagine anybody declaring war on Russia without seriously contemplating an escalation into a nuclear conflict, because an actual, you could go fight Russia in Ukraine, you could go send troops and not tell anyone about it, right? And arguably that's already happened. But if you make a formal declaration of war, it's very difficult to see how that doesn't escalate into nuclear conflict very quickly. And so I think it's almost impossible to imagine that anyone would make a formal declaration of war against a nuclear power, right? I can't think of an example in history. Maybe you guys can, but there's pretty obvious reasons why you wouldn't declare war on a nuclear power. So I can't see that happening. And as far as China is concerned, China's biggest concern is if some idiot declares war on a nuclear power, that's going to be real bad for global trade, right? It's like it won't be anything to do with China. China will suffer as a consequence of everyone else's stupidity, but it's not like you're going to leap in and make it worse. Why would they? They'll probably stand back and wonder why everybody's being so stupid is my take. But anyway, that'll do for my closing too. Thanks, Wyatt, and I'll see you all next time.
Thank you, Toby.
Oh, upgrade. Go
So
ahead.
I want to do closing. Anyone still want to add on to that?
No.
Then if not, we're gonna do closing. Start off with RL.
Wow, what it was a nice open mic, talking about many different subjects, especially that Baltimore bridge.
Mosquitoes disturbing you?
What a waste of time. But like that bridge, like that bridge, it's just a reflection of what United States is right now. A country which have very poor infrastructure, an inability to recover, to repair, to rebuild, to remake new infrastructure in a very short period of time, compared to, again, the Crimean Bridge, the Kerch Bridge built by the Russians in a very short period of time, or during COVID-19 in China, where Chinese built a brand new hospitals in 2 days. That's something you can't see anymore in the West. They take decades just to renovate one fucking street. So, United States is really a giant with feet made of clays. At least it seems to me. So, let's see. Let's see if that giant will crumble on its own weight, because there are too much fat people there. It's really heavy. Heavyweight. Voila.
Voila.
Thank you, RL. Euro.
To me, that United States is more like that ship that makes a mistake and crashes a country, doesn't apologize, don't care about it. It just slams anything in its path. When it does make mistake, it doesn't want to recognize it. When it makes mistakes, it just keeps that going on the same way with inertia, because it's being led by wealthy that don't have a feeling of nation, belonging to a nation. They're globalists and keep on going, But they will crush anyone that stands in their way as long as they can, right? But problem is, I mean, there's so many problems with economic problems, right? First, it starts with economic problems, not with social issues that we have only now. That we are discussing all the time. Social issues are consequences of being taken into forte because of the economics problems that are not being solved, and even getting worse, right? Because the same people are in power. When they crashed the world economy in 2008, they didn't allow anyone to take the power that will make solutions, bring up the solutions to it. They're just same people in power. That's what I recognize in 2008. That we are. My question in 2008 was why we are repeating same things that happened 80 years ago. We are well on a track of it. We are repeating the same thing, and it's a key to today's analysis is to analyze what happened then 80 years ago with Great Depression and everything. First hyperinflation, then 5-6 years later, deflation. Deflation is a real problem, not inflation. It was happening after inflation. But people don't want to look into it because they want an easy answer, inflation, right? Oh, public debt is a problem. No. Private debt is not problem. It's individual problem, right? This is the issue that should be recognized, that private debt is the problem. Public is not. Okay, you guys keep talking about public debt, and no, it's a private debt that's a problem. Nobody bankrupted because of the public debt. Nobody lost a house because of public debt. It was only private debt that people lose businesses and houses and jobs. This is the real problem. Economic is the real problem that drives everything what's happening today. We are repeating, just on a slower terms, we are repeating what happened 80 years ago, just a little bit slower. Hopefully it's going to be over pretty soon, but I'm giving it 9 long years to be over, to finish all this crap that's going on. Hopefully everyone will keep subscribing and liking this open mic till that time. Okay. So have fun. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here.
Thank you, Euro. I'm great.
Yeah, I have to disagree a little bit with Euro, but I will not go into details from the financial part. We also have a disagreement on that. But maybe are the social problem not constructed by people to hide the economical problems? This is the question which must be asked. Because if there is unity between people, there can be great achievements done everywhere in the world. And some people prefer to conquer by dividing. And that's what they're doing. They're putting social problems in the society, and they manipulate people, and they put them against each other, so they hate each other. And because of that, many disgusting things happened in the entire human history. It's not the first time this happened. In the entire history, you can find many examples of these cases. And there's some smart people who start to wake up, understand what's going on and try to change it. Because we always say the West is weak. Yes, we're weak because we're divided. If we will be together and we'll have a little bit of moral and rules which we should actually follow and not just impose to others, take their stuff without giving them a fair trade. That's the big problem of the West right now. And I think there is a change. We can clearly feel it in the air. It's something which you can just feel, like, I don't know, I'm an emotional guy, so I can feel that stuff around. It's very negative at the moment, but we can come back from the down. There's always up and downs in life. Yeah, it was a nice open mic. I came a little bit late. Sorry that I put the Ukraine stuff again in, if some of you repeated your stuff. Come on. I always see you, you know it. But it was a nice open mic. Subscribe. Wyatt, hello from my wife. She says hello to you and to your, yeah. And
Hello.
yeah, and she's still here and she's listening also. She's also interested about it. Yeah, always nice. Subscribe. Go on. The average person.
Hey, okay. Thank you for a great, nice speech. Oh yeah, I just want to add a note about the what if NATO involved in the Ukraine? Should the China will join it? I don't think that will. Very unlikely. China has a very good relationship with both countries, Ukraine and Russia, and they have a economic trade relationship for them. There's no reason for them, for China to get involved in it. But By the way, China also engaged lots of encouragement to the Ukraine side to have more peace talks, okay, with China, Russia, and the rest of EU countries. It's not going to say that they're going to join in. Yes, they have some trade relationship with better cooperation with economically with Russia, but that doesn't mean that they have to join in military directly. It can Russia can you see those weapons have enough to counter the most of our adversaries in NATO, but they supply to Ukraine, and Russia only gets its components. Even the civilian use from FPV drones from China is enough for them to deal with them, enough causing them for headaches. There's no really direct military involvement. Even though the United States giving them the pressure on the Taiwan Strait, sending a armada of fleets neighboring China coastline, it's still very restrained, outstandingly restrained how to react on it. So it won't overtly cause into China, provoke China to involve in the Ukraine war. That doesn't beneficial to them, because in the end, he still want a good trade relationship with all over the world, especially in Russia and Europe as well. He try to be wary about United States, how to think about it. They just try to have a very cautious relationship with the United States. Doesn't mean that totally decoupled with them. They are very calculated on these matters. Only these matters. And only thing, the last thing I want to add on is that this Ukraine war, this China's strategic thinking ways that they want US come back to intervene the affair of Middle East as the Gaza and versus Israel, this place is keep on going. So Netanyahu want as much as China go to come here back. Okay, in China point of view, that is they want to US spread their focus more into the United States, so keep them busy, so they will not constrict the resources into Taiwan issues. So Benjamin Netanyahu has their agenda as well. So they want to shift the focus from Ukraine, concentrate more in the on Israel's, supply them more military equipments, just to help out to have a greater Israel plan, chasing out the Palestinians, have a big whole piece of Israel. That's why I see it. So China rather let US keep busy on Middle East affair, so they have losing attention on the Taiwan affair. That's what I say.
I just want to say, first of all, I think it's awesome that the average guy, in honor of Trans Visibility Day, has changed his name to the average person. I think that's very progressive of you. And, you know, Jur was talking about economics a few minutes ago, and I understand. I feel you, Jur. You know, it's like 50% of the people just don't get the system. And as far as the stream goes today, it was excellent. And I believe probably 2/3 of the audience really liked it and enjoyed it a lot. Please like, subscribe, and share, because Wyatt busts his ass to bring you good information, unbiased. Even if you think it's biased, it's just because the side you want to win isn't winning, and it hurts your feelings, it gives you emotional damage. But he works his ass off to bring good reports, up-to-date information. So please like, subscribe, and share. Subscribe to his Patreon. And come on the open mic, because, I mean, we talk about tons of shit in the back rooms. I mean, whatever you're interested in, we got it. Midgets or tanks, we got everything in between. Y'all have a good week.
Thank you, Vaughn. Relapse.
Thanks, Vaughn.
Yeah, good open mic. Came in a bit late, only was here for about an hour and a half. I really wanted to talk about the Russian election, but I guess we didn't really have time for that. You know, just a quick summary. Basically, you know, the official results are that Putin got about 87.5% of the vote in Russia, and other candidates got, you know, the rest of that. Of course, everyone, or most people, most of the pro-Western people, you know, are going to say that the election is fake. You know, it's up to you to believe that or not, but the one thing I always see it, or from people who say that, is that they never truly try to explain exactly how the election was faked, or like what exactly Russia did to fake the election. Like, are they just like stuffing ballots? Are they just, you know, altering the results electronically? Like, what exactly are they doing to fake the election? And you know, from my, you know, I honestly do think that if you just look at, you know, polls, you know, just done by, you know, independent, you know, nonprofits and organizations in Russia, they do line up pretty well with what the official election results were. So I guess if you just, you know, go by that, I mean, I guess the results were legitimate. I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know if they are or not, but that's just what I was thinking as far as that goes. And I mean, one thing that people did bring up was that they disqualified, or the Russian government disqualified Nadezhdin, one of the candidates there, from running, allegedly because he's, you know, against the war in Ukraine. But I mean, what no one else seems to say is that, you know, another candidate, you know, Devankov, had basically the exact same policies as Nadezhdin, and yet he was allowed to run and only got like 4.5% of the vote. Another thing is that Devankov actually got 57% of the vote, actually, in one of the Czech embassies, Russian embassy in the Czech Republic, as opposed to, you know, the 4.5% or whatever he got in Russia itself. So I mean, I guess that's, you could say that's proof that the Russian election is, you know, more legitimate than some people say, but whatever. I mean, just the one other thing I was thinking about was that, you know, when you have, you know, it can be pretty, you know, almost pointless to distinguish between, you know, a government that's, you know, super popular, and you have one candidate, you know, that's completely popular and gets all the vote, or where we're in, you know, in a legitimate democracy where the, you know, political process is respected, you know, as opposed to, you know, just one where everything's fake and no one actually supports the government. You know, the distinction between those two is essentially, you know, there's no real distinction. It's just in terms of, you know, what the government actually ends up doing, and, you know, how the political process ends up working in countries like that. I mean, just, you know, no matter what you think about, you know, Putin, or whether Russian election was real or not, you know, whatever it is, you know, it doesn't really have a whole lot of impact, you know, on how things are going to go in Ukraine, I don't think. And just, we're not really going to see any serious change in the Russian political system, I don't think, until, you know, Putin leaves office for whatever reason, and you have, you know, someone who might not have the same, you know, cult of personality around him, you know, that Putin has, and, you know, and Russians might feel someone else is better to lead Russia. That's just my thoughts on it. AG.
Hey, sorry for coming in late as well. Thanks, RJ. Or Rylar, sorry. So I'm just going to be real quick here, because I got another live stream I'm going to jump into. I'm just going to end with a quote. "Wars are not won on the field of combat. Battles are. But those are only ever part of the story. To win a war, you need to break the enemy's resolve, to force him to accept defeat. Otherwise, the war will never end. Too many conflicts persist because battles are won, but the hearts and minds of the people are not. Winning involves every level of society, from the generals and the politicians to the shop girls and the street cleaners. The infantryman with his rifle may be the blunt weapon used to win this fight, but he is neither the instigator nor the concluder." And do you see the West at all being, you know, every level of society being involved, pulling for us to win? No. Anyway, that's all I'll say. Great live stream. Again, sorry I was late. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you, AG. Coping.
Yes, thank you, everybody. It was a nice open mic. And, you know, to those of you watching, I see a lot of comments. I also get a lot of impressions. You guys think that, you know, why don't you just get on the open mic? Dude, you're not that important. Look, if you were any reason to actually get worried about anything, you probably wouldn't even be here commenting in the live chat. If you think you're going to lose your job or something, you have to ask yourself the question, is your boss actually going to watch this? And even if your boss is going to watch this, you have to ask yourself the question, is he going to watch this particular open mic many years after, when it has become blown up and humongous? No, it's only going to be because you, for some fucking reason, fucked up. Or you're important. You know, I'm just going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You're important. You know, to get your hopes up. But anyways, do appreciate your existence for directly financially supporting the open mic on the super chats, vividly encouraging them. And also, of course, the same heartfelt gratitude goes to those of you who support DPA on Patreon, Ko-fi, Locals, and Boosty. The rest of you commenting after the stream. Actually, I'm going to stop the streak now. Wyatt, you're tired. I'm sorry. Wyatt, thank you so much for having this going on. I'll be back another time. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye, Wyatt.
Thank you, Coping. And that's it. Everybody left me. So this is the DPA Open Mic episode 72. We went into stuff. Yeah. No. So yeah, I'm really tired. So I'm very sleepy now. So I don't really have much things to add. And History Legend has left Singapore. He's probably on the flight right now. So yeah. So that's it. I spent the last few days with History Legend. I force feed him a lot of food, and yeah, and then he don't want to share so much. Let him share it. So anyway, what else? And yeah, so of course, do continue to support DPA. For those that are not subscribed to DPA Open Mic channel, do subscribe, and also press the like button. Spread the word about the open mic, as well as of course, support the DPA's videos. YouTube has not been kind to DPA. The reach is very low, so yeah, the views are low because YouTube isn't pushing the videos. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for participating in the discussion in the live chat, as well as coming on screen to discuss. And yeah, that's about it. I'm tired now. I can't really talk much more. I'll see you guys in the next update.